Introduction to the first edition. I will be reading Ravalette, the Rosicrucian Story by Pascal Beverly Randolph. In presenting this book to the world, no one can be more alive to the fact that this is the latter third of the 19th century, that the present is emphatically the era of the grandest utilitarianism, revolution, matter-of-fact, wild, credulous belief, yet one of the most intense and stubborn doubt that the world ever knew, then is the writer of the following extraordinary tale. For so it has been pronounced by hundreds of the ablest male and female critics who sought and obtained the perusal of it long before the writer even thought of offering it to the publishers, who have presented it to the world of readers in its present entertaining garb. The writer has no apologies to make, no excuses to offer, for daring to open a new field in the world of letters, for a wholly departing from the worn-out track of the staple novel of the century and steering entirely clear of war, passion, murder, revenge, politics, prisons, and prussic acid. The grand inquiry in the author's mind was, is there such a thing as absolute, actual, unmistakable magic, such as we read of in the sacred and also in the profane history? Not the ordinary, ambidextral, chemical jugglery, vulgary called magic in these days, but the real, old, mysterious thing, whereof we read of in old black-letter tomes, such as ornament my study shelves today, and whereof the late General Hitchcock had such a splendid collection, now, alas, scattered to the winds and owned by hundreds, wholly unqualified to properly appreciate them. Footnote: Major General Ethan Allen Hitchcock was born in Vermont, May 18, 1798. His mother was the daughter of the famous Ethan Allen, Revolutionary hero of Ticonderoga. In 1817, he was graduated from West Point. He served with the regiment in the southern states before he was 21. In 1831, he became commandant of the cadets at West Point. He served with distinction in Florida and in the Mexican Wars. During 1851, he was called to Europe by the Supreme Grand Dome of the Rosy Cross of the world to sit in council for the selection of a new Supreme Grand Master. On his return to America and until 1854, he commanded troops in California and is accredited with the frustration of attempts designed to separate the newly acquired territory of the Pacific Slopes from the Union. General Hitchcock and Pascal Beverly Randolph were close friends and fellow workers in the Rosy Cross. During the presidency of Abraham Lincoln, these two, together with the president and Dr. Alexander Wilder, formed the nucleus of the great Rose Cross Center, then active in Washington. In his notes incorporated in the book 50 Years in Camp and Field, Hitchcock speaks of these meetings without mentioning the names of those attending. It was General Hitchcock who introduced Dr. Randolph to the members of the Supreme Grand Dome of the Great Order, and it was he who was instrumental in his selection as Supreme Grand Master for the August Fraternity. Utterly repudiating the absurd pretensions of the vast herd of modern charlatans who hang out their signs on the corners and invite credulous passerbyers to come in and get their fortunes told by means of cards, a bit of glass, or through a fiend trance, or by raps, tips, writing, or preposterous planchettes, and all that class of absurd mummery. The question still stands as before. Far be it from me to assert that spiritual beings do not exist, nor that God in his providence does not permit the occasional visitation by them from worlds above and beyond this vale of tears, that the sense of immortality may not utterly perish from the earth, nor that human instruments are not used to effect that purpose. I here disavow all intention to deride true psychical phenomenon, if such there be, nor do I question the transmundane life of man, for the belief in immortality is part of my very being. But while ignoring the claims and deriding the absurd pretensions of the vast majority of modern Eloists, I repeat the question: is there any positive means or way whereby even a favored few can penetrate the mysterious veil that hangs like an iron pall between the great human multitude and the infinitely greater beyond? Is it possible to break through the awful barrier, to glimpse through the night curtain that screens and shrouds us from the phantom world, if such there be? Deep the gulf that hides the dead, long and dark the way they tread. Can we know it? Can we by any possibility scan its secrets? Nor are we alone in propounding questions such as these, for every intelligent person, at some period or the other, puts them to himself and neighbor, but in the majority of cases vainly. The writer thereof, like the great mass of people, has often propounded these queries, that the result being a conformed and underrated skepticism, which skepticism was almost ruthlessly swept away by the extraordinary series of events faithfully and fully recorded in these pages. Chapter 1: The Strange Man. In the most high and palmy days of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the grave stood tenantless, and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets. And he sat him down wearily by the side of the road, wearily, for he had journeyed far that day. He was footsore, and his bodily powers were nearly exhausted by reason of the want and privation he had undergone. His looks were haggard, and a pathetic pall, gloomy and tearful, hung and floated around him, visible to, but sensibly felt by, all who lingered near and gazed upon him. A sorrowful man was he. And as he sat there by the roadside, he leaned his head upon the staff, which he held in his hand, and as he bowed him down, the great salt tears gushed from between his fingers and watered the ground at his feet. In other days the cypress, plant of sorrow, sprang up there, and throve in sad and mournful beauty, as if to mark and guard the spot whereupon the strong man had lifted up his voice and wept aloud once upon a time. This was many years ago, and it was the occasion on which I became acquainted with the personage who figures so remarkably in this volume. At that time, the writer practically accepted, but mentally disbelieved, all of the religic and psychologic faiths of Christendom, and had any man even hinted at certain mysterious possibilities that have since been verified and demonstrated, I should almost certainly have laughed in his face and have reckoned him up as a first-class fool or idiot. Things have changed since then. He was a man of middle height, was neither stout nor slender, but when in full flesh was a happy medium between the two. His head and brain were large, and from certain peculiarities of form, really much more massive than they appeared. The skull was long and narrow at the base, especially about the ears, but above that line the brain was deep, broad, high, indicating great powers of endurance, with but moderate physical force. it being clearly apparent that the mental structure sustained itself to a great degree at the expense of the muscles, his nervous system. As in all such organizations, being morbidly acute and sensitive, there was naturally or organically nothing about him, either coarse, brutal, low, or vulgar, and if in the race of life he exhibited any of those bad qualities, it was attributed to the rough circumstances attendant upon him and the treatment he received from the world. By nature, he was open, frank, benevolent, and generous to a fault, and of these traits men availed themselves to his sorrow, with abundant capacity to successfully grapple with the most profound and abstruse questions of philosophy or metaphysics. Yet this man was totally incompetent to conduct matters of the least business requiring even a very moderate financial ability. Such are nature's contradictions, such her law of compensation. As a consequence, this man, with abilities universally conceded to be good, was the ready victim of the first plausible knave that came along, from the friend who borrowed half of his cash and undertook to invest the balance and kept the whole, to the seller of his books, who wronged him of both time and money. His complexion was tawny, resembling that of an Arab child of Beirut or Damascus, and the shape and set of the chin, jaws, and lips were indicative rather of power than force. The mouth and its slightly protruding upper lip and two small ridges at the corners betokened executive ability, passion, courage, affection, humor, firmness, and decision. The cheeks were slightly sunken, indicating care and trouble, while the cheekbones, being somewhat high and broad, betrayed his aboriginal ancestry, as did also his general beardlessness, for save a tuft beneath the chin of jet black, silky hair, and a thin and light mustache, he could lay no claim to hirsute distinction. His nose, which had been broken by a fall when a child, was neither large nor small, and as a simple feature, was also in no respect remarkable, but taken with the other features it was almost decidedly so, for when under the influence of passion, excitement, or emotion, there was an indescribable something about the alae and nostrils that told you that a volcano slumbered in the man's brain and heart. Only it required a touch, a vent, in the right direction to wake its fires and cause it to blaze forth vehemently, transforming him in an instant from a passive, uncomplaining man into the embodiment of a virtuous championship of the cause that was true, or into a demon of hatred and vindictive fury. The good prevailed, for the evil spasm was ever a spasm only, save only the very few marked cases, when he had suffered wrongs, deep and grievous, at the hands of men whose meanness and duplicity towards himself he had only discovered when they had gained their points and ruined him. These men he hated, and yet that word does not convey the true idea. His feeling was not vindictive, but it was a craving for and a determination to the exact justice for his wrongs. Footnote: the law of the universe is exact justice. All men, whatever their station in life, who have been misused or defrauded, have the divine right to demand and work for the exemplification of this law, providing that the mind is free from personal malice, hatred, or vindictiveness. The world and its citizenry would profit if all were true to the law commanding exact justice, not only to oneself but to all. The universal recognition of this law would free men from the most of the evils which now beset them, and from which the children of men are made to suffer unto the fourth generation. This satisfied his ill will, died on the instant. His eyes, or rather eye, for one was nearly lost from an accident, was deep dark hazel, and such as people are in the habit of describing as jet black. It shone with a luster particular and strangely magnetic when he let his soul go forth upon the winged words from the nostrum, for he had been a public speaker in his time and had won no small degree of fame on that field. Once seen and heard, this man was one whom it was impossible ever to forget. So different was he from all other men, and so marked and peculiar were his characteristics. Such, in brief, were the externals of the person to whom the reader is here introduced. A very singular man was he, the Rosicrucian. I knew him well. Many an hour subsequent to that in which he is here introduced, we have sat together beneath the grateful shade of some glorious old elm on the green, flowery banks of Connecticut's silver stream, and under some towering dome palm besides the bosom of still older Nilus, in the hoary land of the pharaohs of magic and myth, he all the while pouring into my ear very strange legends, indeed legends of time and the other side of time, all of which my thirsty soul drank in as the sun-parched earth drinks in the grateful showers, or the sands of Zin and tears of weeping clouds. And these tales, these legends, put to shame the wildest fictions of Germany and the terror-haunted hearts. Particularly was I struck with a half-hint that once escaped his lips, to the effect that some men on earth, himself among the number, had pre-existed on this sphere, and at times he distinctly remembered localities, persons, and events that were contemporary with him before he occupied his present form, and consequently that his real age exceeded that of even Ahasuerus, the Jew, who, in the Dolorous Road, mocked the man of Calvary as he bore his cross up the steep and stony way for the lèse majesté. He was doomed to walk the earth, an outcast and vagabond from that hour till Shiloh comes, according to the legends of Jewry. Footnote: numerous superficial readers of the works by Dr. Randolph denied that he accepted the doctrine of reincarnation. Ravalette was one of his earliest works, being first published in 1861. And this statement only accepted and taught this tenet as a fact in the lives of men. My friend, during our intimacy, often spoke concerning white magic, and incidentally insisted on his curious doctrine of transmigration. Footnote: the earlier writers on occult subjects confused the term reincarnation with transmigration. They are in no sense synonymous. Transmigration of the soul of man is wholly Eastern doctrine and has never been part of the Rosicrucian teachings. Nor was this all. He taught that souls of people sometimes vacated their bodies for weeks together, during which they were occupied with other souls, sometimes that of a permanently disembodied man of earth, at times that of an inhabitant of the aerial spaces, who, thus embodied, roamed the earth at will. Footnote: the obsession of negatives by earthbound souls is only possible when, through disease or false doctrines, the mind and body have been permitted to become thoroughly negative. Spiritism is one of the prime causes for this. Certain forms of yogism is another. He, when closely questioned, declared his firm belief that he had lived down through many ages, and that, for reasons known to himself, he was doomed to live on, like the great artifice, that other Rosicrucian, until a certain consummated act, wherein he was to be involuntarily an active party, should release him from it and permit him to share the lot of other men. As a consequence of his dissimilarity from others, he appeared to have been endowed with a certain hypermental powers, among which was a strange introversion, not the fraudulent clairvoyance claimed and palmed off by the world and by swindlers of the large cities and others of the same kidney, but something analogous to that attributed to the oracle priestesses of Delphos and Delos. This power, which was not always present, enabled him to behold and describe things, persons, and events, even across the widest gulfs of ocean, and to read the secret history and thoughts of the most secretive, self-possessed, and subtle-minded man as easily as it were a printed scroll. Footnote. This is properly known as blending and is more fully explained in Randolph's work Soul, the Soul World, page 5 of the new edition. When this ecstasy was on him, he looked as if at that moment he beheld things forever sealed from the majority of eyes, and that too both with and without his wonderful magic mirror. At first I doubted his pretensions mentally and referred them to an abnormal state of mind, and, until they were abundantly demonstrated, laughed at the preposterous idea, as I considered it, of anyone seriously claiming such extraordinary powers in the middle of the 19th century of the Christian era. As previously remarked, his complexion told me he was a sang-mali, not a direct cross, but one in which at least 7 distinct strains of blood intermingled, if they did not perfectly blend. Footnote. This statement has been frequently interpreted to indicate that Dr. Randolph was of Negro extraction, and has been most often repeated by those who had profited by his writings. It is an error. Dr. Randolph had, through his mother, some little Indian blood flowing through his veins, but that is all. He was a descendant of the Randolphs of Virginia, and history does not indicate that a Southern gentleman ever married a woman of colored blood. This statement in no wise casts any reflection on the colored race. This statement is not intended to suggest that Dr. Randolph's parentage in the present life was a mixture of various blood. It simply means that during the centuries of various incarnations, he or his physical self had passed through mixed races and gained the experiences of all of them. Thus, the more fully rounding out his knowledge of needs of men. This is all the more clearly indicated in the strange legend narrated in the chapter to follow, which explains the workings of both karma and reincarnation. Save when the high health and spirits, and weather extremely cold, at which times he was pale, his color was a rich, light bronze, like that of the youngster one sees in such profusion scampering like mad through the narrow and tortuous streets of Syro-Arabic cities, demanding bucksheesh from every franc they see. With his large, broad, high brain, arched and open brow, his massive elliptical and angular top head, he was a marked man. And when his soul was at nigh tide, and his deep and mystic inspirations thrilled and filled him to the brim, his eyes beamed with unearthly fire, glowing like the orbs of Pythonus, and scintillated a light peculiarly its own. Whoever saw him then never forgot the sight, for he seemed to have the power of glancing instantaneously through the world, time, space, everything, everywhere. Judging by his speech alone, one would have thought his education might not have been altogether neglected, but that it certainly was of a kind and quality entirely different from that usually received in Christian lands. There was very little, if any, polish about him. Not that he lacked urbanity, courteousness, or smoothness, and not that he was rude or rough in any way, but his placidity was that of the river, forest, or lake, not that of the boudoir or the schools of Polizei. He was extremely enigmatical, and the most so when he appeared most frank in all that pertained to his inner life and world, and was more sphinx-like to me at the end of 10 years' intimacy than on the first day of our acquaintance. He had, though poor, traveled extensively, oriental in personal appearance and physical tastes. He was still more so in disposition and mind, and in all that pertained to dreamery, philosophy, and the affections. With this description of the principal personage of this narrative, I now proceed to sketch another part of the man. Chapter 2, His Early Days, the Strange Legend. And there sat the man at the side of the road, sat there mournfully, silently weeping, the strange man, as if his heart would break, and not from slight cause was he sorrowing, not from present want of food, shelter, or raiment, but because his heart was full, and its fountains overflowing. The world had called him a genius, and as such had petted, praised, admired, and starved him all at once, but not one grain of true sympathy all the while, not a single spark of true, disinterested friendship. The great multitude had gathered about him as a city sightseers gather around the last new novelty in the museum. A child with 2 heads, a dog with 2 tails, or the Japanese mermaid duly compounded of codfish and monkey. And then, satisfied with their inspection, they turned from and left him, and all of his deep loneliness and misery, all the more bitter for the transient light of sympathy thrown momentarily upon him. Genius must be sympathetically treated, else it eats its own heart and daily dies a painful, lingering death. Throwing aside all his theories about pre-existence and triple life as being too recondite for either my readers or myself, we come at once to his natural, matter-of-fact history. At 8 years of age, he had been christened in the Roman Catholic Church by the name of Beverly. From his father, our hero inherited little save a lofty spirit, an ambitious, restless nature, and a susceptibility to passional emotions, so great that it was permanent and positive influence during his entire life. His 5th year began and completed the only school education the boy ever had, and for all of his subsequent attainments in that direction, he was indebted to his own unaided exertions. His father loved him little. His mother loved him as the apple of her eye, and all the more because being born with a full and complete set of teeth, old gossips and venerable gray beards adjured a strange and eventful career, beside which certain singular spectral visitations and experiences of his mother ere and shortly after the young eyes opened on the world convinced her that he was born to no common destiny. 2 or 3 and 20 years prior to the opening of this tale, there lived at what was then the number 70 Canal Street in New York City, a woman whose complexion was that of a Mississippi octoroon. She was a native of Vermont, had the reputation of being the most beautiful woman in the state, if indeed she was surpassed anywhere. Her mind was as rich in its stores and resources as her person was in feminine graces. Her life up to that time had been a checkered and in the main a very unhappy one. For her refinement, nature, education, character, and acquirements were such as to demand a broader, higher, better social sphere than what from pecuniary want she now occupied and moved in. Another cause of unrest was that she was maritally mismatched altogether, for her husband, after years of absence during which she had deemed him dead and contracted a second alliance with the father of her boy, had suddenly returned, and never from that moment did she receive one particle of the want her heart yearned for, that domestic love and sympathy ever the matron's due, and which alone can render life a blessing and smooth the rugged, thorny pathway to the tomb. Flora Beverly claimed immediate kindred with the red-skinned sons of the northern wilderness, but that blood in her veins mingled with the finer current derived from her ancestor, a strain of royal blood that in the foretime had nerved noble-souled men to deeds of valor and fired the souls of Spanish poets to lofty achievements in the rosy fields of immortal song. Footnote: the ancestry of the mortal part of Randolph is here clearly stated. His mother was of Spanish descent, with part Indian, with father a Randolph of Virginia. She had been tenderly reared, perhaps too much so, for her strange and wonderful beauty flashing out upon the world from her large and lustrous eyes and beaming forth from every feature and movement, had been such that, as she had become marked in her community from early childhood, and her parents, looking upon her as a special providence to them, had unwisely cultured qualities in her that had better have been held in abeyance. By overcare and morbid solitude, they had nearly spoiled God's handiwork, and she grew up an imperious, self-willed, exacting, and sensitive queen. She married and expected to find herself in the center of a realm of unalloyed joy and delight, wherein her reign would be undisputed. The man she wedded took her for her beauty, expecting to realize a perfect heaven in its possession. Both were bitterly disappointed. The man could appreciate only the external and superficial qualities and excellences of his wife, while her inner, higher, better self, her soul, was a terra incognita to him, which, like so many other husbands, he never even once dreamed of exploring. He had no idea whatever of the inestimable qualities of her heart, intellect, or spirit, and he had never found out that her body is the least a woman gives away, that she has gifts so regal for the man she loves that glittering diamonds are sparkless, insipid, valueless in comparison. And so, the first delirious joy month over, they both began to awaken. The man to the fact that to him his wife was a very pretty doll. The woman to her husband was a brute whose soul slept soundly beneath the coverlets of sense, and herself its victim and minister. It was horrible. She lost heart. She despised the surface man and sank and lost bloom beneath the terrible weight of discovery and its fearful result. Married, she had expected to move in a sphere very far above that which, by laws of moral and mental gravity, she was compelled to occupy. Her horizon was henceforth to be bounded by that of her master and his associates. Her husband was vain of his conquest, and one of his greatest joys was found in parading and showing off her beauty to the best advantage, like a jockey does a fine horse, and feeling jockey-like a while, all this is mine. Neither himself nor his associates in life could appreciate that more than royal loveliness which dwells within the breasts of educated and refined women, a beauty which eye hath never seen, which eye can never see, but which like soft and delicate perfume radiates from such to all who are fine enough to perceive it. As a matter of course, she soon grew weary and disgusted with this surface life, feeling that she was unappreciated by living thousands around her. She, with the true instinct of the Indian, spurned their contact, fell back upon herself, and then, with every tendril of her soul turned and yearned towards the teeming millions of the dead, she invoked them to her aid and religiously believed her prayers answered, as I do, in delivering herself up wholly to their weird care and guidance. Thenceforth lived a double life, a shadow life in the world, a real life in the phantom land, true to the natural instinct of the human heart, just in proportion as she withdrew from the world, so did she approach that awful veil, which is only uplifted for the sons and daughters of sorrow and the starbeam. She became a seeress, a dreamer, and in what to her soul was an active, positive communion with the lordly ghosts of the dead nations, whereof in both lines her forefathers had been chiefs. She sought that sympathy in her sorrow and in her strange internal joys, that mysterious balm of healing which the red man in his religion, or superstition, if you will, believes can only thus and there be had. She found what she sought, or what to the spontaneous and impulsive soul amounts to the same thing, believed she had found it. At first, she had some difficulty in correctly translating into her human language of heart the word, that which she took to be the low whisperings of the aerial dwellers of the viewless kingdom of Manitou. She ardently longed for a more open intercourse with the dead, and, as herein stated, was gratified. Poor Flora, half-child of nature and of art, was destined to bear a child, and that child the man of these volumes. In the very midst of the conditions here sketched, under these conditions he was born. As already stated, beneath this woman's heart there slumbered the fires of a volcano, intense, fervent, quenchless, and result alike of her peculiar ancestry and peculiar training. Her full soul became reincarnate in the son she bore, and with it she endowed the child with her own intense desire to love and be loved, all her mystic spirit, her love of mystery, all her unearthly aspiration towards unearthly association, all her resolute, yet half desponding, quick, impulsive, passionate, generous nature, all found in him a local habitation and a name, and that name was Genius. Thus molded came he into the world, doomed from birth to strange and bitter experiences, to face alone and unfriended the bitter blasts of wintry storms and the burning heats of summer suns, to cling to the hope of speedy death, all the while grasping existence with tenfold tenacity of others, yet daily pleading for life. Strange contradiction. Dear life at the world's stern bar, pleading daily, yet as often losing his suit, and being by that world sentenced to be utterly cast adrift on the fickle tide of fate and chance, and that too with the mind and body acutely sensitive and constantly at war with each other. Compensation is a universal principle. While so alive to pain, he was equally so to the jouissant emotions, and his delights, when they came, were keen, fine, exquisite to a remarkable degree. As throwing some light on the character of this man, who was not a myth, but an actual existence, I will here repeat the substance of an account he gave of his early life and weird and ghostly experiences. He had been questioned in regard to certain powers of an unusual kind attributed to him, and the following reply was elicited. When I was a very young child, my mother dwelt in a large, somber, and gloomy old stone house on Manhattan Island. At that time, New York was about 1/4 as large as present, and that house was a long way out of town. It still stands in the same place, but the city has grown miles beyond it. The building in times of pestilence, fever, smallpox, and cholera had been used as a pest house or a lazaretto, and then thousands have died of those diseases, and from there in my 5th year the soul of my mother took its everlasting flight. Scores of people there were ready to testify on oath that the old house was haunted by ghosts who strode grimly and silently, though solemn, stately halls of that massive island castle. But it generally happened that these witnesses of these spectral visitants had neither time nor inclination to cultivate their acquaintance, save one, an apothecary named Banker, who cursed and swore at one of them on a certain occasion, whereupon the ghost slapped his face and completely turned and withered his lower jaw by the way of punishment for the lèse-majesté. With this exception, those who met one of these ghosts invariably had urgent business in an opposite direction, and it was quite surprising with what wonderful speed lame persons got over the ground whenever a ghost was declared to be around by those who, being born with a caul over the face, were thereby endowed with the spectral seeing faculty. And as such gifted ones could see, I used often to wish that I could meet one who had been born with 2 cauls, so that they might speak to as well as see them. Some people do not believe in ghosts. I do. Ghosts of various kinds. Number 1, it is possible to project an image of oneself, which image may be seen by another, however distant. Number 2, the phantasmal projections of heated fancy, spectral illusion, the result of cerebral fever, as in drunken delirium, opium, or other fantasies. Number 3, the spirits of dead men. Number 4, spiritual beings from other planets. Number 5, beings from original worlds who have not died, but who are nevertheless are of so fine a texture as to defy the material laws which we are compelled to obey, and who, coming under the operation of those that govern disembodied men, are enabled to do all that they do. Number 6, I believe that human beings, by the action of desperate, wicked wills, frequently call into being spectral harpies, the horrible embodiment of their evil thoughts. These are demons, subsisting so long as their creators are under the domination of the evil. Number 7, I believe in a similar creation emanating from good thoughts of good people, lovely out-creations of aspiring souls. Remember these 7. These are a clear statement of Rosicrucian doctrine of the higher order of their temple. In the lower, these 7 pass under the names of gnomes, dwarfs, sylphs, salamanders, nereids, dryads, and fays. One day, when I was about 5 years old, I returned from school and found the clayey vestment of fleshy form of the only friend I ever had, my mother, cold and prone in the arms of icy cold, unrelenting death. Ah, what a shock that was to my poor little childish heart. She had that morning grown weary of earth, had serenely, trustingly closed her darling eyes, and I was left alone to battle single-handed against 4 mighty, powerful enemies: prejudice, poverty, and organization, or 3 of them. The 4th is almost too terrible, too wild and fanciful to be credited, yet I will state it. The legend: many, very many centuries ago, there lived on the soil where in subsequent ages stood Babylon and Nineveh, the first a mighty king whose power was great and undisputed. He was wise, well-learned, and eccentric. He had a daughter lovely beyond all description. She was learned as she was beautiful. Kings and princes sought her hand in vain, for her father had sworn to give her to no man, save him who should solve the riddle which the king himself would propound, and solve it at first trial under penalty of decapitation on failure. And the riddle was this: what are the 3 most desirable things beneath the sun that are not the sun, yet which dwell within the sun? Thousands of gay, the grave, the sage, and ambitious, who essayed the solution and failed, left the presence to mount the horse of death. In the meantime, proclamation was made far and wide, declaring that robes of crimson, chains of gold, and the first place in the kingdom, and the princess should be reward of the lucky man. One day there came to court a very rich and royal embassy from the king of the south, seeking an alliance and propounding new treaties, and among the suit was a young Bassange poet who acted as interpreter to embassy. This youth heard of the singular state of things, learned the conditions, and got the riddle by heart. For 4 long months did he ponder upon and study it, revolving in his mind all sorts of answers, but without finding any that fulfilled the 3 requisites. In order to study more at ease, the youth was in the habit of retiring to a grotto behind the palace, and there repeating to himself the riddle and all sorts of possible responses thereto. The princess, hearing of this, determined to watch him, and did so. Now, poets must sing, and this one was particularly addicted to that sort of exercise, and he made it a point to imagine all sorts of perfections as residing in the princess, and he sang his songs daily into the grotto, sang himself desperately in love with his ideal, and so inflamed the girl herself, who had managed to both see and hear him herself unseen, that she loved him dearer than life. Here, then, were 2 people made wretched by a whim. Love and song are very good in their places, but for a steady diet are not comparable to any other things. And as this couple fed on little else, they both pined sadly and rapidly away. At length one day the youth fell asleep in the grotto, and his head rested directly over a fissure in the rock, through which there issued a very fine and subtle vapor, which had the effect of throwing the youth man in a trance, during which he fancied he saw the princess herself, unveiled and more lovely than the flowers that bloomed in the king's garden. He also thought that he saw an inscription which bade him despair not, but try. And at the same time, there flowed into his mind the sentence which subsequently became the watchword of the mystic fraternity, which for some centuries has been known as the Rosy Cross. There is no difficulty to him who truly wills. Footnote. This is the eternal, oft-repeated watchword of the Rosy Cross. Read the prologue carefully for the source and explanation. Footnote 2. To truly will. This is the key to all the mysteries and experiences in life. All things are ultimately overcome and mastered by him who refuses to be dismayed or misled from the path, and who will not admit defeat, irrespective of the sufferings, apparent defeats, or disillusionments. To him who stands firm, all things are possible, and only he who is adamant in his search is worthy of final initiation. Weaklings, whether of mind or soul, are unfit to become masters. Along with this, there came a solution of the king's riddle, which he remembered when he woke, and instantly proclaimed his readiness to attempt that which had cost so many adventurers their lives. Accordingly, the grandest preparations, including a man with a drawing blade ready to make the poet shorter by a head if he failed, were made, and at the appointed hour all the court, the princess included, convened in the largest hall of the palace. The poet advanced to the foot of the throne and there knelt, saying, "O king, live forever. What three things are more desirable than life, light, and love?" Footnote: 3 fundamental teachings of the Rosy Cross. What three things are more inseparable? And what better cometh from the sun, yet is not the sun? O king, is thy riddle answered? "True," said the king, "you have solved it, and my word shall be kept." And he straightway gave commands to have the marriage celebrated in royal style, albeit through the influence of the high court official. He hated poets in general, and this one particularly so, because he thought that the young man had foiled him in one of the treaties just made. Now, it so happened that the Grand Vizier had hoped by some means to get a solution of the riddle and secure the great prizes for the young son of his own, and as soon as the divan was closed, that very day he hastened to the closet of the king, and there still further poisoned the mind of his master against the victor by charging him with having succeeded through the aid of sorcery, which so enraged the king that he readily agreed to remove the claimant by means of a speedy, secret, and cruel death that very night, to which end the poet was drugged in his wine at the evening banquet, conveyed to a couch openly, and almost immediately afterwards removed to the chamber allotted to the refractory servants of the court. This apartment was underground, and the youth, being thrown violently on the floor, revived and was astonished to find himself bound hand and foot in the presence of the king, his vizier, and a few soldiers, and death, for he saw at a glance that his days were numbered. He defended himself from the charge of sorcery, but in vain. He was doomed to die, and the order given, when, just as the blow was about to fall, there appeared the semblance of a gigantic hand, moving as if to stay the uplifted blade. But too late. The sword fell, and as it reached the neck of the victim, he uttered the awful words, "I curse ye all who," and the rest of the sentence was spoken in eternity. But there came a clamor and a clangor, as if 1,000 protesting spectral voices, and one of them said in tones of thunder, "This youth, by persistence of will, has unbarred the gates between this world and that of mystery. He was the first of his and thy race that ever achieved so great an honor, and ye have slain him, and he hath cursed thee, by reason of which thou, O king, and thou, O vizier, and the dead man have all charged the human for another nature. The first shall go down the ages, transmigrating from one form to another." Footnote: This is a misuse of the word transmigration, the reference to repeated incarnations until the evil has been righted and justice satisfied. Thou, O Vizier, shall also exist till thou art forgiven. Dula Bel shall be thy name. And thou shalt tempt the king through long ages, and be foiled whenever the youth, who shall be called the stranger, shall so will, for the sake of love he bore thy daughter. This drama shall last until a son of Adam shall wed with a daughter of Ish, or thou, king, in one of the phases of thy being shall love and be truly, fully loved again. And for thyself alone, an eternity may elapse ere then. Ask me not, said young Beverly, why, but believe me when I say that I know that ages ago I was that king, that the stranger had been seen by my mother, that Dula Bel still haunts and tempts me for the sin of ages. I know the fate impending over me, and that in this my present form I am actually a neutral being, for whom there is no hope save through the union of myself, a son of Adam's race, with the daughter of Ish, one not of Adam's race. This then is the dreadful fate to which I was left so piteously exposed on the morning that my mother died on Manhattan Island, left to pay the penalty of a crime committed thousands of years ago. Chapter 3. A Spectral Visitant. It must be confessed that this is a singular story and smelled very strong of Hart's Mountanism, or its equivalent, imagination. He continued his story thus. I did not know all this at 5 years old, of course. The only thing I did fully comprehend was the loss of my mother, her strange silence, the woeful look of those who hugged my little head and said, "Poor child." I tried hard to be manly and not cry as they bade me, but it was useless, and the tears welled up in floods from my poor little childish heart. Have you ever lost a mother? As I nestled on the bed where she lay so very still, I asked the bystanders and mourners where the talking part of my mother had gone to, if she would never talk to, love, or pet me any more. They said never more, and they repeated that dreadful but untrue refrain till my poor heart was full almost to bursting with its load of pressure of grief. And then I threw myself upon her dear body and cried till tears refused to flow, for I had lost my mother, sirs. I had lost my mother. Would that I could weep now as I did then. It would relieve my overburdened heart, but I cannot, for the tear fountain seldom thaws. The floods still gather and well up, but they freeze ere and they reach the surface, and the heartstrings snap and crack, but they did not break. I wish they would, so that I might join even for a while that dear mother whom I loved so well. Childhood's griefs are written with a feather upon warm parchment, with stainless ink, but the heart's greater woes are burned into the memory with a fiery iron stylus. The first lines speedily wear away, and the last are ineffaceable. As I lay upon the cold breast of my darling mother, a woman said to me, "Do not cry, poor child. She is happy now. She has just gone up on her way to heaven." And I believed what that woman said, and I looked out through the deep foliage of the trees hard by, looked eagerly up into the sky, expecting to see her ascending soul. And as my eye caught the shadowy fleece of a melting silvery cloud, I thought and believed it to be my mother's sainted soul. I half believed so still. For as the cloud vanished into nothingness on the breast of the blue, I distinctly heard a voice gentle and soft and sweetly mournful, like unto the dying notes of a wind harp, lightly touched by the zephyr's breath, whisper in my ear these words, which at the time I could not fully comprehend. Lonely one of the ages, there may be rest for thee in the life thou art now commencing. Let thy motto be try, despond not, but ever remember that how bitter soever our lot may be, that despite that all we may be happy yet. Peace, poor child, thou art watched and guarded by thy mother. And the stranger, added another and more silvery voice from out of the deep stillness of that noontide heaven. I knew that mystic voice, the first one, and felt that it was there from beyond time's threshold. I trusted its sacred words of promise, for I had, as a child, I was an unshaken faith, an intuition, if you will, that instant flowing to me that my blessed mother still lived. From that hour commenced a strange double existence, to and in me, two instances perfectly true in all respects I will relate, either of which forever settled in my mind that some human beings consciously survive the ordeal of death. Not long after my irreparable loss, I, along with several other children, went to bed in the roof chamber of that dark old house, and something had occurred of a merry turn, and we were all brimful of joy and glee, and our mirth was as loud as it dared be, for fear of the ogres downstairs, who had a bad habit of forcing silence through the medium of sundry straps and birch twigs. In the very midst of the uproar, the bedclothes were slowly, carefully lifted from off of us by agencies totally invisible. We pulled them back, but again and again they were removed, and the moment was accompanied by a din of clatter, as if 50 cannonballs were rolling on the floor, and it immediately brought the ogres and their straps from downstairs to see what was the matter. So far as terror permitted, we explained, whereupon the ogres looked scaredly wise, readjusted the quilts, and retreated. No sooner had they left, the cannonballs began again to roll over the floor, and mustering courage to rise and grapple for the coverlet, which had again been pulled from us, I clearly and distinctly saw a female figure calmly standing at the foot of the bed, but not upon the floor, for she had floated like a vapor on the air. There was but little, if any, light in the room, save that which surrounded and appeared to emanate from the spectral figure. She stood in the midst of a silvery or phosphoric haze. It was by no means phantasmal in appearance, but so clear, sharp, well-defined did the apparition seem, that to this day I remember distinctly the figures on what appeared to be the dress that she wore, which fact involves a mystery no psychologist has yet been able to fathom satisfactorily. The children who also saw this sight were terrified. I was not, for I felt she would not harm me, for the reason that mothers love their offspring, and that figure was my mother. Some considerable time elapsed after this, and I had grown into a stout and active boy, having already drifted for some years up and down the world, and once found myself registered as a cabin boy on board the brig Phoebe of New Bedford, whereof one Alonzo Baker was captain, not of New Bedford, but the brig. In this vessel I served for several months, to the satisfaction of no one, myself included, being too small, weak, and delicate for the arduous duties required of me, and consequently had to pay the usual penalty. Sailors, to a man, are superstitious, though less so now than in the days whereof I am speaking. Still at present it is not hard, in spite of the march of intellect, to find sailors who, between the dog watch and 8 bells will spin you a yarn under the weather rail that will make a man's hair stand on end like the hairs of an enraged kitten. On board the Phoebe, there were several old salts, and many were the tales they told of ghosts of murdered sailors appearing in the midst of dreadful storms to encourage foremost jacks and frighten the souls of the guilty mates and captains, and of course, all this tended to deepen the vein of superstition and mysticism running through me. Often I have been apprised of the presence and power of the dead, or those who never die, and when tempted to share the dangerous pleasures of my older comrades, been mysteriously saved. Sailors, like everybody else, are fond of power and delight in lording over those whom chance or accident places in their power. And on every vessel there is one man who is sure to be the butt and target for petty tyranny and abuse. On board the Phoebe, this fell to my lot, and not being able to forcibly resist, I took care to hide in my chest about a gallon of rum, into which about half an ounce of croton oil from the medicine chest had previously been poured. I labeled the jug poison. Croton oil is most infamously active purgative known. The sailors found the jug and read the label and didn't believe it, drank the liquor, and were actively engaged for several afters thereafter. As a consequence, a more earnest, self-serving set of men were never seen. They had no relish for supper that night. They beat me unmercifully, but I still revenged. Still they abused me until one day a sailor tweaked my nose in the galley, and for his pains received a half a gallon of hot lard in the waistband, which troubled him wonderfully. At last I meditated suicide as a relief, and in a paroxysm of rage and despair, such as boys only are subject to, actually ran off to accomplish and leapt over the taffrail into the surging sea when I was arrested by a narrow blast of warm, almost hot air, which thrilled me to the very center of my being and almost pinned me to the deck, while at the same time there flowed into my soul an eloquent and an indignant protest against my supreme folly, accompanied by the spoken word, "Be patient, try." It is impossible to attribute all of these things to imagination. One evening, a long time after the occurrence just related, a company of ladies and gentlemen in the house situated near the observatory, Portland, Maine, were conversing upon the general subject of ghosts and rewards and punishment after death. When we sat down, there were 13 persons in the room, and 13 persons only. We became deeply absorbed in discussion, indeed so much so that the host gave the servant direct orders not to disturb us and to refuse admission to any person whatsoever. And thus we all talked freely, the servant seated in the hall close by the door. No one was admitted. Presently, one person, by reason of his eloquence and venerable appearance, engrossed all of our attention by the thrilling things he told, although he did not join the conversation till over an hour after we had begun it, nor did his conversation appear at all intrusive. He was the 14th person, although we did not realize that fact till we were separating, and he had disappeared. Upon inquiry, no one knew him, had ever seen him before, or observed his departure, not even the servant, who declared that for 2 hours no one had passed him either way. It was voted very strange, and that for our own credit's sake the matter should be hushed up. But we agreed to meet again at the same house that day week to discuss the matter and compare opinions arrived at in the interim. Chapter 4 of Very Strange Story. Et Lavar. On the appointed evening, a select party of us met pursuant to the agreement, but not one had reached a solution of the mystery. In those days, crazy philosophers had not foisted their blasphemous absurdities on the world, nor had their peculiar system of morals made rogues of one half of their deluded followers, or shameless women of the other, nor had lunatic asylums then been packed, as they have since, with sufferers ruined by bad teachings, nor were their graveyards dotted with mounds raised by weeping friends over loved ones driven to suicide by bad doctrines. In those days, a man's wife was comparatively safe, nor were divorces half so common as they have since become. In those days, husbands did not sneak off to Indiana and by blank perjury procure divorce in order that they might revel in barefaced, shameless, open crime with their worthy paramours. In those days, free loveism had not broken in on the world, nor had the wild philosophy made millions of fools and idiot fanatics out of material that God created for better purposes. In those days, Joe Smith had not convinced thousands that harlotry is the straightest road to heaven, nor had Noyes founded his huge religious brothel in the center of the state, contaminating the country for leagues around, and the handy system of pantarchism, with its splendid truths and 100 falsehoods, had not then afforded a ready explanation of mysteries such as those I have recounted, nor had any man dared claim to be the confidential exponent of mighty truth. On the night in question, our conversation became, if possible, more interesting and absorbing than on the first occasion, owing to the novel fillip it had then received. So absorbed did I become during the evening that on one or two occasions I partially lost myself in a semi-mesmeric coma, which gradually deepened as the discussion waxed warmer until my lower limbs grew cold and a chilling numbness crept upon me, creating such a terror that I resolved to make my condition known, even at the risk of interrupting the discussion. I made the trial and found to my consternation that I could not utter a syllable. I could not move an inch. Horror! The company were so engrossed with the matter before them that no notice was taken of any change that might have been perceptible in me, nor did one person there suspect that I was not attentively drinking in the discourse. With inexpressible alarm, I felt that life itself was fast ebbing from me, and that death was slowly and surely grasping, clutching, freezing my vitals. I was dying. Presently it appeared as if a long interregnum had occurred between the last previous conscious moment and the present instantaneous but positive agony, a sudden sharp tingling pang, like that of hot needles thrust in the flesh, shot through my brain. This was followed by a sinking sensation, as if the body had resigned itself to passive dissolution, and then came, with electric rapidity, a succession of the most cruel agonies ever endured by mortal man. When it ceased, consciousness had ceased also. I fell to the floor as one suddenly dead, to the amazement of the company, and was afterward declared. How long the physical inanition lasted, I cannot now say, but during it, the spiritual part of me was roused to a tenfold degree of activity, consciousness into power, for it saw things in a new and cryptic light, and far more distinctly than it had through the bodily eyes. An increase of hearing power accompanied this accreditation of sight, and I heard a voice precisely like that heard when my mother died and when about to throw myself onto the seas, which said, "Awake, a lesson awaits you." And with this there came a partial rousing from the lethargy, and I was led upstairs and threw myself upon a sofa mechanically, at the same time fixing my eyes upon a bald white face of reared old Flemish clock that occupied the entire southern angle of the room. Here I was left alone by my friends, who again resumed their conversation in the parlor below. Gradually the old clock face seemed to clarify and expand until, no longer obstructed by substance, I gazed out and down and up and through an avenue of the most astonishing light I had ever beheld. It seemed to me that I no longer occupied my body, but that, freed from flesh and time, I had become a denizens of eternity. And on the fleecy vapor I was sustained in mid-air by the potent arm of a strange-looking old man, the veritable and precise image of him who, 10 days before, had occasioned us such a fright by his mysterious conversations and evanishment. He told me not to fear, but to repose implicit confidence in myself and him, and that he would not injure me, but do me good. That his name was Etlevar, that his years and ages long, and that he was the companion of those who die and live again, and of those who never taste death. All this and more he told me, and he said that his design was to serve both himself and me, and that he was familiar with certain mighty secrets that had been claimed to be possessed through many ages by the wise and the learned of earth. The Nerek el Gabel, the Hermeticists, the Pythagoreans, the 3 temples of the Rosy Cross, the medieval and modern Rosicrucians, and the scattering delvers after mystery in all ages, times, and places. He said that among the things that I might learn from him were the priceless secret of compounding the elixir of life, the drinking of which by mortals would confer perpetual youth and surprising beauty. Then there was the Lethean drought, and whomsoever drank thereof forthwith forgot all care, was oblivious to all that was concerned the future, and lived intensely in the present. Then there was the water of love, and whoever drank thereof became irresistibly magnetic to the opposite sex and could kindle affection in the heart of the icy by mere personal presence. Then there was the wondrous stone of the philosophers, not capable of transmuting by a touch whole tons of the grossest substance into solid, shining gold, but making it chemically. And then there was the magic crystal ball, which the gazer could behold whatever he wished to that was then transpiring on the earth or any of the planets. All this knowledge, he said, I will expound to you on certain conditions to be hereafter mentioned. I relate these things in the briefest possible manner to make no allusions to my feelings during the time I listened to this strange being, Etlevar. Further than to remark that during the temptation, shall it be called, I seemed to be hovering in an aerial expanse and realized a fullness of activity of life never realized before, and knew for the first time what it was to be a human being. My freed spirit soared away into a superincumbent ether, and far, very far beneath us rolled the great revolving globe, while far away in the black, inane, twinkled myriads of fiery sparks. The starry eyes of God, looking through the tremendous vault of heaven. Picture to yourself a soul quitting earth, perhaps forever, and hovering over it like a gold-crusted cloud at the set of sun, when all the winds are hushed to sleep on the still and loving bosom of its protecting God and thine. By the exercise of a power to me unknown, Epilogue arrested our motion, and the cloud on which we seemed to float stood still in mid-air, and he said to me, "Look and learn." Like busy insects in the summer sun, afar off in the distance I beheld large masses of human beings toiling wearily up a steep ascent, over the summit which there floated heavy, thick, dense, murky, gloom-laden clouds, crimson and red on their edges, were there as if crowned with thunder, and their bowels overcharged with lightnings, and their somber shadows fell upon the plains below, heavy and pall-like, even as shrouds on the limbs of beauty, or the harsh critic's sentence upon the first fruits of the budding and aspiring genius. "It is nothing but a crowd," I said, and the being at my side repeated as if in astonishment, "Nothing but a crowd? Boy, the destinies of nations center in a crowd. Witness Paris, look again." Obeying mechanically, I did so, and soon beheld a strange commotion among the people, and I heard a wail go up, a cry of deep anguish, a sound heavily frightened with human woe and agony, and I shuddered. Oh, the extreme apex of the mountain stood a colossal monument, not an obelisk, but a sort of temple, perfect in its proportions and magnificent to view. This edifice was surmounted by a large and highly polished golden pyramid in miniature. On all of the faces of this pyramid was inscribed the Latin word felicitas. I asked for an explanation from my guide, but instead of giving it, he placed his air-like hand upon my head, and drawing it gently over my brow and eyes, he said, "Look." Was there magic in his touch? It really seemed so, for it increased my visual capacity 50-fold. And on again, turning to the earth beneath me, I found my intense, almost painfully excited by real drama. There and then in acting, it was clearly apparent that the great majority of the people were partially, if not wholly, blind, and I observed that one group near the center of the plain below the mountain appeared to be under much greater excitement than most of the others, and their turbulence appeared to result from the desire of each individual to reach a certain gold ball and staff, which lay on the cushion of crimson velvet within the splendid, open-sided monument on the mountain. In the midst of this lesser crowd, energetically striving to reach the ascending path, was one man who seemed to be endowed with far more strength and resolution, not of body but of purpose, than those immediately around him. Bravely he urged his way towards the mountain's top, and after almost incredible efforts succeeded. Exultingly he approached the temple. By his side were hundreds more. He outran them, entered, reached forth, and seized the ball and scepter. It seemed the courageous man must certainly succeed. His fingers touched the prize, a smile of triumph illumined his countenance, and then suddenly went out in a blight of death, for he fell to the earth from a deadly blow dealt by one of the treacherous hands from behind, while others seized and hurled him down the steep abyss beyond which the temple abutted, and he was first dashed to pieces and then trampled out of existence by the iron heels of advancing thousands. Men who saw but pitied not, rather rejoiced that one rival less was in existence. "Is it possible," I cried internally, "that such hell broth of vindictiveness boils in human veins?" "Alas, thou seest," replied Epilogue by my side. "Learn a lesson," said he, "from what you have seen. Fame is a folly, not worth the having when obtained. Felicitas is ever ahead, never reached, therefore not to be looked for. Friendship is an empty name or covenant cloak which men put on to enable them to rob with greater facility. No man is content to see another rise except when such rising will assist his own elevation, and the man behind will stab the man in front if he stands in his way. Human nature is infantile, childish, weak, passionate, and desperately depraved, and as a rule, they are the greater villains who assume the most sanctity. They, the most selfish, who prate loudest of charity, faith, and love. Footnote: in every human heart there is a longing for true friendship. This desire is even stronger than that for love. Friendship gives freely and forgives easily. Love, even in its highest, is both arrogant and selfish, and that it seeks its own satisfaction and fears to give unless it receives in return. Friendship, on the other hand, embraces the innocent and the guilty. It judges not, nor does it condemn. Love does all of these things, and if unrequited, turns to hate, and in its bitterness destroys that which it has loved. The salutation, "my friend," is the deepest, most heart-reaching that man can speak or write. I began my tutelage by warning, therefore, arming you against the world and those who constitute it. If you wish to truly see, you must learn first to put the world and what it contains at its proper value. Remember, I who speak am Etlavar, awake. Like a sudden black cloud in the eastern seas, there came a darkness before me. My eyes opened and fell upon the old clock face. Its hands told me that it was exactly 13 minutes since I had marked the hour on the dial. Since that hour, I have had much similar experience, and it is this that affords ground for the unusual powers in certain respects, not claimed, but attributed to me. Such was the substance of the young man's narrative in answer to questions propounded to him long before the date at which he is introduced to the reader. Chapter 5. Love, Eulampia, the Beautiful. The golden sun was setting, and day was sinking beneath his crimson coverlets in the glowing west. The birds, on thousands of green boughs, were singing the final chorus of the summer opera. The lambs were skipping homeward in the very excess of joy, while the cattle on the hills lowered and bellowed forth their thanksgiving to the viewless Lord of Glory. Man alone seemed unconscious of his duty and the blessings he enjoyed. Toil-weary farmers were slowly plodding their way supper and bedward, and all nature seemed to be preparing to enjoy her bath of rest. Still sat the wanderer by the highway side. Still fell his tears upon the grateful soil, and as the journeys home, the tavern word passed him by. Many were the remarks they made upon him, careless whether he heard them or not, some in cruel, heartless mockery and derision, some few in pity, and all in something akin to surprise, for men of his appearance were rarely seen in that neighborhood. At last there came along 3 persons, 2 of whom were unmistakably Indians, and the third a girl of such singular complexion, grace, form, and extraordinary facial beauty, it was extremely difficult to ethnologically define what she was. This girl was about 14, and the boy who accompanied her and the gray-haired old Indian by her side was apparently about 12 years old. This last was the first to notice the stranger. "Oh, Eulampia," he said, "see, there's a man crying, and I'm going to go help him." The boy spoke in his own vernacular, for he was a full blood of Oneida branch of the Mohawks, fearless, honorable, quick, impulsive, and generous as sunlight itself. To see distress and fly to its relief was but a single thing for him, and used to be with his people until improved and civilized, with bad morals and worse protection. The Indian was Ki-a-Hoana, the lenient and brave, chief of the Stockbridge section of the Mohawks. The girl, Eulampia, nominally passed for his grandchild. But such was not the case, for although she might well be taken for a fourth blood, she really had no trace of Indian about her, further than the costume, language, and general education and habit. Her name was modern Greek or Romantic, but her features and complexion no more resembled that of the pretty dwellers of the Pinkie Po or some shores of Bosphorus than of the Indians or Anglo-Saxon. Many years previous to that day, this girl, then a child of 3 or 4 months' age, had been brought to the chief and left in his care for a week by a woman clad in the garb of and belonging to a wandering band of gypsies who, attracted by the universal reputation of the New World, had left Bohemia and crossed the seas to reap the golden harvest. This band had held its headquarters for nearly a year on Cornhill, Utica. Once they had deployed about the country in a circle whose radius averaged about 120 miles. The woman never came back to claim the child, for the member of the band suddenly decamped after having financiered a gullible old farmer out of several thousands of dollars in gold, which they had persuaded him it was necessary that he should put in a bag and bury in the ground at a certain hour of a certain night, in order to ensure the speedy recovery of a large mine of diamonds that was certainly upon his farm, and would as surely be brought to light when the gold was exhumed after a certain time. Each time was quite long enough for the band to dig up the gold and disperse in all directions and meet again 3,000 miles away. This bit of Cornhill swindling was considered rather sharp practice, even for that locality, and ended by shrouding the girl in an impenetrable mystery and giving the old chief a child who, as she expanded and grew up, became quite as dear to his heart as any one of his own offspring, and in fact, by reason of her superior intelligence, she became far more so, for mind ever makes itself felt and admired. Not one of the ethnological, physical, moral, or mental characteristics which mark the Romany tribes was to be noticed in this girl, and wise people concluded that she had somewhere been stolen by the woman who, from fear or policy, had left her to fate and the good old Indian's care. Aesthetics is not my forte, hence I shall not attempt to describe the young girl. The name she bore was marked on her clothing in Greek letters, which were afterwards rendered into English by a professor of college whose assistance had been asked by the Indian. Besides being known far and near as the most beautiful girl of her age, she was also distinguished as by far most intelligent. She was undisputed queen on the reservation, not by right, but by quiet usurpation. She looked and acted the born empress, and her triplicate scepter consists of kindness, intelligence, and that nameless dignity and presence inherent in truly noble souls. Such was the bright shining maiden who, attracted by the boy's cry and actions, now crossed over to the side of young Beverly. Observing his sorrowful appearance, she placed her soft hand tenderly upon his head and said in tones of heartfelt and deeply sympathetic, "Man of the heavy heart, why weep you here? Is your mother just dead?" The young man raised his head and saw the radiant girl before him, and after a moment's hesitation, during which he shuddered as if at some painful memory, murmuring, "No, it cannot be possible, cannot be. In this part of the world, too, no," he replied to her, saying, "Girl, I am lonely, and that is why I weep. I am but a boy, yet the weight of years of grief rest and bear me down. Today is the anniversary of my mother's death, and when it comes, I always pass it in tears and prayer. Since she went home to heaven, I have no true friend, and my lot and life are miserable indeed. Men call themselves my friends and prove it by robbing me. Not long ago there came a man to me, and he was very rich, and he said, "People tell me that you are very skillful with the sick. Come, I have a sister whom the physicians say must die. I love her. You are poor. I am rich. Save her. Gold shall be yours." I went. She was beyond the reach of medicine, and it was possible to prolong her life only in one of two ways, either by transfusion of blood from my veins to her own, or by the transfusion of life itself. I was young and strong, and we resolved to adopt the latter alternative as being the only possible effective one. And for months, during 3 years, I sat beside that poor sick girl and freely let her wasted fame draw its very life by magnetically sapping my own. Finally, I began to sink with exhaustion and disease similar to her own. And to save my life, I was forced to break the magnetic cord and go to Europe. As soon as it was severed, she sank into the grave, and then I returned and received a considerable sum of money in the nature of a loan. This favor was granted me as a reward for my pains, time, and ruined health. I was to return it from the proceeds of a business to be immediately established. At that time, I resolved to purchase a little home for those who depended on my efforts for the bread that they ate, and so wrote to a man who called himself my friend, but who was the direct cause of most of the evil I have for 10 years experienced. This fellow pretended to deal in lands. I put $900, half I had in the world, in this man's hand, to purchase a fine little place of a few acres, which place he took me to see. I was pleased with it and saw a home for those who would be left behind me when I was dead. A few days thereafter, this ghoul came to me again and represented that gold bullion being down, he could make considerable profit for me in 3 days. Would I make the investment? I handed over the remainder of my money. The 3 days lengthened into years. Instead of being a capitalist, he was a bankrupt, was not in the gold business, and had no more control over the land he showed me than he had over Victoria's crown. Meantime, my furniture was seized. I lost my name with the friend who advanced the sum. I became ill, and in my agony called this man a swindler. To silence me, gave me a check on a bank. I presented it, no funds, and yet he dared call himself an honest man. "You have but unsay the harsh things said about me," said this semblance of a man to me one day, "and I am ready to pay you everything I owe." My mind was unsettled. I listened to him, and the result was that by duplicity and fraud more mean and despicable than the first, there was a depth of villainy more profound. He obtained my signature and acknowledgement that the money of which he had openly swindled me then in his hands was a friendly loan. And then he laughed, ha, and he laughed, ho, at me in my misery, and actually suffered a child in our family to perish and wretchedly die for want of food and medicine. But then he told me that he had buried it properly, respectfully, up there in the cemetery, and it was the only truth I ever heard from his lips. But then he sent the funeral bills for me to pay, all the while laughing at my misery, while the lordly house he occupied was redeemed from forced sale with my money, and himself and his feasted luxuriously every day on what was the price of my heart's blood. Still they laughed, ha, and grew fat on my blood. I still have the memory of a dead child up here in the cemetery. Poor, starved child. It is no satisfaction to me to know that there is in existence a principle of strict justice dealt out from the divine heart, nor that it will overtake that especial and every other wrongdoer nor is it pleasant for me to realize that pure happiness can never be his, in this or in any other world, so long as the bitter memory of his deed against me and mine remain within my crystal cells of my immortal soul. It is very difficult to forgive a deliberate wrong against oneself and all one holds dear. It is impossible for me to forgive him. As the man uttered these terrible sentences, he shuddered as if horror-stricken at the impending fate of this wronger of the living and the dead. And it was clear to the girl that he would have freely averted the doom had such a thing been possible. Men and cliques, he said, have used me for their purposes, have, like this ghoul, wormed themselves into my confidence, and then, when their ends were served, have abandoned me to wretchedness and misery. Rosicrucians and all other delvers into the mines of mystery, all dealers with the dead, all those idiosyncrasies are towards the ideal, the mystic, the sublime, are debtors to nature, and the price they pay for power is groans, tears, breaking hearts, and a misery that none but such doomed ones can either appreciate or understand. Compensation is an inexorable law of being, nor can there be any possibility, be any evasion of it. The possession of genius is a certificate for perpetual suffering. You now know why I am sad, O girl of good heart. I am weak tonight. Tomorrow will bring strength again. But see, the golden sun is setting in the west. Alas, I fear that my sun is setting also for a long, long night of wretchedness. You speak well, man of sore spirit, replied the girl. You speak well when you say the sun is setting, but you seem to forget that it will rise again and shine as brightly as he does today. He will shine even though dark clouds hide him from us, and though you and I may not behold his glories, someone else will see his face and feel his blessed heat. Old men tell us that the darkest hour is just before the break of day. I bid you take heart. You may be happy yet. The precise formula of the mysterious brotherhood, the very words uttered by the dead mother who bore me, how did this girl obtain it? When? Where? From whom? Beverly started, gazed into the mighty depths of her eyes, was about to ask the question suggested, but forbore. We may all be happy yet, she said, for the Great Spirit tells me so. And she crossed her hands upon her virgin breasts, the breast glowing with the immortal fervor and inspiration. And she threw, by a toss of the hand, her long black sea of hair behind her, and stood, revealed, the perfect incarnation of faith and hope, as if her upturned eyes met God's glance from heaven. The old chief and the boy at his side said nothing, but each instinctively folded his hands in the attitude of confidence and prayer. The combined effect of all of this upon the young man was electric. The singular incident struck him so forcibly that he rose to his feet, placed his hand upon the girl's head, uplifted his eyes and voice to heaven, and from the depths of his soul responded, Amen and Amen. It was at this critical instant that I, the editor of these papers, chanced to come up to where this scene was being enacted. A few words sufficed for an introduction, and on that spot began a friendship between us all that death himself is powerless to break. 2 hours thereafter, the chief, his son, the girl, the youth, were, with myself, partaking of a friendly meal at the old man's house. After the repast was over, the conversation took a philosophic turn, in which the chief, who was really a splendid specimen of the cultivated Indian, took an active and interested part. Presently, the old people took their pipes, the younger ones went to bed, and Beverly, and Lampia, as she was most universally called, walked out and sat them down beneath the old sycamore that stretched its giant limbs like a genius of protection over the cottage. There they talked gaily enough at first, but presently in a tender and pathetic strain, and it was clear that there had sprang up between them already something much warmer than friendship, yet which was not love. When they rose to enter the house, the last words uttered by the girl, uttered in the same singularly inspired strain, observed on their first meeting, were, "Yes, I will love you, but not here, not now, perhaps not on this earth. Yet I will be your prop, your stay, your deep seas between us roll. Listen, when I am in danger, you will know it, wherever you may be. Whenever you are in danger, you will see me. Forget not what I say. Ask me no questions. Your fate is a singular one, but not more than my own. Good night, goodbye. We will see each other no more at present. It is not permitted." And without another word, she abruptly left him, darted into the house, and passed up the stairs and was gone like a spirit. The next day, at the solicitation of the chief and the others who took an interest in young Beverly, he consented to go with me to my home, many leagues from this spot, and accordingly, in due time, we arrived there, and for several months he was an inmate of my house, and while under the shadow of ill health and its consequent sympathetic state, I became an inmate with many of the loftier and profound secrets of the celebrated Rosicrucian fraternity, with which he was familiar, and which he gave me liberty to divulge to a certain extent, conditioned that I forbore to reveal the locality of the lodges of the dome, or indicate the persons or names of its chief officers, albeit no such restriction was exacted in reference to the lesser temples of the order covering the first 3 degrees in this country, to the acolytes of which the higher lodges are totally unknown. Footnote. This continues to be the law of the fraternity. The old landmarks are obeyed today as surely as they were 300 years ago, and only those wholly ignorant of the fundamentals of the Rosy Cross act otherwise. Oh, how often I have sat beside him on the green banks of a creek that ran through my little farm, and raptly listened to the profoundest wisdom, the most exalted conceptions and descriptions of the soul, its origin, nature, powers, and destinies, listened to the metaphysical speculations that fairly racked my brain to comprehend, and all this from the lips of a man totally incapable of grappling successfully with the money-gripping world of barter and trade. Here was the most tremendous contradiction in one man that I have ever known or heard of, one who reveled in mental luxuries fit for an angel, yet had not foresight enough to foil a common trickster who blindly and for years reposed his whole trust in one whose sole aim was to rob him not only of his little competence, but of his character as a man, who suffered one near and dear to him to starve, literally to starve to death, and then be buried at the very moment that himself and his were luxuriating on the very money for which that man had bartered health, almost life itself. Was it not very singular? I have wondered time and again how much things could be, and intensely so, when he was been revealing to me some of the loftier mysteries of the order, when talking of Apollonius of Tyana, and the Platonists, and the elder Pythagoreans, of the sylphs, salamanders, and Glendoviers of Cardan, the young Céso, or the Kabbalistic light of Hermes Trismegistus, the Smaragdine tablets of sorcery and magic, black and white, of labyrinth and divine policy, of God and the Republic of Gods, of the truths and absurdities, of the gold-seeking Hermeticists and the pseudo-Rosicrucians, of Justin Martyr, Tertullian, Cyprian, Lactantius, and Alexander Clement, of Origen, Macrobius, Josephus and Philo, of Enoch and the Preadamite races, of Damboc, Caecus, Silius, Iambicus, Plotinus, Porphyrius, Paracelsus, and over 700 other mystical authors. Said he to me one day, "Do you remember laughing at me when I first began to talk about the Rosicrucians? And do you assert, if such a fraternity existed, it must be composed of knaves or fools, laughing heartily when informed that the order ramified extensively on both sides of the grave, and on the other shore of time was known in its lower degrees as the Royal Order of Non, and towering infinitely beyond and above that was the great order of the Neridi, and that whoever, actuated by proper motives, joined the fraternity on this side of the grave was not only assured protection and a vast amount of essential knowledge imparted to him here, but also of sharing a lot on the farther side of life, compared to which all other destinies were insignificant and crude. I repeat this assertion now." Chapter 6, Napoleon III and the Rosicrucians, an extraordinary man, an extraordinary theory. Beverly continued his very singular narrative, saying, "You have already been informed of the singular doom that hangs over me, that I am condemned to perpetual transmigrations unless relieved by a marriage with a woman in whom not one drop of the blood of Adam circulates. And even then, the love must be perfect and mutual. Thus my chance is about 1 in 396 billion against to a single one of me. This doom has brought around me, as it did around others before me, certain beings, powers, influences, and at length I became a voluntary adept in the Rosicrucian mysteries and brotherhood. How, when, or where I was found worthy of initiation, of course, I am not at liberty to tell. Suffice it that I belong to the order, and have been, by renouncing certain things, admitted to the companionship of the living, the dead, and those who never die. Have been admitted to the famous Derishavi Linnae, and am familiar with the profoundest secrets of the Faki Diva records, and through life have ever 3 great possibilities before me. One of these, I, being a neutral soul, is that of becoming after death a chief of a supreme order, called the light, or of its opposite, called the shadow, to which I am tempted by invisible but potent agencies, and the third of which is one I dread the most: the perpetuation of the doom to wander the earth for ages in various bodies as a result of the curse pronounced by a dying man ages ago, as you have already been told, unless I be redeemed by a true marriage with a woman in whom not one drop of the blood of Adam circulates. I desire to avoid all 3 if possible, and to share the lot of other men. Footnote: the initiate may not speak for himself, but such secrecy is not imposed upon others acquainted with the facts. Randolph received his final initiation in the Grand Dome in Paris on June 1st, 1850. I have another mysterious thing to relate to you. Doubtless you recollect that the curse was uttered by a young poet, and that the mysterious voice heard in the dungeon where he was slain declared that henceforth, that until the doom was fully accomplished, this youth during all of his ages should be known as the stranger. Well, in the course of the centuries that rolled away, the stranger became a member of the august fraternity in the heavens, known as the Order of Light. You know also that I, who was the king, incurred the penalty of wandering till relieved. And you are also aware that he who was the vizier was sentenced to a singular destiny under the name of Dula Bell. Well, he also became an active member of a vast association in the spaces known as the Order of the Shadow. This is but 1/2 of the mystery, for it became the subject of both Dula Bell and the stranger, who both knew that in my birth from the woman Flora, years before I underwent my present incarnation, that I would be in every respect a neutral man, one having no tendencies whatever naturally to either good or evil, but only toward attainment. And as such neutral man, it became possible to forego my doom and to become supreme chief of either the orders named, hence Dulap Bell and the Stranger. Besides their original, have the strong additional motive of making me subservient to their loftier views. And to achieve it, they frequently attend me in visible and invisible shapes, tempting, nearly ruining, and as often saving me from danger, worse than death itself. In what way has already been partially told, and will be hereafter seen. In one of my frequent sojourns to Paris, I became acquainted with a few reputed Rosicrucians, and after their sounding their depths, found the water very shallow and very muddy, as has been the case with those that I met in London. Bulwer, Jennings, Wilson, Belfet, Archer, Socher, Corvaja, and other pretended adepts, like the Hitchcocks, Kings, Scots, and others of that like ilk on American soil. Footnote: this has no reference to General Hitchcock, but to a family then active in spiritualism. At length there came an invitation from Baron D for me to attend and take part in a mesmeric seance. I attended, and from the reputation I gained on that occasion, but a few days elapsed ere I was summoned to the Tuileries by command of His Majesty Napoleon III, who for 34 years had been a true Rosicrucian, and whom I had before met at a space and time, but on a different errand than the present. Footnote: this is a fact, as it is also the whole succeeding account of what took place at this extraordinary seance. The anarchism observed is purportedly made. What then and there transpired, so far as myself was an actor, it is not for me to say further, but that certain experiments in clairvoyance were regarded as very successful, even for Paris, which is the center of the mesmeric world, and where there are hundreds who will read you a book blindfolded, and to Alexis and Adolphe Didier, who will do the same, though the page be enclosed in the center of a dozen boxes of metal or wood, one within the other. On this occasion I had played and conquered both chess and écarté, no word being spoken, the games simultaneous, and the players in 3 separate rooms. There was present also an Italian gentleman with an unpronounceable name, a Russian count, Lovinsky, and Madame Dablin, a mesmerist, an operatic singer. After a while, His Majesty asked the Empress and the General Pélisson, who afterwards became the Duke of Malakoff, if they would submit to trial of mesmerism by either of the 3 professors of the art named. They declined, whereupon the Emperor, speaking aloud, asked if any of the company were willing to test, in their own persons, the vaunted powers of His Excellency the Italian Count, whose methods of inducing his magnetic marvels differed altogether from those usually adopted, inasmuch as he, like Boucicault, the actor, in his famous play, The Phantom, makes no passes, scarcely glances for an instant at his subjects, and invariably looks away from them, not toward them. Now, it is a well-known fact that everybody believes everybody else, save themselves, subject to mesmeric influence, and is often demonstrated at a weekly séance of the Magnetic Society held in the Rue Grenelle Saint-Honoré. Footnote: established by Anton Mesmer, then a member of the Rosicrucian order. The members are also known as mesmerists, or more accurately, as magnetists. At the date of this imperial séance, spiritualism had not yet made public pretensions in France, and although the Scotch-American Daniel Hume had crossed the Atlantic and was at that time living in Cox's in Jermyn Street in Piccadilly, London, yet he had not then obtained the notoriety and subsequently became his, nor had half Europe run after those in whose presence tables tipped by heels, toes, and genuine spirit power, of course then, spiritual phenomenon so called, being then under ban, could not be and were not depended on as a means of explaining what there and then took place. With great pleasure, said the Count, in reply to a request to exhibit his power. With great pleasure, your Majesty. And forthwith he turned and looked straight into the massive mirror that occupied the entire space between the two windows of the saloon. As he spoke, it struck me that somewhere, at some time, I had met this Italian Rosicrucian. But where, for the life of me, I could not tell. Yet I was certain that I had heard that voice, and still more certain that I had beheld that strange, sweet smile. The Count's position before the mirror was such that, supposing his eye had been a flame, the reflected rays would strike the forehead of the one of the company, fairly in the center. The person upon whom it struck had not the least suspicion of what was being done. He did not make the discovery until it was too late, for no sooner did the operator get him fairly in focus than he clenched his hands, looked with tenfold earnestness in the mirror, and muttered to himself a few unintelligible words, and the gentleman fell to the floor as if his heart had been perforated by a bullet, or as if he had been struck down with a club. In an instant, all was confusion, everybody thinking it a fit of apoplexy, except the emperor, the operator, myself, and the Russian. Several went to raise him, but before they could do so, he sprang to his feet, began to sing and dance. The truth at the same time flashed upon the company that the phenomenon was mesmeric, and in another minute to plead for his life, as if before his judges, with the prison and the axe before him. The scene was solemn to the last degree. Suddenly, and without a word from the Count, the pleading changed to a musical scena. And although at other times totally incapable of singing or playing to the last degree, he performed several difficult pieces in magnificent style, on the harp and the piano, accompanying the performances vocally and in a manner that drew vocabulary plaudits from every person present. This part of the performance was suddenly terminated, for the sleeping subject placed himself in an exact spot which the Italian had stood, and, like him, gazed steadily in the mirror, and in 20 seconds the man stood in the line of reflection, fell to the floor, and the lady who, in going to his assistance, chanced to strike that line, instantly seized, raised him, and easily, as if he had been a doll, and with him commenced a dance unique, wild, and perfectly indescribable. It was infectious, for in less than half a minute 17 persons, high lords and stately dames, were wheeling, whirling, leaping, flying about the room in wilder measures than were ever performed by the Bacchantes. They had been magnetized by proxy. Astonished beyond measure at this extraordinary display, I retired, the better to watch the progress of the strange scene. To the opposite side of the saloon, I leaned carelessly against one of the two colossal Chinese josses that stood there. No person was anywhere near me, and in my surprise, I murmured below my breath, "What astonishing power!" And I am certain that a person standing close at my side could not have discerned what I said, yet nevertheless the thought was scarcely framed before the Count, and he turned squarely upon his heel, advanced straight towards me, smiled sweetly, strangely, as he did so, and said, "All this power is yours, and much that is still more mysterious if you but say the word." "What word?" asked I, surprised that the man should so readily read my thoughts, for it is impossible that he could have heard my exclamation. "That you will voluntarily join the most august fraternity that ever earth contained. Think of it. We shall meet again." "When? Where?" I asked hurriedly, for the august company were observing us, especially the emperor, who beneath his heavy brows was evidently paying quite as much attention to us as to the wonderful things then occurring across the room. He did not reply directly, but by a continuation of his breach of etiquette resumed, saying, "By the exercise of the power I possess and will impart to you conditionally, you shall be capable of depriving any man of speech, and make man, woman, or child perfectly subservient to your silent command, as the people yonder are to mine. There is Jean Boyard in this Paris who merely looks at any small object and makes it dance towards him. You shall exceed him 50-fold. On the Boulevard du Temple, M. Hector produces a full-blown rose from a green bud in 7 minutes. In the Rue de Bruxelles lives a girl, Julie Weimart, who exceeds Alexis and all other sleepers, for she beats you at chess, tells you all you know, and much that you have forgotten. You shall do all of that and more. In the street Grand Paris lives a boy who brings messages from the living in their sleep, meets and converses with your friends when they slumber, and describes them as perfectly as the sun can paint their portraits in the camera of Talbot and Daguerre. You shall have that power. In the Rue de Jour is a sage femme who cures all diseases that are curable by simple touch and prayer. You shall have that power greater than she can ever hope to. It is only necessary to say, I will have these powers, and they shall be yours. They are all well worth having. I learned my secret among the Magi in the East, men not half so civilized as were of the West, but who nevertheless know a great deal more than the sapient men of Christendom. That is, less of machinery, politics, and finance, but a great deal more of the human soul, its nature, its powers, and the methods of their development. Instead of being surprised at modern scientific revelations, we of the true temple— What temple? I interrupted him to ask. Of the supreme dome of the Rosy Cross, he said. Footnote. This temple continues active at the present day and was visited by us during our stay in Paris in February 1939. Methods and practices have kept pace with the needs of the age. All efforts are at the present directed towards the instruction and training of acolytes and the reception of initiates who are privileged to visit the Grand Dome. The emperor must have heard this question and its answer, for he directly crossed over to us and actually joined this curious tete-a-tete. The count bowed, did not seem at all embarrassed by the presence of the son of Admiral Verhuell, the great Dutch founder of the Second Empire, or emperor. As I was saying, the count resumed, instead of being elated at what Western science has done, we are ashamed of the tardy steps of progress. Progress indeed. Where is it, save in wretchedness, poverty, crime, selfishness, and in the accrement of misery? Progress is more fancied than real. Civilization is a misnomer, utilitarianism, a discretion of man's soul, philosophy, an imposture, and learning altogether false. I was pleased to see the emperor join the conversation at this point for 2 reasons. First, to hear what he had to say, and secondly, to observe whether the subjects on the floor could be kept under the count's influence while his mind was abstracted from them and centered on matters entirely different. Do not be disturbed at what he says, said the Majesty, for these mesmerists are slightly mad. And he smiled, while the Count shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed, with the method, however, then turning his attention towards the company, by some inscrutable power he stopped the dance, restored the subjects to their normal state, and almost instantly thereafter exercised it upon Madame Dablin, who straightway, with closed eyes, approached the grand piano, swept its keys with matchless skills as a prelude, and then launched forth into one of the strangest, most brilliant, yet wild and weird fantasies that genius ever dreamed of. I cannot now stop to describe its effect upon the company, nor upon myself, for my whole being was absorbed at that moment in matters far more important to me than a mesmeric experiment. However interesting and successful it might be, for at best its effect and memory would be transient and ephemeral, while on the contrary, the things I might learn from the Italian might last as long as my conscious soul endured. I was not therefore disappointed when he resumed his talk, and I cannot repeat the ipsissima verba of what he said, but the substance in reply to questions by the emperor and myself was in effect this: the soul and its qualities, passions and volumes are all clearly marked upon the physique, and are apparent to all who possess the proper key. To all others, the difficulty lies in correctly reading these signs, and still greater in assigning to each faculty its actual, its possible, and its relative strength and value. Every act that man does has an effect upon both his body and his soul, and the imprints thereof are indelibly stamped upon his features. Therefore, his past and even his most secret act or thought can be read by the adept with as much ease as if his face were a printed page, the type of being large, smooth, and clear. Footnote: the law of action and reaction in operation, no man, however great, can escape its constant activity, to so as to reap. Every emotion and passion leave its imprint, and is easily read by those who know. Initiates listen well and speak seldom. It is folly to be deluded in the belief that falsehoods are not easily unveiled, or that the shadows thereof do not flit across the features of the speaker, even while they are being spoken. Every man is susceptible of being controlled mesmerically by another, because no man is collectively stronger than his weakest faculty. A chain is no stronger than its most effective link. Now, I control men because I know at a glance which is the most vulnerable portion of their nature. Self-love, emulation, and will are the trinity in unity, around which the psycho republic revolves. One of these is always vulnerable. Subdue that, and you subdue the man. Now, when I perform such experiments as those now being exhibited, I first mesmerize not the entire brain, but a single faculty, which in turn speedily subdues all the rest. The mind of man is a mirror. Concede. Well then, I forthwith, by an effort of will, entirely vacate my own mind, thinking of nothing but a revolving wheel. The subject reflects my action. Then in fancy, I sing, dance, play, and the subject reflects my own thought by appropriate action. But, said one, suppose your subject understands nothing of these accomplishments, how then? All souls understand them. Footnote: Rosicrucians recognize the soul as a mine of wisdom, hidden beneath centuries of rubbish. The soul may be awakened by all who truly will. The rubbish can be cast aside and the soul made to manifest its original knowledge, including all it has known and experienced. This is the work of initiation. Bodies may not, but I bring the soul under subjugation. Not the body merely. This is a dangerous power to possess, said the emperor, and none but a good man ought to have it. A bad man cannot become a true Rosicrucian. Although men have turned their arms against the race, and the secrets of the fraternity, like all things else, have been trifled with and abused, thus it is possible for an expert to cure a diseased man by the exercise of the power alluded to. But the rule is dual. It is also possible to kill a healthy man by the same mysterious means, and indeed it has often been done, especially by the natives of Africa. Footnote: during the process of training and development, the evil passions must be transmuted into higher emotions. Unless this is accomplished, it is impossible to become an initiate, i.e., a Rosicrucian. A man failing to accomplish his hermetic work may continue as a neophyte of the order all of his life, yet never actually enter within the portals of the temple, i.e., cross the threshold of the august fraternity. However, even to try has its compensation. Every time the neophyte makes an effort towards inner or spiritual development, there is a reaction for good and a relief from an evil or an undesirable experience. I persuade my soul that you are sick and will die, and if I keep up the will and wish nothing is more certain, then both will be accomplished. Footnote. This, the secret of genuine voodooism. It is black magic, a great power, often used for an evil purpose. Some men naturally possess enormous powers of will and are able to project visible images like those of phantasmagoria, images of whatever they choose to fancy, a flower, a hand, an arm, or human form. And these spectra will be visible to scores of startled observers who, in their utter ignorance of the human mind and body and their respective and conjoined powers, believe them to be veritable ghosts of dead men and objects produced by them. I learned recently that in London, at this moment, a young Scotchman named Hume, who possesses this power to a remarkable degree and also that of levitation, and who is coining fame and fortune by pretending that the psychical phenomenon is always and truly spiritual, very seldom the case. I learned this great secret in the Punjab of Namsavi Shiti, the chief of the Rosicrucians of India and the greatest reformer since Buddha. Footnote. Secrets unveiled to Randolph while he was in the Orient doing research work seeking the information upon which he based the contents of his book Pre-Adamite Man. These teachings were later incorporated into what became known as the teachings of Imperial Ulysses, revealed only to members of the Rosy Cross after attaining the second degree in the temple. At this point, the emperor asked the count to exhibit a specimen of his spectre-producing power, to which the latter assented. First, he walked rapidly several times up and down the saloon, gave directions to lower the lights, which was done, and then, as before, he stood directly in front of the mirror for a minute or two, and then, in a sharp, crackling tone, repeated thrice the words, "Look!" We did so, and as I live, there flashed a semblance of 1,000 chains of vivid lightning across the face of the mirror, along the floor, over the ceiling, up and down the walls, now like forks and then chains of electric fluid, anon changing into fiery acorns, which gradually formed themselves into a fiery crown, rose gently and floated over the company for a few seconds, and then rested in the air about 5 inches above the head of Napoleon III, a crown fire. "Mind," said he, after this splendid proof of weird ability, "I do not aver that all of the phenomenon exhibited in these days as spiritual are produced as I have these, but I do say that not 1/10 part attributable to the spiritual agencies. That which, indeed, spiritual is not all the product of dead men, but much of it proceeds from the larvae and inhabitants of the spaces between the rolling globes." Then, turning to me, he repeated his invitation to become an acolyte of the temple. He said we should meet again, and shortly thereafter the seance broke up. I left the place greatly wiser than when I entered it 5 hours before. Calling Viltur Demise, I entered it and rode home to my hotel. Arrived there, I dismounted beneath the glare of a street lamp and drew forth my pocket watch to pay my fare. On opening it, what was my surprise in finding a letter closely sealed within it, directed to myself. I paid the coachman, hastened to my chamber, and then eagerly tearing the envelope, I read the following very singular letter, written in a female hand and in the English language. "Monsieur, remember, that you have met one human soul who knows and thoroughly understands your strange, mysterious, and inexplicable nature, your heaven's heights, your hell's depths, your space-sick breath, your volcanic eruptions, your ocean of godlike calmness and all-pervading, all-sustaining, holy stillness and quiet wherein the soul in its magnificent grandeur sweeps over all space, all time, and lives an infinity of lives in its own self-created world. As such, I see and know you. Yet, in all this, I see still other and greater character to arise in your being, and now exists there. I see a character is to arise, if you will allow the grandeur, diviner elements of your being, and also the heavenly elements to surround you, to blend into one united force, harmonic intelligence, that will mold your entire self into a man such as I cannot now describe. Two ways, my friend, are now before you, one so grand, so sublime, that I would, in order to explain it, demand the eloquence of Patrick Henry, and the strength of Caesar, and the love of greater still the wisdom of God. The other, not all these combined could give me the power to depict. In the name of him and humanity, choose the right. Such are the feelings of one who knows you. Listen, be quiet. Your time is precious. Adieu. This was Greek, Hebrew, Sanskrit, all combined to me, and it continued so for a long time. It was evidently written by someone who, while fully aware of one of my weaknesses, a susceptibility to flattery, yet knew not the man himself. Still, the allusions to my awful secret were too palpable to admit a doubt that the writer knew far more than the strange letter said or hinted at. Was it the mysterious Count? If so, why did he take so great an interest in a stranger? I could not understand it. Of course, I thought much of the Italian Count and ardently longed to know more of, if I did not join the mystic fraternity, whereof he was a member. But to no human being I had ever opened my mind upon the subject either of Paris or Naples, whither I repaired on my way to the Orient. Indeed, in the latter city, the subject of lay perdu in the cellars of my mind, for I sought to banish all care while in Italy, in order to drink full draughts of music, that balm for fevered souls. While there, I one night went to San Carlos to hear the opera Barber of Seville, and to listen to the glorious strains of Mario, Grisi, and Gassier. I had been charmed out of all of my griefs by the celebrated music lesson of the latter cantatrice, and I walked homeward. I hummed the notes as I passed along, and it rang in my ears long after I had lain down to sleep, with the peculiar caution of Americans generally, but of Californians especially, whose habits I find imbibed during my short residence within the Golden Gate. Before retiring, I had carefully examined the room. For Italians, especially Neapolitans, bear watching to see that all was safe and right. It was so, and then securely fastening both doors and windows, I was soon drifting up and down the dream sea. Beneath my pillow was my money belt, which was about $2,000 in gold, which, together with a revolver loaded to the muzzle, was the property of a California acquaintance. In the morning, the room was as when I slept, but the charges were drawn from the pistol, and the gold lay on the table arranged in the form of a triangle, surmounted by the letter R, while pinned to the bosom of my sleeping robe was a note in English, in a bold, clear handwriting, but in red ink. The note was not there the night before. It could not have been placed there by human hands. Do not fail, it read, to remember the purpose for which you cross the seas, for your enterprise concerns the future ages of the world. It is not yet accomplished. Achieve it. I will yet serve and save you. E. I was thunderstruck. Again, some mysterious being was crossing my path, that being whose strange domain lay on either side of time, and whose will seemed ever to hedge me about like a wall of fire, so that escape from the strange destiny that hung over me seemed almost impossible. I was in despair, for already had gray hairs shown themselves. I felt that I was growing prematurely old, and that the chances were greatly against me, a son of Adam, ever wedding with a daughter of Ish. Book 2, Chapter 1. About the Rosicrucians. It is no part of the editor's design, to recount all the adventures of Beverly, nor to trace his path through Egypt, Syria, Turkey, nor Europe. Suffice it that I became so interested in his story that I accompanied him on more than one long journey. Occasionally I would lose sight of him for months together, but by the strangest seeming accident we would meet again, now on top of Giza's Great Pyramid, now in the deserts of Dongola and Nubia, then in a French cafe, anon in the columned groves of Karnak and Thebes. We often parted, and as often met again, and in the interim I had not failed to investigate certain grave secrets which he had confided to me. I did not fully believe his strange doctrines, but I am sure that he did, and therefore he commanded my sympathy and respect. As previously indicated on my first acquaintance with him, I was exceedingly skeptical in regard to the existence in these days the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross, and derided his assertions respecting their powers. True, I had heard much and read more concerning the celebrated fraternity, an association that has proved a veritable godsend to scores of paper stainers in the parts of the globe where letters reign, as witness Charles Mackay, Kingsley, Robert Southey, and 50 others, not omitting Bulwer Lytton and his Zanoni and Strange Story, nor Hargrave Jennings and his Curious Things About Fire and Outside World. Footnote: 3 of the men belonging to the Inner of Esoteric Order of England, now known as the Order of the Rose, long presided over by Sidney H. Beard, the order to which King Edward belonged in 1904, and through whose portals I had the opportunity and pleasure to pass while in London in February 1939, and may now be revealed that when the first edition of the Fraternity of the Rosicrucians was issued, a letter was received from the then Grand Master of the Order of the Rose, Sidney H. Beard, requesting a special bound deluxe copy of this book, which the then King desired for his private library. Needless to say, the requested was compiled with. Such a request, we were informed, could not be made directly of a citizen of another country, and the brother therefore acted as intermediary. In my varied travels through Europe and the East, as well as in this my native land, I have met with scores, not to say hundreds, who've boasted themselves Rosicrucians, but it is a little while since they appeared in a spiritual sheet in Boston. First, a learned lecture by a female medium on Rosicrucians, and a long communication purporting to come from a deceased adept of the order, both of which were quite laughable by reason of the total and utter ignorance displayed. Probably both of these enlighteners had heard or read of Dr. Everard's Comme de Gabalis, and took that humorous bit of badinage as a real, Simon Pure explanation of Rosicrucianism, as indeed was natural, seeing that hundreds have fallen into the same comical error. For upon applying the touchstone to all of these pretended adepts in the secrets sublime and mighty of the order, is found that exceptionalists, they are woefully deficient in even the rudiments of the genuine fraternity, nor have these modern pretenders any more real claims to the truth than the hordes of fanatics which swarm all over Europe an age or two ago, and who brought ineffable disgrace both upon themselves and the sublime name which they stole. Footnote: the Comte de Gabalis serves a double purpose. It ridicules, and by means of ridicule destroys the foibles of superficial thinkers, while at the same time it conveys the most profound secrets to those who possess the key or the spiritual insight. The Comte de Gabalis is to be studied with sincerity. Then a search must be made to unveil the mysteries that lie hidden within its pages. Comte de Gabalis illustrates a curious method followed by all earlier initiates, even as late as the time of Randolph. On the one hand, the author praises man or philosophy, while on the other he condemns and ridicules them. There was reason in this. It tested the sincerity of the would-be acolyte. If his faith was not sufficiently strong to proceed without hesitation, he was considered undesirable. Seek and ye shall find, but never heed the obstacles to be met on the way. It was a mystery ye seek. This mystery must be found through the medium of those who likewise saw it. We can disregard the weakness of men, for in truth, all men have them. Footnote 2. All activities, whether good or ill, work in cycles. During one cycle, there is an epidemic of train or shipwrecks, and another destruction by storm or fire. And in yet another, it is murder, rapine, sex, crimes of war. In all instances, the psychologically weak or unbalanced are severely affected and react accordingly. Just as in Europe a cycle or two ago, the pseudo-Rosicrucians, or downright frauds, swarmed over the land and brought disgrace upon the true order. During the past decade, the same activity repeated itself in America. Just as these mongers of supposed mysteries passed out of the picture in Europe, so will they pass into oblivion in America. A good old coin passes very quietly through the world, but your counterfeit makes a great noise whenever it may chance to be. So with the pseudo-Rosicrucians. The latter created a sensation and then disappeared, only occasionally jingling their bells to let the world know that the fools were not all defunct. While the true brotherhood went on and still goes on quietly and unobtrusively performing its mission. Every student of history, or ought to be, aware that the pretended adepts in the past times laid claim to enormous amounts of the most wonderful knowledge, but when put to the proof invariably failed to substantiate their claims. Such were the men who sought, and in some instances pretended to have succeeded in accomplishing the composition of the philosopher's stone and the great elixir. Vaughan, in his Hours with the Mysteries, laughs at the idea that there was ever really such a society as the Brethren of the Rosy Cross, and alleges that they were the Miss Harris of certain romancers of the past 2 centuries. In other words, that they are altogether mistaken who support such a society ever had existence. Baron Fisher, now of San Francisco, declares that there really was such an order, but that it was composed of fools and fanatics and moonstruck madmen who, in time, became the laughingstock of all of Europe. On the other hand, Liddy, the traveler, asserts positively in his great work, The Asian Mastery, that he has traced the order under one or two more of its names back into the very nighttime of the world's history. Footnote. There never was a time since the dawn of spiritual consciousness in man when this august fraternity did not exist under one name or another. Now under one name, then under another. It is only since the beginning of the 17th century that it has taken the rose and the cross as its emblem or standard, and changed its name to that of the rosy cross, or, in the more correct Latinized form, the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius. It is regrettably true that some writers have attempted to maintain the designation of the Rose Cross or the Rosicrucians was known before the year of 1612, but despite the most thorough search, nothing has been found which will bear out this contention. And Abdul Rahman, the Arabian author, boldly declares that he has proved the existence of this brotherhood in ages so remote that Christian and Jewish history is modern in comparison. Hein Hun Sefo, the Chinese analyst, asserts that the order originated in Tartary thousands of years before the foundation of the Chinese Empire, itself claiming an age of over 30,000 solar years. From Tartary it went to Japan, thence to China, thence to Persia, thence to Arabia, thence to India, and by stages to Europe, having passed through Europe, Jewry, and Phoenicia, on its way down the ages. So much for Vaughan. Now for another authority. Under the letter R in the American Encyclopedia occurs the word Rosicrucians, followed by members of a society, the existence of which became unexpectedly known at the beginning of the 17th century. Its object was ostensibly the reformation of church, state, and individuals, but closer examination showed that they discovered the philosopher's stone was the true subject of the fully initiated. Footnote. A study of the original Fama clearly reveals that it was the object of the founders of the fraternity to reform both church and state, and in the process of doing this, enlighten the individual. Its first great work was the elimination of the vast and unholy abuses within the church. In this work, Martin Luther was the first and foremost active agent. The next step was the reformation of the abuses of which the state was guilty. First France and then America fell under this influence. The best known of the first of these new type statesmen was Lafayette. Others quickly and openly followed in his footsteps. A certain Christian Rosenkreutz, who was said to have lived long among the Brahmins in Egypt, etc., was pretended to have found the order in the 14th century, but the real founder is believed to have been one Andre, a German scholar of the beginning of the 16th century, whose object, as is thought, was to purify religion which had been degraded by scholastic philosophy. Others think that he only gave a new character to a society founded before him by Cornelius Agrippa of Nettesheim. Krauss, the author, says that Andrea occupied his time from an early youth with the plan of a secret society for the improvement of mankind. In 1614, he published his famous Reformation of the Whole Wide World and his famous Fama Fraternitatis. Christian enthusiasts and alchemists considered the political society partially described in these books as having a real existence, and thus Andrea became the author of the latter Rosicrucian fraternities, which extended over Europe. After a number of books had been written on the Rosicrucian system, and the whole exploded, The interest in it was revived in the latter half of the 18th century in consequence of the abolition of the order of Jesuits and the story of their machinations, as well as the frauds of Castigliostro and other notorious impostors. So much for the wiseacre who wrote this account at so much a line of the American Encyclopedia. In juxtaposition to the above, I quote part of pages 132, 3 and 4 and 5 verbatim of the autobiography of Heinrich Young Schilling, late Aulic Councillor, the Grand Duke of Baden, London, 1858, James Nisbet, Berners Street, 3rd edition. It says this incomparable man. One morning in the spring of 1796, a handsome young man in green silk plush coat and otherwise well dressed came to Stilling's house at Okerhausen. This gentleman introduced himself in such a manner as betrayed a polished and genteel education. Stilling inquired who he was and learned that he was the remarkable, and it's blank. Stilling was astonished at the visit, and his astonishment was increased by the expectation of what this extremely enigmatical individual might have to communicate. After both had sat down, the stranger began by saying that he wished to consult Stilling relative to the person diseased in the eyes. However, the real object of his visit pressed him in such a manner that he began to weep, kissed first Stilling's hand, then his arm, and said, "Sir, are not you the author of the Nostalgia?" "Yes, sir." "You are therefore one of my secret superiors in the Grand Lodge of the R.C." Here he again kissed Stilling's hand and arm and wept almost aloud. Stilling answered, "No, dear sir, I am neither your nor anyone else's secret superior. I am not any secret connection whatever." The stranger looked at Stilling with a fixed eye and inward emotion and replied, "Dearest friend, cease to conceal yourself. I have been long tired and severely enough. I thought you knew me already." Stilling, "No, mister, I assure you solemnly that I stand in no secret connection, and in reality understand nothing of all you require of me." This speech was too strong and too serious to leave the stranger in uncertainty, and was now his turn to be astonished and amazed. He therefore continued, "But tell me then, how is it that you know anything of the great and venerable connection in the East which you have so circumstantially described in the Nostalgia, and have even pointed out their rendezvous in Egypt on Mount Sinai, in the monastery of Canobin, and under the temple at Jerusalem?" "I know nothing of all of this," replied Stilling, "but these ideas presented themselves in a very lively manner to my imagination. It was therefore mere fable and fiction." "Pardon me, the matter is the truth and reality as you have described it. It is astonishing that you have hit it in such a manner. This cannot have come by chance." The gentleman now related the real particulars of the association in the East. Stilling was amazed and astonished beyond measure, for he heard remarkable and extraordinary things, which are not, however, of such a nature as can be made public. I only affirm that what Stilling learned from the gentleman had not the most remote reference to political matters. About the same time, a certain great prince wrote to Stilling and asked him how it was that he knew anything about the association in the East. For the thing was, as he had described it in the Nostalgia. The answer was naturally the same as that given verbally to the above-mentioned stranger. Stilling has experienced several things of this kind, in which his imagination exactly accorded with the real fact without previously having the least knowledge or presentiment of it. How is it and why is it? God knows. Stilling makes no reflections upon the matter, but lets it stand upon its own value and looks upon it as a direction of providence, which proposes leading him in the distinguished manner. The development of the Eastern mystery is, however, a most important matter to him, because it has relation to the kingdom of God. Much indeed remains in obscurity, for Schilling afterwards heard from another person of great consequence something of an Oriental alliance, which was of a very different kind. It remains to be developed whether the two are distinct or identical. Thus far, young Stilling. Quite recently, I became aware of the existence of Rosicrucian lodges in this country, obtained much information concerning the fraternity, and have been privileged to publish the following 7 paragraphs concerning the exoteric practice of the temple. The Rosicrucians, who and what they are: honor, manhood, goodness. Try. Number 1, the Rosicrucians are a body of good men and true, working under the Grand Lodge Charter, deriving its power and authority from the imperial dome of the Third Supreme Temple of the Order, and the last claiming justly to be the oldest association of men on earth, dating from the sinking of the New Atlantis Isle, nearly 10,000 years anterior to the days of Plato, and as Grand Lodge, having jurisdiction of the entire continent of North America and the islands of the sea. The Grand Lodge and Temple grant charters and dispensations to found or organize subsidiary lodges and temples wherever within the limits of its jurisdiction. Footnote. The statement was made by Dr. Randolph immediately after he had been made Supreme Grand Master of the Rosicrucian Fraternity, and it was repeated in printed form in the first Rosicrucian manifesto ever issued in America, wherein was mentioned the designation Rosicrucian. This manifesto, published in 1861, was never questioned or contradicted. It was recognized by the members of the fraternity and the public as authentic and absolutely true to the facts. Temples organized by Dr. Randolph continue in full working order to the present day. The authority has been without intermission, its titles duly recorded, and its seals filed in accordance with the laws of the land. Number 2. All Rosicrucians are practical men who believe in progress, law, and order, and in self-development. They believe firmly that God helps those that help themselves, and they consequently adopt the motto of the order, the word try. And they believe that this little word of 3 letters may become the magnificent bridge over which a man may travel from bad to better, from better to best, from ignorance to knowledge, from poverty to wealth, and from weakness to power. Number 3, we constitute a large society in the world, and our ranks bid fair to largely swell in this land of practical men. There are hundreds of men of large culture, deep intuitions, and liberal minds who actually languish because they do not know each other. There being no organized body save our own, which invites such men to join its ranks and find the fellowship which such men of such minds need. In our lodges, such men find all they seek and more. In our weekly reunions, the rarest and the best intellects are brought into contact, the best thoughts are elicited, and the truest human pleasure experienced, for as much as nothing impure, ignoble, mean, or unmanly is for the instant, tolerated under any circumstances whatever, while on the contrary, every inducement is held out to encourage all that is noble, good, true, beautiful, charitable, and manly, and that too in a way totally unknown and unpracticed in any other order or association of men. Number 4, every Rosicrucian is known and is the sworn brother of every other Rosicrucian, the wide world over, and as such is bound to render all possible aid and comfort except when such aid would sanction crime or wrongdoing, or interfere with the demands of public justice, social order, decency, sound morals, or national prosperity and unity. In all things else, Rosicrucian is bound to help another, so long as he can do it with a clear conscience and not violate his honor, derogate from his personal dignity, or sully his own manhood. In all things worthy, one assists the other in sickness, sorrow, life, death, and troubles and trials of the world and society. Each man is eligible to 1, 2, 3 degrees, and after once becoming a true Rosicrucian, it is next to impossible that he can ever afterwards come to want, either for protection and all that is just, counsel in difficulty, food, raiment, shelter, and all true human sympathy, all of which is freely rendered, so long as the man remains a worthy dweller in the temple. Thus, the temple ensures its acolytes against want, mitigates their sorrow, enhances their usefulness to themselves and the world, braces and sharpens their intellect, fires their emulation, encourages all manly effort, assuages their grief, cultivates their hope, strengthens their self-reliance, self-respect, self-effort. It frowns on all wrongdoing, seeks to elevate man in his own esteem, teaches due and loyal respect to woman, the laws, society, and the world. It promotes stability of character, makes its votaries strive for manhood in the full, true sense, adopts try and excelsior as living, practical mottos. And thus, both directly and indirectly, does the Temple of Rosicrucia seek to increase the sum total of human happiness in the world, within and without its walls. Number 5, every human pays an initiation fee and a monthly tax of $1, in return for which the member has the advantage of all information the lodge may be able to procure, and shape of lectures, debates, books, scientific papers, models, experiments, and all the physical sciences, essays on physiology, etc., in addition to which he is allowed the sum varying from $4 to $14 a week when sick, provided he needs such aid. He is visited, comforted, nursed, doctored, and should he die, the temple buries him, as a man and as a Rosicrucian should be buried. If he dies an officer, and every man is eligible, his widow and children are properly cared for by the order. Footnote: this decree has long ago been abandoned, the change being made because many of the patriotic and fraternal organizations instituted sick and death benefits. The fraternity is now entirely dedicated to philosophical research, spiritual training, and occult initiation. Number 6, this order is a school of the highest and best knowledge earth affords. It is unlike any and all others, for in addition to being a mutual protection society, it reaches out in far higher and nobler aims, only a few, very few of which are alluded to in this handbook, which is merely printed to save much explanatory talk on the part of Rosicrucians who are being continually inopportuned for information respecting the said order. One of its main objects is to be a school of men, to make men more useful by rendering them stronger, more knowing, and therefore wiser, therefore happier. As Rosicrucians, we recognize an immense value of sympathy, encouragement, emulation, and persistency. Nil mortalibus artem est. There is no difficulty to him who truly wills. Whatever of good or great man has ever done may still be accomplished by you and I, my brother, if we only think so and set about in a right good earnest. And no mistake, try. We proclaim omnipotence of will, and we declare practically and by our own achievements demonstrate the will of man to be a supreme and all-conquering force when once fairly brought into play. But this power is only negatively strong when exerted for merely selfish and personal ends. When or whenever it is called into action for good ends, nothing can withstand its force. Goodness is power. Wherefore, we take the best of care to cultivate the normal will, and thus render a mighty and powerful engine for positive good. You cannot deceive a true Rosicrucian, for he soon learns how to read you through and through, as if you were a man of glass, and he attains this power by becoming a Rosicrucian only, nor can it be had through any other means whatever. The temple teaches its acolytes how to build this regal faculty of the human soul, the will, how to strengthen, purify, expand, and intensify it. And one of the first results observable after man has become a true Rosicrucian is that his vanity grows smaller by degrees and beautifully less. For the first thing he fully realizes is that all he knows would probably make quite a large book, but that all he does not know would make a book considerably larger, and he therefore sets himself to learn. Where there's a will, there's a way. And after getting rid of self-conceit, the man finds himself increasing in mental stature, and by imperceptible gradations, and finds himself a learned man by a process which he cannot fairly comprehend, and one which is neither appreciated nor known outside of the temple. As a consequence of traveling on this royal road to knowledge, the Rosicrucian soon learns to despise the weakness of wickedness, not by reason of any long-faced can't be poured into his ear, but because he finds out practically that manhood and virtue are safe investments, while badness and meanness won't pay. It is by the universal testimony of all who have become true Rosicrucians that within its symbolic walls there is a deeply mysterious influence for good pervading its atmosphere, under which every man of the order becomes rapidly but normally individualized and intensified in character, manhood, and influence. Number 7. The doors of our lodges are never closed against the honest, honorable, or aspiring man, nor can any earthly potentate, no wielder of an empire's scepter, no wearer of a kingly crown, gain admission by reason of his eminence. For though he be a king, he may not be a man, a title far above all others on earth, a title nobler than any ever earned by mortals. We Rosicrucians are proud of our eminence, and justly so, for we are a brotherhood of men and recognize manhood as true kingship. Hence we honor that man highest who knows the most and puts his knowledge to the highest and noblest uses, not only towards his brothers, but in any field of the world's great garden. For are not we all brethren? Does not the one great God rule over and love us? Even so, no man can enter our doors by reason of his wealth, for riches, unless put to manly uses, are detrimental, bad, positively injurious. No man can enter our doors by reason of his fame, politics, or religion. The order has nothing to do with the man's politics or religion. And it matters not what a man's creed is as long as he is a man. The Baptist is welcome, but not as a Baptist. And so with men of all faiths, no religion, no faith, no politics can be discussed from our platform. Nor will their introduction be tolerated one moment. We accept men of all creeds, except such as outrage decency, manhood, sound morals, a public order, such as free lovers, affinity philosophers, Mormons, and birds of that feather. Nor can any such persons enter our ranks, no matter who he may be, or how high in fame or social place. No man is barred out of our temple by reason of his poverty, for physical beggars are often kings in mind. All we ask or seek in a man is honor, honesty, and ambition to know more and be better. Usually the lodges of Rosicrucia meet once a week to hear lectures, exchange courtesies, thoughts, news, and listen to invited guests, debate questions in art, science, philosophy, to mutually inform and strengthen each other, to investigate any and all subjects of a proper nature, and to cultivate that manly spirit and chivalric bearings which so well entitles their possessors to be called a man. There are a few of good things of Rosicrucia. We seek no man, men seek us. Our facilities for obtaining knowledge and information on all subjects are, as well may be conceived, unsurpassed, unequaled. Financially, we are satisfied. The Temple of Rosicrucia never yet felt the pressure of exhausted exchanger, and probably never will. But this last is the least commendable thing about the institution. Yet it uses money for good purposes and therefore has its chest supplied. All other essential information respecting the order can be obtained by trying. It will be seen that there is nothing magical here, yet I do not doubt but the members could tell strange stories if they chose. Many, but by no means all, of the alchemists and hermetic philosophers were acolytes of the vast secret brotherhood, which has thrived from the earliest ages and under different names in different lands, has performed and is still performing its mission. The members of this mystic union were the Magi of old, who flourished in Chaldea or Mesopotamia, ages before one of their number, Eber, left his native plains on the foreign soil and founded the Hebraic Confederation. They were the original Sabai or Sabaeans, for who long ago preceded the sages of Chaldea. They were the men who founded the Semitic civilization, the faint shade of which we find having leaped long avenues of centuries in the moldy records of early China, itself numbering its years by the thousands. Of this great brotherhood sprang Brahma, Buddha, Lao Tzu, Zoroaster, Plato, the Gnostics, the Essenes, and therefore Christ himself, who was an Essene, and who preached the sacred doctrine of the mountain of light. They were the dreamers of the ages, the sun of the epochs, eclipsed occasionally, but anon bursting forth in glory again. They are men who first discovered the significance of fire, and that there was something deeper than life in man, profounder than intellect in the universe. Whatever of transcendent light now illumines the world comes from the torches which they lit at the fountain, whence all light streameth upon the mystic mountain, which they alone had the courage and endurance to climb, and climbed, too, over a ladder whose rungs were centuries apart. Hermes Trismegistus, Egypt's mighty king, and that of that other Hermes, Asclepius the Ninth, was an adept, a brother, and a priest, as was Melchizedek before him, that famous pre-Adamite monarch, that Melchizedek, who was reported to have been born of a thought, and that to have lived for countless ages. And so with the Greek Mercurius, theirs too was that wondrous learning wherein Moses was skilled. And at their fountain, the Hebrew Joseph drank. Nothing original in thaumaturgy, theology, philosophy, psychology, entology, ontology, but they gave it to the world. And when philosophers thought they had gained new thoughts and truths, the records of the order proved them to have been old ages before Adamic era of chronology, and to have been the common property of the adepts. I have been led into these remarks and explanations first for the purpose of finally and authoritatively settling the vexed questions concerning the Rosicrucians, and to throw light on that which is to follow. Chapter 2. Who was he? What was it? I made, said Beverly to me one day, my projected tour and had returned much wiser than I went, but no nearer the consummation of my chief hope. I had begun the practice of medicine in the city of Boston, and occupied an office reputed to have been haunted by the troubled ghosts of sundry persons who were there attracted by some strange influence. I laughed at and ridiculed the pretensions of scores of so-called seers who claimed to behold these flitting gentry. There came to my office one day, and it was a very stormy day in the latter part of winter of that year, in the spring of which I was so neatly swindled. There came, I repeat, on a stormy day when the snow fell thick and fast, when the fierce wind blew and the Frost King was busily engaged in putting icy manacles upon all that he could reach, a lady to consult me upon a case of scrofula in her child. At that time my reputation in that speciality was great and constantly increasing, for I had but a few months before introduced and practiced the method of treating that order of diseases taught me in Constantinople by the famous Negro sage of that metropolis. I prepared the materials required and stood waiting for her to leave the office, as I was anxious to continue the pursuit of some hieratic manuscripts lent me that day by a lettered friend in Dedham. She made no movement indicative of leaving, but instead challenged me to a discussion of some spiritual subject or other, which challenge I, from an innate horror of all strong-minded male feminines, respectfully declined. She called herself my friend, and was, if sticking to one is a title to the name. She possessed all the qualities of the best adhesive plaster. It was impossible to get rid of her presence. She declared that she constantly saw and held conversations with the dead, and she would then and there give proof of her qualifications in that direction, whereupon she was instantly seized with an exceedingly violent trembling, accompanied by an amount of spasmodic jerks and twitches. I had witnessed such things before, and consequently did not feel alarmed at Mrs. Graham's condition, but going into the rear of the office, I produced a chair and sat down to wait for demonstrations, which, when they came, were but so many pretty word paintings, commonplace counsel and advice addressed to me by what purported to be my mother, which latter, however, appeared to have forgotten her name, my own. And then, where she departed this life, I was perfectly certain it was not my mother, and equally so that Mrs. Graham was not consciously acting the part of an impostor. And I accounted for the phenomenon on the Rosicrucian theory, then quite new to me, that she was obsessed or possessed by and with a distinct individuality entirely foreign to her own. To my mind, the thing was certain, that she, like scores of thousands of others, are, and was for the time, being under the absolute control and dominion of a will and a myriad of times stronger than that of any living human being that ever tenanted a body on this terra aqueous globe of ours, beings perfectly intelligent, powerful, invisible, and totally conscienceless, wherein is a great difference from human beings. The lady came around in a few minutes, and I frankly stated my opinion to her. It was new and startling. Not human spirits, yet intelligent? An intelligent thing and guileful. It is dreadful and horrible. What then is that thing? Angels? No. Devils? If so, whence come they? Why and for what end? There were terrible questions, and we talked about the matter, the lady and I, as we sat there in the office near the fire, for it was very cold, and she was leaning on the desk near the window, and I sat near the door between the offices, my back nearly touching it. The outer door, which opened on the stair landing, was closed, and a wire was attached to it that could not be opened or even latched to be raised without touching the spring that instantly rang the bell that was suspended directly over my head in the rear office. I used this rear office as a reading room and laboratory, and I frequently became so absorbed in my reading or chemistry that nothing less than the ringing of that bell would suffice to divert my attention. And there and thus we sat and talked for more than 3 long hours. The strong-minded woman's soul had at last really been aroused, while I once more brought to the surface my Rosicrucian lore. In thought and speech we traveled a score of conjectural worlds, labyrinths of being, until at last, are there really any intelligent but viewless beings other than man in all of the broad universe? I mean, other than man as he is here, and disembodied likewise? That's the question, said the lady by the desk. Of course there are myriads, said a clear, manly voice in the room, right straight from the center of the triangle formed by the desk, the door, and the southern wall of the office. It was not the lady who thus replied to her own question. It was not I who spoke, nor, strange as it afterwards appeared, did the circumstance strike me as being at all out of the common, and therefore without an instant's hesitation I rejoined to the observation of the speaker, whom I subsequently remembered to have observed was a thin, strange-looking, scrawny, shriveled little old man with the queerest possible little sharp gray eyes. He looked half frozen and acted so, for he advanced towards some shelves and proceeded very leisurely to warm his hands over my laboratory furnace between the door and the wall. The lady appeared no more surprised than myself at the explicable presence of this singular intruder. I am not so sure of that, I replied, in an answer to the words uttered by the strange old man. I am not so sure there are such beings in existence. Then you're a greater fool than I took you for. Good evening. And he moved slightly towards the door against which my chair firmly stood. Don't go yet, for I want you to explain, said the lady. Don't you think he ought to? Turning to me with a very peculiar earnest expressed in her countenance, especially in her eyes, very peculiar eyes at all times, but lit up in the most extraordinary manner at that moment. I think he ought to prove his statement and not leave us in this state of uncertainty. It's positively cruel. And as she spoke, her eyes met mine and fastened it as if the encountering glances were riveted together. There must be some magic in the soul that is only flashed forth on very rare occasions, else why did her glance so fix my gaze for 10 seconds that I could not stir? At the end of that space of time, the fascination ended, And, raising my eyes, I answered, "Certainly he ought to explain, and of course," said I, turning towards the man, "of course you will explain yourself." And there was no man there, not even a sign that he had been. He had disappeared, gone utterly, vanished, not through the window, for that was a clear fall of 70 feet to the ground, besides which it had been securely nailed down for over 4 months. Not through the door, for my chair and back were against it. Mrs. Graham fainted and fell prone upon the floor. I lived in Charlestown and reached home rather early that evening. Not that I was frightened, oh no, but because home seemed cheerier than the office, for the weather was bitterly cold, and the storm spirits were holding high, tempestuous revels in the common and the bay. And ever and anon, as the shivering pedestrian jogged along and turned the sharp corners of what is literally and emphatically, and in more sense than one, the most angular city in the world, the blast would meet him square in the face, sideways, and all around him in the same blessed moment of time, no matter which way he was headed. For a Boston snowstorm blows every way at once. Here it is due north, around the corner it is southeast, behind you it is northwest, over the way it blows straight up, and in the middle of the street it blows straight down. It was hard work traveling the 4 miles to my home that night, for every step had to be warily footed. True, there were street cars, but no man in Boston ever remembers one going down the right way when it was most wanted, but everybody can find scores of coming when everybody is bent upon going. Well, after a perilous walk, I at last reached home and gladly sat down to my comfortable supper of toast and tea in my snug little parlor, the same little parlor where I wrote my book and received a loan of money to publish it, which money I was afterward deprived of by the financial acumen of a great and scoundrel as ever went loose upon the world. Oh, how it stormed outside, and oh, how warm and cozy was the little snug harbor to which I had just moored myself. It was the second cup of tea, orange cacao it was, for I had bought it of a Chinaman in Boston who knew all about tea, and the second slice of toast that I was discussing, along with my daily paper, when suddenly there came a loud, imperative double knock at the door, similar to that of an English postman when in a hurry to deliver his letters. The door was immediately opened by a servant, who thought someone had been taken suddenly ill and that I had been sent for professionally. But what was my astonishment when, in-stocked with as much ease and nonchalance as if he belonged there, no less a personage than that mysterious little old man of the afternoon, I was thunderstruck. It was the same person who had treated me so rudely, and who had first come and then gone so unaccountably, and who had introduced an illness in Mrs. Graham that resulted in causing her to forever abandon her mediumistic practices, the same that have sent so many scores of people to premature graves and will send thousands more. The strange man advanced towards the fire and exclaimed, "What a fright I caused you and your guest this afternoon." "Ha ha! It was capital, was it not?" And again he laughed, but this time in a manner with a voice which, had it not been for the immense physical disparity apparent, I could have sworn that it was an Italian count in Paris. But this supposition was hardly possible. The man before me was so decidedly human that by a rapid and comprehensive introduction I concluded that Mrs. Graham and myself had been victimized for sport by one who was a perfect master of the mesmeric art. This hypothesis was quite plausible, only I could not account for the non-ringing of the office bell, the idea that seemed at that time quite preposterous that anyone could successfully magnetize the clapper of a bell into silence. I leaned more afterwards. Neither did it seem quite reasonable that this man had, before entering the office at all, exerted his power upon our sense of hearing, rendering us deaf. To his remark I replied rather sententiously with "very," and said no more, for I do not fancy his joke, if such it was, nor his brusquerie, nor his decided lack of good manners, nor his rude speech. In fact, I did not fancy the man at all, nor anything about him. Not that he was hated or despised, but because there was a something about him that made my very flesh creep again and caused me to instinctively shrink from his contact. It is well known that one of the cardinal points of the Rosicrucian beliefs is that the body life can be prolonged through whole ages in two different ways. First, by means of the elixir of life, and secondly, by means of mere will alone. In the first case, beauty and youth accompany age, but in the second, age is apparent all along the centuries. This latter secret and the process were revealed by a degenerate Rosicrucian in 1605. All the students of medicine are aware that great capital was made of it in later times by a French physician named Pascal. This writer undertook to publicly demonstrate and teach the art of life prolonging, laying it down positively that man is literally immortal, or rather, that any given man alive could, if he chose, utterly laugh at and defy death, that he need not, if so disposed, ever die, if he used sufficient prudence and forcibly and constantly exerted his will in that direction. Footnote: see The Way to Life and Immortality, Philosophical Publishing Company, Quakertown, Pennsylvania. Asgill used to complain of the cowardly practice of dying, considering it a mere trick and an unnecessary habit. The record tells us that several men used both these means to perpetuate existence, and I have not the slightest doubt that it has been attempted and proved measurably successful. And now on this stormy night, as I gaze on the withered wreck before me, it struck me that he was one of those wretches who had attained indefinite length of years by the second method, and as a necessary consequence had lost all fire, all feeling, all love, and all conscience. I shuddered as the possibility flashed before me. He saw the motion, and a smile of ineffable scorn curled his lip as he did so. I abandoned my notion. People who observe things as they plod their way through the world, and who have at all made the human soul a study, have often been made aware that there is certain nameless something that comes over a man, that with resistless eloquence persuades his inner soul that some danger approaches, some peril besets, some disaster impends over him. There are times when calm reigns all around him and peace blossoms in his heart, that he suddenly is apprised that calamity is flapping her way towards him through the terrible, nebulous gloom of the future. Many a man and woman has felt this, and some such feeling, some such horror now seemed hovering, cowering, crawling near me, and preparing to seize upon and fang my very soul in the presence of this queer little man at my side. It was a mixed feeling of guilt and dread, and yet no guilt was mine. I had not cheated, robbed, lied to my best friend. I had not fared sumptuously every day on the proceeds of villainy. My wife and daughters did not dress in purple and fine linen, bought with the money wronged from a poor man or any man at all. I had not a fine piano and parlors full of guests enjoying funds thus gotten, nor had I driven fast and fine horses of my own, fed and fattened on the money of a man whose child was at that very moment struggling and grasping, choking in the clutches of grim death for want of bread and medicine. True, there were those who did all this, and the corpse of a pretty little girl attests it, but I did not. Why then should I be afraid? There was no answer to that, and yet I was in dread. After saying very, I spoke no more, but striving to repress the horror creeping over me, I tried to look as indignant as possible, which he was not slow to observe, for he approached, slapped me familiarly on my back, and poured out and drank a cup of tea and ate rusk, which settled the question as to his being no ghost. Then he dropped carelessly into an easy chair and rubbed his little perked-up nose with his thin, little bluish-pale fingers, and throwing himself forward as to look right up in my face, he laughed heartily and then bawled out rather than sung at the top of his voice. The storm howls drearily, let you and I live cheerily, and we'll study things that were never known. I've come from the west to see the man that I like the best. Don't think I'm all depravity. I'm in search of the center of gravity, and you'll find out the philosopher's stone. And then again burst out into one of the wildest and most outre and ridiculous laughs that ever fell on mortal hearing. The wretched drawgirl that I had just heard was beneath my notice, and little did I know of the singer, and still less did I imagine that those lines were to me the most important I ever heard. Gradually and by imperceptible degrees, my prejudices began to wane. I conversed with him upon a variety of subjects, and the conference was maintained during 4 long hours, perhaps more. For, if my memory serves me, it was nearly 11 o'clock when he arose from his seat, shook me cordially by the hand, and said he was going, promised to call again when he wanted to serve me, and then opened the doors, passed out into the midst of one of the most fierce and vindictive tempests that ever desolated the shores of Boston Bay. A singular thing was this. In the depths of winter, this man who refused steadily to speak concerning himself was clad in the very thinnest summer raiment, not having enough even for the northern June, much less for such a fearful weather as prevailed on that night of the 4th of February, a night when the glass in Boston told of cold 20 degrees below zero, and in New Hampshire 19 lower still, a night so bitter that many and many a man went to eternity, bore thither on the frosty pinions of the Ice King. After all, it is a man, and mesmerism furnishes the key to all this seeming mystery, thought I, and with this consoling supposition, I went to bed, and there reproduced all that he had said or done. Now, although little was said in regard to himself, yet from that little I gathered that he was an Armenian by birth, that his name was Machias, which was ancient Chaldaic for priest of fire. He told me this as he bent down to kiss a sweet little prattling Cora, and said that he was very fond of children, and felt particularly so towards the little fairy who, seated in her chair, was busily engaged in laying down the law to a culprit kitten, who it appeared had been guilty of lèse-majesté to her Christmas doll. After the child had been sent to bed, Micus produced from his bosom a little square, flat case, apparently of rose or olive wood, and about 7 inches across by 2.5 deep. Footnote. It is a singular fact, never yet fully and fairly accounted for by any writer, that in all of the known ages of the world, There have been numerous persons of all possible religious creeds and classes and nationalities who have not merely pretended to see curious things, past, present, and to come, through the instrumentality of a crystal, lump of coal, a bit of bloodstone, or some such agent, but who have absolutely and unequivocally proved that they did actually so see, for they have related things wholly unknown to them before. It was locked, and the key, a silver one, hung by a golden clasp to an ordinary steel watch chain around his neck. The little man laid this case upon the bureau, where it laid undisturbed, although it became clear to me that his business there was in some way associated with that box and myself. It was equally clear that his air was more than half assumed, and that in spite of his nonchalance and brusque surface, great trouble reigned beneath, for occasionally, as he spoke, there was a melancholy cadence and plaintive modulation in his tones. To practiced ears spoke, if not of a breaking heart, at least of one most deeply injured and bereaved. This circumstance affected me much, for through life I have been one who grieved with those in grief, and joyed with those in joy. Then after a little he told me that one of his objects was to initiate me into certain mysteries of white magic, to teach me how to construct the magic mirror, in which the majority of persons could glance through space and see and talk with the dead, and in all things, save a few, have an unerring guide through life. He said, I have such a curious-looking glass in yonder box, and perhaps not, you may test its qualities before I leave you. The fact is, I feel downhearted, have been so all day, and all the more because I hurt your amour propre by calling you a fool, which of course I do not apologize for. It struck me that I took advantage of the weather to chat with you without infringing upon your business, and that possibly you might learn something, and I find relief in teaching you, and thus withdraw us both for a time from the great failure by which he meant the world. I am weary of myself, the world, philosophers, and philosophy. There's nothing good but magic. You have been a fool while striving to be wise, and are ambitious to know which you have hitherto merely imagined. Footnote: I use these mirrors myself and have published a book especially about them, Seership, or the Magic Mirror, and their uses, and am satisfied that clairvoyance can be reached quicker and better, and without the slightest danger, as often results from mesmerism. Good mirrors are not easily obtained. He rose, took the case, laid it on the table between us, and while playing with the key continued, if you really desire to pierce through the gloom that palls the human senses, you must abandon all human loves and passions, most especially all that relates to women, for a woman's love destroys. In the very moment of man's victory over her, she triumphs. He yields his life and offers up existence itself to her altars, and then she laughs. Is it not so? Does not every man's experience corroborate this? Strong as iron alone, no sooner does he reach the goal of love than he is lost in a sea of weakness, lethargy, and deadness. Bah! Avoid a woman. If you want high knowledge, you must pay high prices. God gives nothing, he sells all. And he who would have must purchase, and the price is suffering. So with love. Its life is bought with the coin of death. Woman is like the ivy vine mantling round some hoary tower, and the more you are ruined, the closer she clings. And the closer she clings, the more you are ruined. Listen. No one acts without a motive. I have one with regard to you, and it is a selfish one. It so happens that the possessor of the magic mirror can, in it, behold all other horoscopes but his own, beyond a certain point, and if he would know it, he must consult other seers. Now there are certain beings in existence whose future cannot be read except by certain persons especially constituted. You are one of the latter, I am one of the former, and such as we only meet at the beginning and the end of epochs and eras. The present is one of these. I will present you with the mirror when you have done me this favor. I will teach you the art of their construction. I will give you a verbatim copy of the answers you shall make to the questions I shall ask while you are gazing in its awful depths. To this I pledge a word that never yet was broken, and an oath that never will be. For this purpose, I have followed you for years, patiently waiting for the hour that draws at last. To successfully do the thing I ask, two things are essential. First, that in a perfectly pure state of body, health, mind, intent, and morals, you gaze into the glass. Second, that while doing so, you make no resistance against certain sleepful influences that may assail you, which influences will not be mesmeric nor assisted by myself in any way, but is the sacred slumber of Silam Boagi, which can only be enjoyed once in 100 years, and then only by persons who are singularly constituted as you are, whose veins are filled with the mingled blood of all of the nations that sprang from the loins of the Edenic protoplast, the biblical Adam, who, temperamentally, in all other respects save sex, are perfectly neutral. Certain great advantages will accrue to you from this concession that are unattainable without. From this slumber you will awaken doubly, first to the old life without, and second to another, and a fuller, though stranger life within, and to the power of comprehending innumerable mysteries that lie enshrouded in dim regions far beyond the ken of ordinary men. Dreamer, you shall comprehend your dreams. Rosicrucian, you shall comprehend the light, the tower, and the flame. And where artifice and Zamadi failed, you shall find success. It is difficult, if not impossible, to either overrate the advantages to be derived by the possession of the power I allude to, or to divine and characterize it in words, mainly for the reason that, although the idea stands out well marked and distinct before the mind, yet the language which you speak has no terms or symbols adequate to its naming or expression, for at best words are coarse raiment for thought, and no more show the beauty of what they cover than the preposterous costumes of Christendom display the superlative glories of the human form. The soul that sleeps this slumber passes through the gate, which even the privileged dead cannot enter save once in a century, and then only by reason of neutrality, for positive people are to be counted by the billion on either side of the grave. Negative people outnumber them 10 million to 1, while neutrals are like cold heat, very rare indeed. I trust we shall yet assist each other. Now I had 2 hours before on seeing him eat and drink hastily, abandoned my ghostly hypothesis regarding the little queer old man. But now as he talked so strangely and so grandly, indicated the door of the dome of all possible human knowledge and attainment, the mystery that wrapped him changed his character and enveloped him in a tenfold gloom and shadow that continually grew more thick and dense, so much so indeed that before his eating, and the fact that several persons in the house besides myself had seen and exchanged speech with and touched him, I certainly should have doubted the evidence of my senses and set the whole thing down from the scene in the office till his departure to the account of the disturbed imagination. There was a something unearthly about his voice and manner. At once, when he turned his chair, the upper part of his right thigh came into direct contact with a red-hot stove, and I watched it there until the chair was ruined by the fire, and the smoke of its varnish and seat fairly filled the room. And yet he was not burned, but coolly rose and opened the door for the smoke to escape, and then resumed his seat as if nothing whatever had happened. And 2 or 3 times in the course of the evening, I not only felt a chilly atmosphere proceed from him, but distinctly saw his skeleton beneath his thin, parchment-like skin, as if but the thinnest integument had been loosely thrown over it to hide its naked deformity by some moldy tenement of the grave, doomed to expiate its offenses by again walking the earth with embodied human beings. Could it be that I had struck the truth, and that this mysterious Micus was in reality such a vampire as we read of in German story? Chapter 3, Chemistry and the Elixir of Life. Chapter 3, Chemistry and the Elixir of Life. Marveling, said Beverly, continuing his wonderful story, marveling on the strange events of the day and night. As said before, I retired to my chamber, but not to rest, for ere the morning dawned upon the world again, and there came to me an experience that in some respects totally changed the current and character of my life. These incidences are already recorded in my narrative concerning Cynthia and Thoughtmore, long since given to the world. Footnote: see the book, Soul, the Soul World. On the morning following this eventful night, I repaired to the office of a reputed to be a philosophic tooth doctor, whose brain is far more curious museum than the one near his office. With him I conversed a while, and by him was introduced to a real thinker, whose name I think was Blood. After smoking a cigar and each other in his laboratory, I repaired to Nicholas's, the chemist, and made a few purchases, and forthwith went to my office. Now, it so happened that some time previously I had purchased a chemical apparatus, conducting my experiments secretly, and mainly after 12 at night, for the purpose of repeating Le Barrier's great experiment for the removal of poisonous and igneous properties of protozoan without decreasing its vivifying and medicinal qualities. I had experimented untiringly for 5 months at a cost of almost ruinous to me, but still with an invincible conviction that I should succeed and give my secret to the world instead of perishing like a poor Frenchman who's burst an artery from excitement at his success, having made about 7 ounces that fulfilled his entire expectations. Part of his process only survived him, and many a man like myself had attempted to fathom the secret and gain the erroneous fortune that must result from complete success, but hitherto in vain. The experiment was a most important one. Churchill had produced his hypophosphites, and they had lamentably failed of intention. Hence, in working at this mine, I had avoided his and others' formulae. Success, I felt, would not only benefit my own private practice, but would be of incalculable service to the medical profession, and still more to that large class of persons who, by over mental exertion, serve intellectual and sedentary occupations, and by passional and other imprudent exercises had deprived themselves of the wine of life by draining themselves of nervous force, and become spiritless, semi-insane, gloomy, and despondent. Such a discovery I knew would place in the hands of the profession a true, positive, but perfectly harmless nervine brain stimulant, invigorant, and tonic. It was therefore worth all the time, trouble, and expense I devoted to it, for it would be one of the best things medical science had yet given to the world. It had long been demonstrated, first, that protozoan abounded in the bones, nerves, tissues of the human body, but especially in the human brain. Second, that protozoan was invariably present in large quantities in the brains of healthy men who had been killed, and analysis thereafter made, and invariably, as the brain thus analyzed was that of an intellectual, fine-strung, high-toned, ambitious, executive, or spiritual person. Just in proportion was the volume of protozone found in their remains, while the low, the ignorant, the coarse, brutal had comparatively little protozone in them. Third, it had been proved that in the administration of protozone to old people, to the class of patients who seek private advice, to those exhausted by mental labor or excess, it invariably acted as a reviver that seemed not only to restore health, strength, and fire to the body, but to rejuvenate and tone up the mind to its pristine strength, power, and activity, while insane idiocy, brain softening, and causeless terror disappeared in the ratio of its exhibition. For 1/2 of the diseases of civilization result from the waste of protozone from the system. And for 30 years, medicinal chemistry has sought to prepare the article that it would at once assimilate with the tissues and fluids, and it had not succeeded. True, Loewe had, but then his secret was dead. I resolved to restore it, and after 100 failures produced what he had named protozone. I tried its effects upon myself and then several physicians upon themselves, and finally it was tried upon patients at their own request, and the result left not a nail to hang a doubt on, that I was perfectly justified in crying, "Eureka!" This preface is essential to understanding of what follows. Now, it so happened a few days before I saw Mrs. Graham that I had placed about 4 pounds of protozone together with about 5 times that weight of other materials in a strong glass vessel in a sand bath, ready for the production of perhaps 1 quart of the precious medicine. The first thing I did on entering my office from the dentist was to light the gas beneath it. For a few minutes I stood watching the rich and beautiful scarlet and purple vapor as it rose and curled through the neck of the retort, and the long glass pipes led to the condensing apparatus. While thus intently engaged, I was suddenly startled by the exclamations, "Careless fool! Look out! Run!" Mechanically I obeyed and leaped into the outer office, and had scarcely done so then there occurred a loud explosion. The retort had burst into a million fragments, shattering the windows and apparatus into fine pieces and scattering some pounds of ignited chemicals upon the floor. Here was trouble, but not to the speaker, for quick as light he tore the carpet off the office floor, hurled it, chemicals and all, into the snowdrifts in the yard below, which soon melted under the intense blaze of the almost quenchless fire, until having consumed itself, nothing but white smoke was left to tell the danger that I and the house had been in. The fire and my fright subsided. I turned to see who it was that had so opportunely saved me, and found a little old man smiling and smirking before me. "Wait, is it you then?" I asked, at the same time cordially extending my hand towards him. "Rather think it is," he said, "grasp it, and very lucky for you it was that I chanced to happen along. So early in the morning, just after break of day," said and sung the enigma, continuing, "You are not an overwise chemist, my dear doctor, else you would never expect either that protozonic gas could reach the condenser with the stopcock shut, or that glass retort already cracked would long resist the immense pressure of the accumulating and continually heating vapor. I see you have turned hermetist and alchemist, Rosicrucian-like, and that you are determined to blow yourself up, or else find out the elixir vitae, or stumble across the philosopher's stone." And the little old man clapped his hands and danced about the room in the most exuberant glee. "But, my friend," he said, as a constant trying means eventual success, "I have not the slightest doubt but that you will yet become a very rich man, as well as long-lived one. For to tell you the truth, you have come nearer this morning to compounding the elixir of life, that very elixir for which the philosophers have toiled during thousands of years in vain, than any man that ever lived. Footnote. This is the secret of the ages. No one can fail who truly and consistently continues to try. The reaction to action, the efforts made, though sometimes long delayed, must and will ultimately bring the desired result. There is but one exception, when the seeker's heart is filled with faith, but the karmatic result would be destructive. For instance, had you placed a less quantity of elementos in the retort, more of the first and third and less of the second, fourth and fifth ingredients, with the slower heat and the addition of 2 ounces of blank and 1 of blank. Mentioning the articles, you would have indeed made the water of perpetual youth and health. That wonderful chemic which purifies the juices, removes obstructions, clarifies the fluids, and renders man physiologically invulnerable to miasmas and disease, to all things destructive to life, except, of course, material injury. What do you think of that? Ha ha. And again, he burst out in a roaring squeak. I'll discover the center of gravity. You'll find out the philosopher's stone. It has been the habit of wiseacres of this world to deride the idea that it is possible to make gold, to laugh in the face of the notorious fact that nature is constantly making it, and that two of gases in the earth, as all things else save souls, are made. It has been fashionable to laugh at the idea of compounding a material capable of freeing the system of all of its gross and clogging impurities, the only friction to the wheels of life, a mixture which would exhilarate, purify, strengthen, and supply the body, the chemical and dynamic forces of which it is constantly being robbed. But these wise people will have done laughing by and by. Not by any means must it be thought that I, for a moment, entertained the silly notion of the alchemists and false Rosicrucians, of finding material which, when brought into contact with metals, would change them into gold. We of this century are too knowing for that, nor that I hope to discover from the application of the old man's suggestions that wonderful fluid alluded to a while since. But I did believe it possible that I could compound a draught that, when quaffed, would repair the waste of nature, and believed until that moment in the thymol that I had found it. What then was my astonishment when the weird old man whispered in my ear that I stood upon the brink of the grandest success conceivable, that the grand secret of secrets was all but in my grasp? To describe my sensations at that moment was impossible, and the more so because the old man told me the whole process and the constitutes. What cared I if it was necessary for me to go to Jerusalem and gather the precious seeds of a fruit that grows upon its walls, wherein to prepare the water? In other years I did go, and the treasured seeds are mine. In that awful moment of success, I blessed the old man and internally vowed that in turn I would read his horoscope and sleep the sleep of Silam. For was not the desire of my soul gratified? Why then should I not return the favor? Such in that tumultuous moment were my thoughts. Soon I became calmer, and then, how came the old man to know the materials that were being used? Perhaps he saw the fumes and thus knew them. But how of the contents of the condensing chest through which the vapor was forced for the purpose of nullifying its injurious qualities? For no living human being had seen me compound or place them. How came he to know the purpose for which this compound was being brewed? How had he become aware of the dream, the hope of my soul, the fixed purpose of my life during long and wearisome years? All these queries served but to envelope their subject in a deeper robe of mystery. And while they were passing, he stood at my side, gazing curiously at the now white vapor as it writhed and curled upward and out upon the air through the broken panes. It was very, very singular. In a little while, the wreck was cleared. The old man left me, promising to call again that day, and I went out to order new apparatus, some glazing, another carpet, and to visit a number of patients, after which I returned. It was about 3 o'clock, and had not been long in before Micus, true to his word, came also. Chapter 4, The Magic Mirror. "Let me give you a piece of advice," said Micus, "for you need it. First, never entrust any secret to a friend, which if revealed would bring trouble or disgrace. Never interfere in a brawl or a quarrel, no matter who is right or who is wrong, but always let the world do its own fighting, while you stand by to avail yourself of any advantage that chance may disclose. And lastly, keep what you know until there shall be a market for it. Now, we will test our magic glass." And forthwith we went into the rear office, which by that time had been refitted, so far as glass and carpet were concerned. In his hands bore a rosewood box, which he laid upon the table, while by the aid of 4 gimlets he fixed a silken screen or a curtain entirely across the room, having previously closed the shutters to exclude every ray of daylight from the apartment. "That," he said, "is a magic screen. You have seen a magic lantern exhibition. Well, this is to be a similar one without the lantern. I now open this box, as you see, and take from it this mirror, which is, as you observe, merely 2 plates of French glass, the strips of wood around their edges to keep them half an inch apart, and so that a fluid poured between them shall not escape. Nothing depends for success upon either the box, the curtain, or the glasses, but all depends upon the peculiar fluid seen between them, which is, as you perceive, of a dark brown color, but at a distance quite inky to the eye. Now, hang this mirror by this hook to the ring sewed to the upper central edge of the screen. Then closing and locking both the doors thus, I place these 2 chairs for you and I to sit upon. Then I take this reflector and place it near the gas jet in such a manner as to throw a strong light, a perfectly circular and brilliant disk upon the very center of the glass tablet thus." And he suited his actions to his words, after which he took our seats before the curtain, and I observed that the liquid between the glass was of such a nature as to reflect a sort of semi-opalescent hue. Before proceeding to demonstrate the truth of Hamlet's remark to Horatio, said the experimenter at my side, "I find it essential to give you a why and a wherefore. Know then that not only is there a mysterious and powerful sympathy between man's body and all things outside of it, but it is still more true that a greater one exists between these outside things and within his soul, as is proved by the astonishing power over it exerted by various substances, most of which, especially the last 8, ought to be banished from the earth and to be accursed forever. For instance, belladonna, cantharidin, bhang, opium, hashish, diwamashk, hindi, tarturo, hab zafarin, ruba, ganja, and many other vegetable preparations that might be named, and every one of which will not merely affect the body, but the tremendous mystery that lies concealed within. They expand the soul, but they also damn it. Let us ascend from a gross matter to the volatile light, for instance. By concave mirrors we can throw an image in open space that shall be seen for thousands. We chain a shadow, and whoever has a photograph possesses one such prisoner. We make a few passes over a glass of water and charge it thus with any specific quality we choose, nauseous or pleasant, and it produces corresponding effects upon the patient who takes it. Here you have mind and matter united by an act of mere volition, but we go still further, for we select materials and with them render the water still more highly sensitive, and then we charge it with our souls to such an extent that it shall comatize a man's body and illuminate his soul to the sublimest degree of clairvoyance. Still higher it is possible to compound a liquid that shall seize on and for a time retain by its subtle power any mental image thrown upon it. Still higher, there are direct and positive affinities and correlations between everything and person on the earth and off of it. By certain knowledge, certain persons are able to select those things that possess certain affinities to and for the inhabitants of the upper worlds and the dwellers in the spaces. Now that glass disc is before you, it contains such a liquid thus compounded. Here he gave me the most minute explanations of the process of constructing such curious mirrors and how to charge them with liquid, which I at once saw must of necessity be electrical, magnetic, highly odical, and ethereal. And then he told me how to charge it differently for different uses, as a toy, a means of medical diagnosis, for the purpose of interpreting dreams, seeing earthly things, discovering lost treasures, reading the past or the future, and for many other purposes, as no one mirror could serve more than one end, or work in more than one single direction, unless specifically constructed for such general use, which would render them too costly. Properly prepared, he continued, your mirror becomes so amazingly sensitive as to not only receive and retain images of things too subtle for solar light, but to bring out and render them visible. Nor is this all. There is a light within light, atmosphere within atmosphere, intelligent beings who dwell within them, and who can commune with man only through such mirrors upon which they can photograph the information they wish to convey, either by scenes depicting therein or by words projected thereon. Now observe, thoughts are things. They are real, substantial actualities, if not actual matter. They are things that have shadows, shape, form, outline, bulk. Some are flat, others are sharp, cutting, pointed, and go on, boring their way through the world from age to age. Others are solid, round, bulky, stagger, but they strike you and impinge upon the world. Thoughts live and die and grow. Now attend, gaze steadily and firmly, desire to see something, no matter what. I smiled incredulously and observed that one could see one's face in any bit of glass. True, replied he, but you have never seen your soul, and this bauble will show you that. It will reveal events already past that are now occurring, or that will transpire in the future on the earth or off of it. Much doubting what he said, I told him that just then the skeptical mood was on me, and my belief must be forced. He well knew the singular constitution of my mind, and that in spite of much contrary seeming, I was one of the most obdurate skeptics concerning supernatural that ever lived. To most of those who have known me or read what I have written in the past years, it may appear strange that I, who have been the accepted champion of all things spectral, should now make such seeming confession. But human nature is a very strange compound. My heart, my desires, my loves, and emotional nature were all on the side of the ghostly, and eagerly grasped and nursed the occult and the weird. And when these reigned in my soul, I bravely defended the spiritual theory against all comers. I rose to sublime heights of inspiration and speculation, and being thereby rendered morbidly sensitive to affectional influences, readily yielded to the specious social sophistry of the hour, and for a while pursed a coarse form, which, had not reason been utterly blinded, I would have shrunk with ineffable horror. But being surrounded by scores of thousands similarly deluded, it was impossible for a while to break through the accursed meshes of the devil's net into the clear and cool light of truth beyond. This was one side of the life web I was weaving, but there came moments wherein enthusiasm was exchanged for something like somber-mindedness, and then intellect rejected most of what heart had drunk in, and challenged the conclusions of my own and others in regard to the phantom philosophy. People cried, "Inconsistent, variable," mistaking honesty for whim, and just as if anything or person was ever consistent. In the present seance, logic held the reins of the mind, and I laughed, which Micus, observing, said, laugh on, but you must be careful, or laugh will be against you. Truth is a dainty and jealous dame. She never relishes practical jokes at her expense. But look, the mirror begins to operate, and instantly bending down, he veiled his face with both hands, and remained thus for perhaps a minute, when he spoke, saying, "What see you in the glass?" "Nothing," I replied, "but the image of ourselves." "Have patience, look again, try." A short silence then followed. Then, "Do you see anything?" "Yes, but nothing extraordinary, only a clear spot, an atmospheric-looking aperture in the center of the glass." "Yes, now there comes a change. Faint, misty, dusky shadows flit across, but nothing positive or distinct." "Is that all?" "It is." "Look again." Clearly and distinctly I see the forequarters of a large grayish-white dog. It grows. Now it is complete. The image stands out, bold and clear from the mirror. So perfect was this appearance that I could not realize that it was a phantasm. The thing was impossible. It looked like the reflection of a dog in a looking-glass, and I actually turned my head, not to look for the dog, but for the picture of one upon the wall that might have caused the image in the mirror. There was no such picture. The old man enjoyed my surprise and muttered, "Nothing supernatural, huh? Remember that idiots, bigots, and fools only dispute the existence of that which others do, but they do not understand." True, many pin their faith in a hereafter upon a curious phenomena attributed to disembodied souls, but they err in doing so. The demonstration can never be afforded through any process of either phenomena or intellection. Of that be assured, immortality can never be thought, it must be felt. Your philosopher cannot possibly grasp the idea, because it is not an idea at all. It is a reality and comes to man through the intellect, but ever and always through other channels of the spirit. Comes over roads that begins on earth and terminate directly at the foot of God's throne. Thus, when storms fall on the philosophic soul, it shrinks and plays the coward. Not so the truly intuitional man. He feels, and feeling sees God through the gloom. and that to him is an assurance against loss or annihilation. He rides triumphant over circumstances that bar themselves effectually against all philosophers. Even when the shadow rests heaviest on the sky of life, such a soul beholds God enthroned in auroral splendor everywhere. He catches the sound of his voice from every echoing hill and dell, and it speaks to him of life everlasting, and its tones carry a thrilling demonstration of a hereafter that all the spiritualism of the earth could ever impart. Now, while I look upon the mirror, I silently marveled whether it were possible through that glass to solve the grand secret of the ages, and the old man's speech could not possibly have been more apropos than it was. But in a moment afterwards I felt indignant at having beheld such a figure, when he had promised I should see my soul, and I told him so. Let not that offend you, he replied. That figure is not spectral, it is correspondental. What is the type of enduring fidelity, perfect trust and confidence, unbounded love and faith, if its symbol be not a dog? Such is the quality of your soul, nor is it very bad. There now came a broad, clean space on the glass, and the whole of it became clear and pellucid as to the finest crystal, and in its very center appeared a tiny but brilliant speck of white light. And in its luster increased till it became painful to gaze upon it, and gradually this expanded, and there came a space in the middle clearer than the brightest noonday, into which I gazed with rapture, for the intense light faded away into a sort of hazy vapor surrounding the spot. Into such and through such do I wish you look for me. But not now. The time is not propitious. That which you behold is the lens of a mystical telescope, wherewith you may scan and sweep the fields where revolve a myriad of worlds like this, and of other millions whereof man is yet profoundly ignorant. Through it you can and may witness not only the worlds of which I speak, but of their tenants and all that they are doing. What? Do you mean to tell me that through that telescope, as you call it, a living man can behold all that is going on Mars and Jupiter? Ay, said he, and 500,000 planets, suns, and systems more. It will reveal a fate or a fortune of any one alive or dead. But to the proof, as he spoke, it seemed that a sort of tube of light extended itself towards me, and through it I beheld, as a diorama, each and all of the terrible and painful scenes, what I believed to be my most recent life on earth. I beheld all of my few joys and successes, and all of the countless agonies of body and soul by which they had been girdled. Men met the phantom of myself with smiles upon their faces, and seemed to speak in honeyed phrases to make themselves believed. And then these shadows stabbed at the listener, and he fell, but did not seem to die, for a grisly phantom ever hovered over him, but from pity forebode to strike. The scene changed, and it appeared to be a rural village. The date and fiery figures on the corner of the field, it was 1852. It was a barber shop, and the light, happy-hearted youth was herein pursuing his avocation and earning bread and health. This youth was apparently gifted to look beyond the veil and into the dim regions of the dead, and it seemed that this was known, for presently people flocked about him, and the scene closed. Again, the magic picture presented this man as in public life. Cliques made use of him, flattered his vanity, and he was led to errors of conduct and judgment, but none so great as manifested by others around him. But on the instant that this man discovered his errors and announced it, 10,000 daggers were leveled at his heart, 10,000 tongues defamed him, and for what? Because he had been true to his knowledge, his conscience and his God. He fell beneath the strokes of those who had sworn themselves his friends and the friends of all mankind. See him now, with his heart bowed down. It shifts, and lo, the man appears again, consumed by the fires of hatred, envy, ingratitude, and venom of his former friends, and he has risen again. Je renais de mes cendres was the motto on the banner that he floated on the breeze. He changed his mode of life. One of those who were the very first to take him from his labor and bring him before the world still clung to him, declared that even death should never alienate him, for the pantomime was as readable as speech, and the deceiver was believed. Again, the fantorama changed. The barber orator had reached competence, had gained much gold, a deal of philosophy, and but very little wisdom with it all, for he still believed the speech of people, measured men and women by the standard of his own heart, and believed that honesty, say, was honest mean. He had forgotten that after all, this is but a baby world, and still went on in the same old way, trusting and suffering. He had one to provide for, a female relative in whom his heart was bound, but this was not reciprocal. The relation was that of a religious duty on his side and self-interest on hers. Still the man nobly struggled for her, so it seemed, and the picture faded. But another came, his friend, by fraud, obtained all the man had, and then, with a malignant purpose, defamed the female to his dupe, having first reduced the man to beggary. All this, working on the barber, nearly upset his reason, and the victim raged in his agony, and the financier laughed at him, and fed sumptuously daily, and having previously obtained by double fraud a signature to the effect that robbery was a legal loan, gloated over the misery he had caused and denounced the victim himself had made. Once more the picture flew on. Years had gone by. The despised man, despised because of his tact, was uncultured. He knew more of higher than earthly laws. It changed again. The bad man had lost ground. The victim risen higher in the world of letters. Men honored him, and they despised the miser. The way of the world, said Micus, but recollected that ever the right comes uppermost, and ever is justice done. What could you expect else from so small a portion of a man? Trust no one. This was fate. Fate cannot be evaded. Submit. It will be well in the sequel. We may be happy yet. Again those words, and uttered by Machias too. My mind framed a desire to behold something of the future that should be as plain as the pictures of the past had been, and if there was any means whereby the blows of fate might be softened, any field in which to live and act free from the loneliness hitherto endured. And when next my eyes glanced through the magic tube, there passed across the field of vision a solitary human head and a bust. So swiftly did it glide past that only an electric sense of its beauty remained with me. But there was something that told me the head I saw, Eulampia, that woman alone, could redemption come. But then a curse said, a daughter of Ish, and she was the child of Japhet. Scarcely had this figure flitted. By then the glass became clouded black and finally resumed the appearance it had when first taken from the box. Nothing further can be seen today, said Machias. I have already endowed you with priceless gifts. You can go forth through the world and heal the sick, restore the insane, make mirrors and the elixir, and read the past and the future, And yet all of this is as nothing to that which you may expect after you shall have solemnly sworn to sleep the sleep of Silam for me. Readily acknowledging all he said, gratitude prompted me to assent, and the words were on my lips. And then suddenly the same bust and head passed before me very slowly within a foot of my face. It was unmistakably Eulampia, and the countenance looked tearfully reproachful as it once more disappeared. But even as it did so, there came a soft, low, musical voice, but sorrow-toned, saying, "When I am in danger, you will know it, wherever you may be, and when you are in danger, you will see me, though seas between our bodies roll." The identical words uttered by the girl at the door of the chief's cottage years agone, when we had so sadly parted. Thus mysteriously warned, my consent was withheld. Macias looked pitiful and disappointed. He said nothing, however, but silently repacked his paraphernalia, said he wished me well, and then, passing with me into the street, we struck hands and parted. It were useless attempting to describe my feelings consequent upon these strange events. I could not help being grateful for the favors shown me by the enigma, and yet I was certain that I had, by ghostly aid, triumphed over a great temptation, and that Macias might after all mean me no good. Involuntarily clinging to the memory of the maiden of the valley, I blessed her from my soul and offered up a prayer that, if it were possible, she might be the redeeming angel for whom my lonely soul so ardently longed and sighed. Book 3, Chapter 1, Ravalette. Years rolled away, continued Beverly. I had visited California and there made friends, as I had reason to suppose, and knew that I had forsworn wealth and place in favor of usefulness, poverty, and knowledge, and had there helped to found an institution which, while it was capable of diffusing infinite blessings to all around, languished for want of 7 good men and true. Footnote. At this period, just before leaving for the Orient, Dr. Randolph established a Grand Lodge of the Rosy Cross in California. Some time after his departure, the Grand Body entered a period of silence, but was later revived by Freedman B. Dowd, who followed Randolph as Supreme Grand Master of the Supreme Grand Dome. See the Rosicrucian Fraternity in America, Volume 2, Rosicrucian Foundation, Quakertown, Pennsylvania, to be found in almost any public or state library throughout the world. Yet it, like all other blessings vouchsafed to man, may be so trodden down that it die, but nothing is more certain than it will rise again to life everlasting. Months passed, and a continent and an ocean lay between the Golden Gate and me. I was on my second journey towards the Orient and had taken London and Paris on my way. My objects in the journey were triple. First, visit the Supreme Grand Dome of the Rosicrucian Temple to make my obeisance to its Grand Master, to study its higher doctrines, and visit the Brethren. Footnote. This has reference to the supreme hierarch of the combined orders of the Rosy Cross of the world, and at the time, Count Giovanni. Second, to obtain the materials in Jerusalem for the composition of the elixir of life. Not that I intended to make it, but because I wanted to use them in my medicinal practice, which I proposed to resume on my return to America. And third, I needed rest, relaxation, and change of scene, for I felt that if I did not go, what between the fraud I had suffered and the wretch's scandal, the woman, the dead child in the cemetery, the variety of other troubles, I should die, And if I die, what then? And so I went. The scene I now present before you is Paris, the date any day you choose to imagine between the 16th of August, 1863, and the 11th of June, 1854. Footnote, the spring of 1858. I had just contracted for an anatomical Venus in cabinet designed for one of the Rosicrucian lodges in America. I had paid out some $1,400 thereon when, being wary, I strolled to the Batignolles, from there to La Plaisance and Luxembourg. And then I met a person whom I had known in London, and he advised me by all means to again visit the Emperor, and also to go to certain localities named before I left Paris. Footnote, Charles Mackay. Promising that the advice should be followed, I accordingly one day found myself in the Palace of the Louvre, not for the first time, however, but for perhaps the 10th. On each of these occasions, my time had been mainly spent in admiring and examining the contents of the galleries as Syrian and Egyptian. The bas-reliefs, or coarse engravings rather, had commanded my attention on previous occasions, along with the sphinxes of Ramses and Menetempha, as well as the curious statues of Amenophis and Sebek-Hatep, Osiris and Seti, from all of which I had learned much of that strange civilization of the long agone, usually assigned to the past 4,500 years, but which had in reality utterly perished from the face of the earth at least 10,000 years earlier than the first year of that date. For but a little while before I saw those statues, Mariette had exhumed from the sands of Egypt the celebrated sarcophagi and mummy to which the best Egyptologers, including Chevalier Bunsen, had, with one voice, assigned an age of not less than 12,000 years. On this visit, I stood wrapped in wonder and conjecture before the cuneiform inscriptions upon a series of tablets, and which archaeology has never yet interpreted. Bunsen, Layard, Botta, Champollion, having all alike failed in the attempt. During the 5 or 6 last visits to the museum, I had observed near me, apparently engaged in the same work as myself, the attempt to cipher out the meaning of the inscriptions, an old gentleman, evidently French, and as evidently belonging to the small remnant of the old noblesse, yet surviving on the soil of La Grande Nation, judging from his carriage, air, and manner, refined, polished, yet simple in the extreme, and from the benevolence that beamed from its countenance, it was clear that there was happiness and content in his breast, and that there was a benefactor too, as well as a devoted student of all that was interesting concerning mankind. On previous occasions when we met there had passed between us merely the compliments of the day, and those general courtesies due between well-bred people. This time, however, as if by mutual concession and attraction, our greeting was much more warmer and more prolonged, for after saluting we drew chairs before the tables and began conversing about the arrow-headed characters, and the old gentleman, whose name was Ravalette, said, "Sir, how is it that I see you daily here taking copies and trying to decipher letters, that the best scholars in Europe have abandoned in sheer hopeless despair? Surely a youth like you cannot hope for success where they have failed." "True," was the reply. "They may despair, but is that a reason why others should? I believe I shall yet correctly read these enigmas of the ages." The old man smiled at my antiquarian enthusiasm and merely remarked that Moses and the chronologist had better be looking out for their laurels, else the parvenus of the present day would not leave many to be gathered. It is my invincible conviction, I said, that these sculptures were wrought many ages prior to the making of the pottery found beneath the valley of the Nile, that the inscriptions on yonder porphyric tablets were engraved there 100 centuries before the date of Adam. An individual, by way, whom I certainly regard as having had an origin, an existence in the imaginations of ancient poets, a mere myth handed down the night of time as an heirloom to the ages, at least all such as had a taste for things they could not comprehend and had an existence there only. Then you do not entertain the belief that all men spring from only one source? Yes, no. Yes, because God created all. No, because there are at least 10 separate and distinct families of humankind. But may not all of these differences spring from climate and the diverse localizations and circumstances attending upon a wide separation of the constituents of an original family? No, because that will not account for the different languages, physical differences, and anatomical diversities. It is utterly impossible for any sane man to believe that the Jaloff and other Negroes and Makas and other Indians and Mongols and the Tartars and Kanaks and the Islanders and the Europeans and Caucasians all sprang from one pair. Indeed, the thing is so plain from a merely physical point of view without entering at all into the mental and physical merits of the case that he who runs may read. Observe, I have said nothing about superiority or inferiority, merely content to let the physiology speak for itself. Well, said Ravalette, you informed me that you desired to learn, being already learned to some extent. The views you entertain upon the past are, in some sense, consonant with my own. And if you are willing to be taught, I am willing to instruct. And in any case, no harm can come of the abrasion of ideas, but perchance much of good. I was delighted to hear Ravalette talk in this manner, for I felt that he was in some sort, notwithstanding our relative disparity of years, a congenial spirit, and I longed for him to unfold to me the rich fabric of his thought and experience. I had concluded from a word dropped here and there that he was at heart a believer in the faith of Christendom, but in order to silence the lingering doubt I still entertained on that point, I put to him the following questions and attentively noted the substance of his somewhat curious response thereto. First question, you, Monsieur Ravalette, have doubtless traveled much and seen a great deal of this world of ours. Here he interrupted me by saying, and several others besides. I asked for an explanation, but he merely waved his hand and motioned me to go on. I did so. Let me ask you if the result of your observations abroad amongst men of different nations and faith complexions has not been a strengthening of your belief in the Mosaic teachings generally, and in what is popularly known as Christianity? Answer, no. In many other countries I have visited, I have found human nature essentially the same as we find it here in France. Men are ever the same at heart. Inwardly, they are all alike, sincere, beautiful, good, and religious. Outwardly, the same selfish, heedless, careless, and materialistic beings, as untamable, set, willful, and unreasonable as the hardiest cynic could wish. Wherever I went, I found the true religion theoretically believed, but practically ignored and set aside on the score of an expectancy. In all of my travels, I found but one religion, yet that religion passed current under a vast variety of names. All men alike believed in good and evil, a heaven of some sort, and some sort of hell likewise. I found that while at the bottom faith was everywhere the same, Yet the names by which that faith was known differed widely in different places and latitudes. For instance, I found that the Catholic or Papal, the Protestant or Reformed, the Hindu and Brahminical, the Buddhist, the Lamaic, Greek, polytheistic, atheistic, deistic, Magian, Gubre, Islamic, fetishic, and all other systems and modes of belief were, instead of being antipodal, in fact the same at bottom. This may surprise you, doubtless it would, were I to leave this subject just as it is, but I will explain. They are all one at bottom, inasmuch as that each and all of their respective and apparently dissimilar devotees do homage at the same shrine of the same great mystery. The modes, the names differ with latitude, but the meaning and the principle are everywhere the same. Popular estimate or opinion can never be true criterion, either of persons, thoughts, events, principles, or things. We grow daily beyond our yesterdays and are ever reaching forth for the morrow. The world has had a long night, as it has had bright days, and now another morn is breaking, and we stand in the door of the dawn. I agree with you that the dates on the tablets here before us be revealed. They would prove that human history really extends much further back into the night of time than the period assigned by Moses as its morning. Human monuments are in existence that indubitably prove that not only that the world is much older than people give it credit for, but also that civilizations, arts, sciences, philosophy, and knowledge, indefinitely superior in some respects to what exists today, have blessed the earth in bygone ages and been swept away, leaving only scattered vestiges of wreck behind to inform posterity that such things have been but are not. But what is still stronger, food for thought, is the fact that amidst these ruins of dead ages we find others that are evidently relics of times and civilizations still more remote, the debris of a world wreck remembered only by the seraphim. A demonstration of this assertion is found in the pyramids, the date and purpose even of the building of which is wrapped in conjecture, and has been for ages past. The authentic history of Egypt can be traced for over 6,000 years, yet even in the remote past, the pyramids were as much a mystery as they are today. This is not all. The catacombs of Eleuthus contain what in these days could be called astronomic diagrams, showing occultations of certain stars by certain other stars, and this proves by one diagram showing the relative place in the still heaven of each star of the series. Another displays an approach towards an obscuration, and so on through the 13 separate stages, the last being a complete emergement of the occulted star on the opposite side. Now it so happens that we have astronomers in our day who pique themselves on the mental power and mathematical correctness, and these inform us of a period of 57,879 years must elapse before the same phenomenon will occur again, and that not less than 19,638 years must have elapsed since it did occur. Now, I foresee an objection in your mind. How is it known that the ancient diagrams refer to any two particular stellar bodies? The answer is from the relative positions of known stars in the heavens, whose places correspond to the positions of the stars in the diagrams, for the mapping out is quite as perfect as it could be done today, even with all the nice appliances of micrometrical science now extant. Footnote: for the fullest and most extremely interesting proof, nay, demonstration of human antiquity, that Adam was not the first man, but that Men built cities over 50,000 years ago. Read pre-Adamite man. Who built Baalbek is a question that has been vainly asked for over 3,000 years. And then, as now, men repeated who, and echo said Baalbek, and says Baalbek still. In a barren, sterile, sandy plain with the augurs of the artesian borers proved to have been once a rich and fertile bottomland or prairie, a very short distance westward, the Theban ruins. There once existed a vast and magnificent city, so splendid that modern capitals of Europe are but mere hutted towns in comparison. This is proved by what has been exhumed from the earth's bosom. And that city of palaces is the wreck of one which, from its situation with respect to the other ruins, must have been merely a third or a fourth-rate edifice in the golden days when Anzac flourished. Yet the portico of this fourth-rate structure, situated in a suburb of the city, the name of which suburb was Karnak, consisted of 144 porphyritic columns, 26 feet, 6 inches apart. Each one was 39 feet, 5 inches in circumference, and not less than 52 feet high, and every one was hewn of a single stone. Moreover, this fourth-rate palace was 2 miles, 5 furlongs, and 8 feet long by actual measurement of the ruins, and it required a journey of quite 9 miles to go around it. This palace faced the sacred river Nile, from which led a broad avenue lined with colossal statues on each side, as close as they could stand, for a distance of over 1 English league. And every one of these statues commemorated either a king or a dynasty of that more than regal country. Now, mark what I say, proof positive, proof exists that this palace itself, so imperial, so grand, so immeasurably superior to aught of the kind of attempted by man in his progressive age, was after all a mere addition, an inconsiderable wing, a sort of appendage, a kind of outhouse to one of the main edifices of that immortal city. No man knows, or for 4,000 years has known, who built Asnak, who laid the stones at Karnak, who cut the marble monsters weighing 213 tons out of a single block of stone, and that stone so hard that no modern steel will cut or even scratch it. Railways, steam power, wheels, pulleys, screws, wedges, inclined planes, levers, did you say? Sir, all these things existed long ago, else how could solid obelisks of 500 tons weight have ever been transported a distance exceeding 1,100 miles from the mountains where they were hewn to the places where they were set up and where we find them today? Without all the appliances enumerated, how could these monuments, some of which measure 89 feet in length, have been erected after they were brought? And take notice of that some of these monsters were placed upon pedestals, themselves 10 or 12 feet high. It would strain the treasury of a modern state to pay the expense attendant upon the erection of half a dozen of such, as was proved here in Paris in the case of the obelisk of Luxor, the smallest of the two that stood before the Temple of Thebes, and which cost France over $2 million to place there it now stands. Without steam power and railways, how could such an immense mass of stone have been transported over and through vast plains of shifting, burning sands, especially for such immense distances? as it is certain that they were brought. A single further remark on chronology, and I have done. It has been established among the learned that it takes not less than a period of 10,000 years for a language to be perfected and then die out, to give place to an improved but entirely different one. Now observe. Champollion declares that he, through the assistance of modern Egyptian, was able to master ancient Egyptian. This furnished a key to certain hieroglyphs. These later proved instrumental towards simplifying a series of 3 more. He concludes that he has sufficient evidence to establish the fact that several successive languages have been spoken in the 2 Egypts, Upper and Lower. But let us return to the original topic of conversation. How is it that you expect a mere dream will aid you in researches of a nature so profound as these? How do you suppose that a mere idle dream, even supposing you have one on the subject, could furnish you with a key? There might be 50 persons, or 50,000 for that matter, each one of whom might feel an interest and have a dream about it, and like yourself discover a fancied key. And yet upon comparing notes, no 2 dreams and no 2 keys would be found alike amongst the whole 50 or 50,000. Vulgarly, this was a poser. Still an answer was expected, and so I said, very true, there might, but the true key would be that which, whenever and wherever it was applied, would yield uniform and concordant results. This reply appeared satisfactory to the old gentleman, who, after a little further conversation, invited me to attend him to his residence and partake of a dinner with him at his table. "'Tis but a short and pleasant walk," he said. "My house is situated in the Rue Michel de Comte, close to the Grand Rue du Temple, and we shall reach it in very little time." Cheerfully accepting the invitation, I took the old gentleman's arm, and together we proceeded to his residence, which I found to be one of those stately old mansions built in the noblesse times of Louis le Grand. We entered in, and in due time sat down to a repast at once rich, liberal, and friendly, and which gave me a very high notion of the man who presided over it. Wine of the rarest graced his board. Plate of the richest adorned it. Servants most attentive served it. Coffee of the best flowed, and tobacco in the finest finished it. All of which strengthened Ravalette in my esteem. After partaking of his elegant hospitality, he proposed a walk, and accordingly we withdrew from the house together, and arm in arm strolled into the Rue du Temple, and kept that route until we reached the limit of Paris in that direction, and entered one of its suburbs known as Belleville. Before quitting the street where I dined, I had taken the precaution to mark well the locality of the house and to note its number on my ivory tablets, which I invariably carried with me. And now we ascended the hills overlooking Paris, and then we descended over the plain, and gratified the eye with a view with the rich market gardens, and the conservatories of choice of rare flowers, cultured carefully for the tri-weekly markets on the Esplanade de la Madeleine and the Chateau d'Eu. Again ascending the hill, we entered a cafe together, and together partook of some frozen coffee and other ices. After that, which he took me to see Guinguette, or tea garden, lately established for the common people, where the custom for 10 sous might ape royalty and sip his coffee from silver cups and take his wine from Sèvres porcelain. Here we both talked to the proprietor concerning the novelty of his enterprise and made inquiries as to whether his customers, who were all of the lower classes of society, did not bear a great deal of watching, and whether they did not now and then run off with a few silver spoons and chased a goblet or a silver gilt fruit dish. No, replied the man, I have seen enough of life and mankind to warrant the step, apparently foolish, certainly quite novel, which I have taken, and I have found out that treat a man as if you regard him a thief, and you do much towards making him one. Watch a man closely, and you that instant suggest rascally thoughts to him, which may bear fruit, and that fruit be crime. But place full and free confidence in those you deal with, and let the fact be known, and your conduct sanction your words. And take my word for it, your confidence will be very rarely abused, if at all. My place is the resort of thousands. My invested capital is large, yet I have never lost 10 francs from the costly experiment of making the poor man realize the comforts and habits of the rich at the expense of 10 sous. We could but admire the tact of Monsieur Papantard, and frankly told him so as we left his place, for we felt there was a rich vein of truth at the bottom of his philosophy of confidence, as he chose to call it. After leaving this place, Ravalette and myself, still arm in arm, pursed our walk in the environs of Beverly, and there, amidst the sweet music of nature, the melody of sunshine, the warblings of birds, the quietude of the deep green canopy of leaves, the humming of distant sounds, and the serenity of unruffled spirits, we entered upon the discussion of a topic of singular interest. That topic was the human soul and its resources, and I shall only record the latter part of this conversation. Said the old gentleman, "Then you really believe, as did a very ancient society of philosophers, known to some students of the past as the Sacred 24, that there is a kind of natural magic in existence to sink beneath the floors of the outside world and reach for its soul of fire?" I bit my lip with chagrin and deep vexation at this tirade against a thing that hitherto my very soul had adored, as above all others, the one which cast most light upon the dark and mainly hidden side of the human soul. And while I could not doubt but that Ravalette was in dead earnest, I could not avoid thinking that I had detected a triumphant chuckle issue from his lips. Up to that moment, mesmeric phenomena had addressed themselves to me as by far the most important in the world. For while other things deal with the outer world mainly, that throws light upon the human soul itself, and into minds of purely intellectual persons goes farther towards the demonstration of immortality than any other thing beneath the heavens. This man is older than I, and knows whereof he speaks, else would not be so confident, thought I, but really knows of something superior to mesmerism, for enlightening the wastes of the human brain. I wonder what it can be. At all events, I long to solve any problem, at the further end of which lies the why and why not of the grand human longings. Conscious, individual immortality. Could it be that all I have seen, and had in my own person shown others of this mesmeric lucidity, had been a mere bagatelle of fancy and correct guessing? I could not believe it, and yet such had been the implication, if not the direct assertion, of the inscrutable being now standing by my side and apparently knowing quite as much about the operations of my mind as I did myself, and perhaps a great deal more. I was puzzled. Chapter 2. Something Curious. Ravalette continued, "Mesmerism's day has gone by. Already it is found to be impossible to produce the same effects it was as were produced a few years ago, while the bastard thing that now goes by, its name is of such nature and character that it speedily either disgusts all sensible people or very soon lands its friends in a deep quagmire of such alkaline properties that all the little common sense they had at starting gets thoroughly mixed therewith and forms a compound which they carry back instead of what they brought. And when they get home again, they peddle it out as divine philosophy, when in fact it is an excellent article of soap, regular savon extraordinaire, warranted to extract brains, decency, money, and everything else worth having. From all who meddle with it, it washes so very clean. If your railway does not accomplish this, yet in 99 cases out of every 100 of journeys that terminate differently, it lands its passengers in the populous town of fancy, in the which all things look real, but are as hollow and substanceless as mere forms can be, and that is next to nothing. In fact, most of the popular clairvoyance may be said to resemble an edifice having rich windows that exclude the light and passages that lead to nothing. There are, of course, very few exceptions to the rule, but the rule obtains vastly. The sentiments of a puling, hysterical girl, half afflicted with cachus and the other half lovesick, as most modern clairvoyants are, count small in the list of fact truths, and the mad ravings of crack-brained somnambules of the other gender, and they go for hardly as much, for the first has at least a degree of poetry to her, but the latter none at all. No, friend, do not place too great a reliance on the ability of magnetism to aid your researches, for you will run a narrow chance of disappointment and regret when too late that from nature's stable you selected the very worst animal of the lot, one that is ring-boned, lame, spavined, and very bulky withal. Take my advice and choose a better. As the old gentleman finished what I at first regarded as a diatribe against animal magnetism, a thing, by the way, that I always doted on, I felt silent, and was for the space of a minute. During that time I rapidly reviewed my entire experience in and knowledge of mesmerism, and the result of the inspection surprised me not a little, for on a calm, disinterested view of the whole subject, I found it utterly impossible to gainsay or invalidate his position and assertions, yet it was equally impossible to help feeling chagrined, and in no small degree mortified, to have my pet hobby thus mercilessly cut up and dissected, laughed at, and thrown out as dog feed. 'Twas very hard fare, at least to me, and at first seemed unfair also. For a long time I had almost worshipped it as a divine science, holding it to be the true supernal telegraph by means of which we earthlings might flash thought not only to the bounds of the globe and the present, but also to the ends of time and ages past, or, nerved by hope and curiosity, dispatched a message to the great future and dragged back the answer. It was looked upon as the great messenger of light, through whom we might easily read the records of a past so distant, and that coal beds are but yesterday's creation in comparison. And here, at one fell stroke, Ravalette had toppled the castle remorselessly about my ears. I bit my lip with vexation, and for a while was silent as, together, we walked up and down a sort of natural esplanade on the sides of the hill next to Paris. Mechanically, as we walked back and forth, I trod in the footprints made while going on each return, and just as mechanically observed that Ravalette did the same. One thing struck me as curious. while my mind was profoundly engaged in search for arguments wherewith to confute and break down my old gentleman's positions. And that fact was this: the shoes worn by Ravalette were of a very singular pattern, totally unlike any I had ever seen before. Upwardly, they were decidedly triangular, most perfectly so. Previously, this fact had escaped my notice. Now it struck me as being very singular. But what was equally surprising was that instead of the ordinary heel and sole, his feet gear had 4 circular rims of brass covered with rubber. And the track he made on the yielding but plastic ground was indeed remarkable. The track in the shoe almost upset my cogitations. I looked up and observed a smile on Ravalette's face as he saw my surprise in beholding the novelty of 1 cross, 2 crescents, and 2 triangles, and the solid bar, part of the cross, ornamenting the sole of the shoe. If shoe it could be called. That, he said, divining my thought, is and yet is not a mere fancy of mine. I have a peculiar reverence for those figures, as you plainly see. And with this he drew my attention to an exquisite brooch and pin on his bosom. This rare jewel, which I had previously seen but not noticed particularly, consisted of a triangle formed of a crescent or quarter circle and a compass, or, as the instrument is properly called, pair of compasses. In the center of this was a tiny cross formed of minute stars, and just where the 2 bars met was a rose, just blooming in the color with enamel to the life. Gazing still closer at this novel breastpin, with the aid of a fine eyeglass, I discovered a legend engraved in minute and strange characters upon the rim of the crescent. Upon the left quarter of this crescent was a pelican feeding her young with her heart's blood. Midway was a tiny black rose, and on the right corner was one of deep crimson. Footnote: it is most difficult for Americans to fully recognize the fact that in Europe, especially in France, older Germany, and several other countries, the organizations of reform were basically Hermetic, i.e. Rosicrucian, and later Masonic. That even today, many of the Masonic bodies consider human freedom as man's most desirable possession. This lost man is not in truth a man, but a serf. This is the reason why totalitarian governments, irrespective of their peculiar designation, immediately outlaw Masonry and Rosicrucianism when they come into power. Very early in the history of the Rosicrucians and Masonic orders, especially in Germany and France, the 2 organizations were so closely associated that it was and still is impossible to say where one ends and the other has its beginning. Today, as in the past, the symbolism of the 2 orders is almost identical, the difference being in the interpretation and application of the fundamentals taught through symbolism. This is vastly different in the States. American Masonry is in no wise connected with politics, political discussions, like religious debates being forbidden. In America, the Rosicrucian fraternity in its entirety is wholly separate and distinct from Masonic organizations and their activities. It has, however, never been possible to disassociate the symbolism of the 2, dating back to long before American Masonry existed. This is in no sense intended as a dogmatic statement, nor is it authorized by any Masonic body. It is the writer's opinion based on years of experience and long association with brethren in all parts of the world. The workmanship was exquisite, indeed quite extraordinary, for the entire jewel was not larger than a golden dollar. He also showed me a large and massive seal, pendant from his watch, and on the face was engraved a ladder of 12 steps, the 1st and 5th of which were broken. The foot of this ladder rested upon a broken column near which lay a mason's trowel, and its top leaned against the beam and ring of an anchor reversed, the lower part being lost in what represented a cloud. After I had sufficiently admired the seal, he semi-playfully drew forth his watch, to which it was attached a fine gold rope chain, and observed, "I have more of the same kind," and at the same time placing it in my hand. The watch was an ordinary smooth-back hunting case gold chronometer, worth perhaps 50 or 60 pounds sterling, the extra value being acquired by an anchor fouled, done in diamond points upon the internal face. The opposite side presented some excellent enamel work representing the cardinal points of the compass. 3 stars gave light from the west. A tomb with its door partially open stood in the east. Broken columns adorned the south, and a circle comprised of small triangles was in the north. In its center of the circle was a rose on the bars of a dotted cross, the whole executed in the same exquisite style as that marking the seal and the pen. To a question as to what it all meant, an evasive answer was returned, waiving all my solicitations to explain the emblematic devices. The old gentleman resumed his remarks by observing, "Never mind now what these things mean. You will know one of these days. At present, let us continue our talk on other matters. A little while ago you observed that mesmerism was a force spiritual, but I am not so sure that you are correct. In my view, it is a power physical, ultra-physical, or material it may be, but physical still." "What?" said I in amazement. "Human magnetism, that mighty agent or power which effects such grand effects and works such wonderful effects, physical? Impossible. The very idea, excuse me, is absurd. The assertion is simply ridiculous." "So I once thought," joined Ravalette, "but think so no longer. And mark me, the time is not very distant when you will come to my side of the question. I will endeavor to illustrate the point, one point of many that confirms my view. For instance, the serpent tribe. We know that those reptiles charm birds and other animals, and that they exert an influence upon their prey precisely like that exerted by the magnetizer upon his subject, with this difference, that the human subject exhibits none of that peculiar terror manifested by the lower orders of being when under the spell of fascination, and this difference arises from the fact that the animal has a clear instinct that the power is exercised for its destruction, which the human subject is, of course, entirely free from. We see the snake exert the same marvelous power that the human magnetizer does, and observe the effects resulting therefrom, no less remarkable, and yet no one for an instant supposes that serpents are spiritual beings. Now, you are completely at my mercy, thought I as I responded. Certainly the snake is a spiritual being so long as he is alive and exerts volition. He is a spiritual thing just as much as you or I. And dead, said Ravalette inquiringly, is a mere lump of clay, nothing more. Then, Monsieur Beverly, the argument is against you, and is mine. Un coup majestique. For the snake charms just as powerfully when his skin is stuffed with straw and cotton as when with his own proper flesh, blood, and bones. Innumerable experiments instituted expressly to test this question have been made, and it has been over and over again decided that the charming or fascinating power is just as strong after as previous to death. This has been settled by the actions of birds who utter the same plaintive and pathetic cries, exhibit the same terror and other phenomena in the presence of a stuffed as that of a living serpent. This is a strong point in my favor, but one that is still stronger indeed and quite irrefutable shall now be adduced. Persons employed in the Jardin des Plantes and other zoological institutions find it dangerous work to clean out the dens of certain serpents, even for weeks after the occupants have been removed. For the effluvium which, I take it, you will not claim to be other than physical, which they left behind and which constantly exhales from the floor and sides of the den, is found to be identical with that aura or sphere which is known they exhale when excited by the presence of prey. And the effects of this emanation from the den are precisely those that characterize the action of the living, present, excited snake. Now, these facts have long been noticed, and the result been attributed to the fancy of the human subject, until at length an unusual circumstance led to the institution of a course of experiments to set the matter at rest forever. India is the paradise of charming snakes, and a commission was sent thither by the joint governments of England and France to test this matter thoroughly. This commission settled upon Khandesh as province of the Deccan, where the serpents most abound, and the experiments were made simultaneously in the towns of Nunderbar, Sindhwa, Daulia, Chapra, Jamnir, Maligaon, Chandor, Korgun, Chorwa, Bejagur, Hurdwa, Asigar, and Hashgungabad, and Borhumpur. And they were made with 30 different species of serpents on 1,153 human subjects and 23 different nations and all sorts of temperaments. First, these persons were subjected under proper precaution, of course, to the mesmeric glance of hungry, quiet, enraged serpents. In all three cases, the effects were bad, all the subjects alike complaining of constriction of the chest, loss of memory, and a strange sort of vertigo. As soon as the last symptom manifested itself, the curtain that separated the serpents from the men was dropped, and proper baths and other restoratives resorted to. Secondly, these same persons were all invited subsequently to a feast as a reward for their services, and serpents were securely fastened in wooden boxes beneath the seats of 316 of them. And of these, 284 manifested the same symptoms as when under the direct gaze of the serpents. 2 months afterwards, 94 of the same persons, unknown to themselves, were placed to work in an apartment building of the boards that had composed the serpent dens, and the effects, a third time, were absolutely identical. Now, in this light, what becomes of your spiritual hypothesis? It is gone to the four winds of earth. But to set the matter entirely at rest, and to give your spiritual notion respecting mesmerism its eternal quietus, let me call your attention to the fact that if man, any man, sits before a swinging disc of black glass and fixes his eyes upon it, he will eventually be as deeply magnetized, as lucidly clairvoyant as he would under the operation of the most powerful magnetizer on the globe. It felt that the tables were turned and that the old gentleman held me at his mercy. However, he forbore to triumph, but went on saying, I do not say that the soul of man is physical, but I know that his spirit is so. For I proved that over 60 years ago to my complete and entire satisfaction. Do not, I beg you, consider me a materialist, or that I dispute the existence of spirit. Far from that. Your humble servant is a firm believer, not only in spirit, but in the great spiritual kingdom, more vast, varied, and beautiful than this material one. And believe me, mon ami, when I affirm that not more than 1 man in 10,000 has any adequate idea of what he means when pronouncing the word spirit. Not 1 man in thrice that number can properly define it. Furthermore, as a prelude to what may yet befall you, permit me to say that in the face of modern philosophy and in direct contrariety to popular belief, it is my opinion that spirit cannot produce on spirit the singular movements and effects witnessed in mesmeric and analogous phenomenon. But I do not at all doubt the ability of matter to affect it all. Yes, my friend, I believe that matter alone, without extrinsic aid, is competent to the production of the magnetic wonders, and that 100 others still more marvelous. For instance, I do not believe that any merely mesmeric power, whatever, much less the dream force of ordinary sleep, can, or under any conceivable circumstances, could enable you to correctly read the inscriptions on the tablets at the Louvre, or probe the secrets of Karnak, Baalbek, Nineveh, Epilogue. But I can name purely material agencies that are more than adequate to the accomplishment of these and infinitely greater things. I know a material means that will enable the soul to lay bare before its gaze the deepest mysteries of the highest antiquity, strip the past of its moldy shroud, and triumphantly lift the veil that conceals the future from our view, or rather your view. The strange old man ceased, and for a little time my mind lingered on the concluding words. It was plain and clear, so I thought, that he alluded to certain medicaments which have long been used for the production of a species of ecstatic dream. And so I replied, "You are doubtless correct, and can, by physical agents, produce strange physical phenomena and curious exhibitions of mental activity and fancy, but beyond all question, you overrate their importance and power, for not one of them is adequate to the office of enabling clear, strong mind to move within the sphere of the hidden but the real." "To what do you allude particularly, mon ami?" "I allude to various chemical and botanical compounds, for instance, those plants which furnish a large percentage of the chemical principles of narcotine, morphia, and others of the same general characteristics as opium, bang, hemp, the preparations of delightful but dangerous, the equally fascinating decoctions of," and it's blank, "not forgetting hashish, that accursed drug beneath whose sway millions of the Orient have sunk into ultimately but rainbow-tinted waves, and which in Western lands has made hundreds of howling maniacs and transformed scores of strong men into the most loathly and driveling idiots." We collapsed into silence, which at length was broken by Ravalette, who said as he clasped my hand with fervor, "My dear young friend, there is here in Paris a high and noble society whose chief I am. This society has many Rosicrucians among its members. Like the society to which you belong, ours also has its headquarters in the Orient, and ever since I have known you, I have been anxious to have you for my brother of our order. Shall I direct your initiation? Once with us, there is no branch of knowledge, mystic or otherwise, that you will not be able to attain, and compared to which, that of even the third temple of Rosicrucia is but the alphabet to an encyclopedia." Much more he said, but I had no desire to join his fraternity, and firmly but respectably told him so, whereupon he cut short our conference by rising, as he did so observing, "You may regret it, but I can tell you no more. The society exists. If you need it, find it. It may be discovered. But see, my groom and horse have arrived, and have long been waiting. I must therefore leave you. Take this paper, open it when you see proper to do so. You will quit Paris tomorrow, next day, or when you choose. You may turn your face southward instead of to the north, as you proposed. Seek me not till your hour of greatest need. In the meantime, I counsel you obey to the letter your highest intuitions. Adieu. And so we parted. I loved Ravalette, but not his fraternity. This conversation with Ravalette, and indeed my entire intercourse with him, was invested with a peculiar halo of what I may justly call weird. It was evident that all his words and allusions contained a deeper meaning than appeared on the surface. His conversation had filled my soul with new and strange ideas and emotions, and I felt that he had left me at the inner door of the vast edifice after skillfully conducting me through the vestibule. What worlds of mystery and meaning lay just beyond was a theme of profound and uneasy conjecture. I felt and knew that he was no common or ordinary man, and well and strangely was this proved afterwards. When he dismissed me so abruptly, after baiting my soul with such splendid lore, I could but feel both astonished and aggrieved. Thousands would have been too small a price to pay for even one day more in his society, but alas, thousands could not purchase it. Still, I learned a lesson. There were things in this world more valuable than even boundless material wealth, knowledges that neither Peru's treasures nor the mines of Ind can buy, and that Ravalette possessed an abundant store of these priceless riches. There was not a single lingering doubt. As his last words sounded the death knell of all my fondly air-built castles, I became apprised of a fact that had heretofore escaped my notice, and this was that for the last 10 minutes, a mounted groom, having a led horse in hand, had stood patiently waiting under a large tree at the southeastern terminus of our promenade. As the old gentleman placed the sealed paper in my hand, this groom advanced and assisted his master to mount, and as soon as he firmly seated in the saddle, they both gave rein and spur and urged the steeds into a round gallop. Both horsemen were out of sight before I could recover from the stupor of surprise into which the proceeding had thrown me. Chapter 3. Now comes the mystery. A man goes in a cab in search of his own ghost. Perhaps 3 minutes elapsed before the full recovery took place, and at the end of that period I had come to the conclusion not to be balked and quiet in such a cavalier style, but to seek and obtain one more interview, what might therefrom. With this intention, I dashed along the hillside at full speed through the principal thoroughfare of Bellevue till I reached the barriere leading to the Rue Faubourg du Temple, where, calling a cabriolet, I ordered the driver to land me in the Rue Michel Lecomte, where after a few hours previously I had dined with Ravalette in the shortest possible space of time. A curious thing took place while giving my order to the driver, and it was this. Everybody knows that at any of the barrières leading from Paris, a large crowd of blouses, men of office, women and children of the lower orders, may, in fair or foul weather, always be found loiterers having nothing to do, apparently, except to lounge about, to see and be seen. Such a coward I found at the barriere, and amidst it I noticed a bonne, or a nurse, having in charge 3 beautiful children, one of whom, a lad of about 7 years, appeared to take an unusual interest in myself, doubtless observing that I was in a great hurry to accomplish something. This child, as it saw me, ran to the nurse and said, "Ma bonne, Franche, what's the matter with this gentleman? Is he sick? What makes him look so queer?" "Hush, child," said the woman in reply. "That gentleman is in search of who he won't find this long time." "What is that, Franchette?" "That gentleman is in search of his own ghost." Mes enfants, replied the nurse as the child clustered around her to hear the answer. Ma foi, echoed the crowd of idlers as they caught the woman's word. Whether spoken in jest or seriously, I cannot say. Ma joie, the gentleman takes a cab to go in search of his own ghost. The cab drove off as these words were echoed by 100 tongues. What the devil does it mean? Asked I of myself, rather irreverently, as a Goubert would say, had one heard. What does it mean? What put such a queer notion in the woman's head? And while cogitating for an answer, the cab stopped before the required getaway. Hastily dismounting, I paid the man half a gold louis, refused the offered change, but dismissing him with a word of praise at his alacrity, I hastily rang the bell to summon the concierge or porter. That personage speedily made his appearance, all the quicker from the unwonted vigor applied to the bell rope. Is your master in the house, mon ami? Oui, monsieur. He has not been absent today. What? Not been absent? When he left me not 30 minutes ago, impossible. Monsieur Ravalette must have been absent. But who is Monsieur Ravalette? I know of no such person. Monsieur Jacques d'Apprent is my master, and neither the person you have mentioned. Here was a fresh mystery. Call Monsieur Jacques d'Apprent, if you please. Scientement, monsieur. Jeanette, my dear, go upstairs and tell le patron he's a gentleman wants to see him. Jeanette, a little girl of 12 years, flew to execute her errand, and in a few moments the landlord himself appeared, and I was surprised to find that the well-aproned butler who had attended upon us at dinner and the proprietor of the house were one and the same person. As explanation soon followed, and I learned that Ravalette, who was an entire stranger to the landlord, had come there 2 days previously for the purpose of engaging a sumptuous dinner for 2 persons, that being the landlord's business, a caterer. For the dinner he had paid a round price in advance, and had given the proprietor a small silver coin of peculiar workmanship as a memorial of his visit. This coin or metal the man produced, and lo, it was a perfect facsimile on a larger scale of the jewel that I had that very day examined in the scarf of Ravalette at Bellevue. To my question as to when we last saw my mysterious friend, the patron answered, I do not know him, where he is, when I shall next see him, nothing whatever. He left with you and has not since returned. He is evidently a mysterious man, and were it not that I have this little medal to commemorate my visit, together with 310 francs in gold in my pocket, which he paid me for the wines and dinner, I should have more half believed that he was the devil himself, for a lark in Paris. But the devil never pays in gold, so those who ought to know, and I am sure Ravalette paid me in brand new coin, which on account of its beauty and full weight, I just tied up in one end of my long leather purse, meaning to give it to my daughter at school in Dijon for a birthday gift. Here's the money, as you perceive, nicely tied up and sealed with wax, just as I fixed it an hour or 2 after Ravalette paid me. With these words, the honest landlord drew forth a most formidable-looking brouse, one end of which was, as he said, securely tied with twine and sealed with a great block of red wax. Yes, monsieur, here's the cash. I cannot show it to you because I do not like to break the string or wax, but as a sound is worth as much as sight, you shall hear a jingle to your heart's content. And so saying, he struck the purse against the sides of the gateway. But instead of a merry clink of gold coin, we heard only a dull sound of far less valuable metal. This startled him not a little. He changed color, and then drew his knife, and in an instant cut the string and emptied the contents of the purse upon his open palm. Horrible! Instead of bright golden louis, he held in his hand a small pile of leaden discs. Each one of these discs had a number and a letter on it, and one of them was engraved on the other side with the simple words, "Place the coins in order." And we did so and found out that each letter formed part of a word. They were all placed, and the inscription read, "All is not gold that glitters." My soul quailed before the mystery. I could scarcely move or speak, so great was my bewilderment. And as for the patron, it is impossible to describe his terror and consternation as he stood there with open mouth and protruding eyeballs, gazing upon the coins on the board where he had laid them. I too looked upon them. And even while we did so, a terrible thing took place, for the letters upon the discs changed colors before our eyes, first into a light blue, changing into a deep crimson, and finally assuming a blood red color. When, at the end of 30 seconds, this color did not change, we looked closer at them and to our absolute amazement found that the characters themselves had altered, and instead of the sentence above quoted, we read the following: "Remember Ravalette, fear not." With a cry of agony, the man dashed the accursed coins to the ground and instantly fell himself in a deathly swoon. A great excitement now ensued. The porter, Jeanette, and half a dozen of other inmates rushed to the assistance of their fallen master. Tenderly and carefully, we bore him into the house and speedily resorted to the well-known means of restoration used in such a case when it is superfluous to mention. Suffice that, at the expiration of a half an hour, the man revived, and bidding him and the rest a short goodbye, and promised to return on the morrow if I did not quit Paris, I took my departure. Before I left, however, it occurred to me that I would secure the marvelous coins, or at least a few of them, and for this purpose I, accompanied by the concierge who had seen his master dash them away, went into the courtyard where he had thrown them. Carefully and long we searched over the smooth stone pavements. The marks where they had struck were there, but not a single coin could be found. It was absolutely certain that no person in the house had picked them up, for all of these were in attendance on the patron. It was equally certain that no one from the street had done so, for the gate was fast bolted shut, and had been ever since I had entered the premises to inquire of the porter. At length, we gave up the task of finding them as utterly hopeless. I looked at the porter and shook my head. The porter looked at me and shook his head in return, as much as to say, "It is a very strange affair." At that moment, a voice, coming from God knows where, for it seemed to issue neither from above nor below in the house or out of it, a hollow, half pathetic, half cynical voice echoed our unspoken thought: "It is a very strange affair." The horror-stricken porter crossed himself devoutly and, falling on his knees, began to pray, while I, in the meanwhile, undid the bolts, opened the port, and rushed into the open street. The thing was altogether so weird a character that I almost doubted the evidence of my senses, yet, on recalling all of the circumstances from first to last, the testimony affirming the events was altogether too strong, overpowering, and direct to be doubted for an instant. In books of ancient lore, in the old black-letter volumes of antiquity, in the recital of the exploits of Apollonius of Tyana, in the life of Darwin, in the story of Gargantus, in the records of the weird brethren of Apulia, I had read of magic marvels almost too wonderful for the belief of those ignorant masses, contemporaneous with the authors and heroes of various legends. But in the light of modern learning, all of these things had been resolved into three primitive elements. And these were, first and principal, ignorance of the masses; second, the clouds of superstition for which long ages hovered over the world, and third, the amazing skill possessed by various arch-impostors of antiquity. Thus I accounted for much that was reported to have taken place in ye olden time. But how to explain away what myself and several others had just witnessed on the same easy and general hypothesis was a task altogether beyond achievement. To attempt to get rid of the difficulty on the supposition of mere fancy was simply ridiculous, and yet, while one does not feel at liberty to admit the idea of magic, here were circumstances of such tremendous character as to utterly forbid and defy explanation upon any other ground whatever. This was the current of my thoughts as I left the street of Michel de Comte and turned up that of Temple. As I slowly walked along, buried in a labyrinth of conjecture, the idea suddenly occurred to me that perhaps after all, Ravalette and the people of that house in Rue Michel de Comte might merely have been performing parts in a very cleverly designed and capitally acted drama. Though how to account for the kaleidoscopic changes of the coins, I could not first imagine. "Ah," said I at length, "I have it! Hurrah! Bravo! Eureka! 10 times over! The secret's out, and I'm the man that found it." A sudden thought occurred to me, by aid of which even the coin mystery was cleared up most satisfactorily, and that which 10 minutes before was a profound and horrible mystery was now apparently as clear as noontide sun. Here is a train of reasoning which led me to this hopeful result. Ravalette was wealthy and eccentric gentleman who, observing my natural enthusiasm for antique and aptitude to the occult, had determined to either amuse himself and his friends at my expense, possibly for the purpose of curing some of them of what perhaps was regarded as the same weakness, or taking pity on what he looked upon as a sad and dangerous infatuation, and resorted to his rather costly experiment in the hope that at its termination a perfect cure might be effected. The people in the house were together with the women and children at the Barriere, his confederates in a scheme. He was a learned man, saw that I could not be easily taken in, and therefore brought the wonders of chemical and ventricular sciences to his assistance, the latter in the affair of the floating voice, the former in the matter of the coins of discs. The coins had been coated with a substance that would on exposure to the atmosphere exhale away, and with this exhalation the first set of characters would of course disappear. Beneath this external coating was another, which on contact with the air would assume a peculiar color. Beneath this in turn was another, and still another, the last of all being that on which was written the last series of letters composing the sentence. The appearance of these words was the cue to the patron to utter his cry, dash the coins from his hands, and pretend to swoon. In the commotion resultant therefrom, attention would be drawn from the cause of the apparent disaster and afford ample opportunity for their removal. The sentence, "It is a very strange affair," would be the very one naturally suggested under the circumstances, and had happily been selected as the most fitting one to afford exercise to the ventriloquist employed. And this apparent echoing of an unspoken thought would add additional piquancy to the scene, and materially assist in piling up the horriplant. There! Was not that a fine specimen of analysis? It was almost perfect, and would have answered most admirably had it not been for one little thing, and that was simply that it was not true. A trifling objection perhaps, yet one absolutely fatal. Why will be seen hereafter. I was just about half satisfied with my ingenious speculation, and no more after the first burst of joy at my supposed discovery had subsided, the cool reason once more took the helm. Be it true or false, I determined to go back to Bellevue and pursue my investigations a little further. A passing omnibus soon brought me to the Barriere, and to my great joy I saw the identical party that had made the curious remark about my being in search of my own ghost. The nurse and the children were intently watching the evolution of a set of nomadic marionettes and listening to the stereotyped drolleries of the man in the box who worked the little puppets. Luckily, the whole party, with at least 300 others, were so taken up with the antics of Polichinelle and his shrew of a wife that neither the young ones nor the nurse saw me. I therefore stepped into a coffee shop close at hand, called for a tass, and then sent one of the waiters to fetch the woman with the 3 children dressed in yellow velveteen. The man obeyed and speedily returned, followed by the party sent for. Upon seeing who it was that summoned her, the young woman felt alarmed, fearing that the remarks she made when I entered the cab an hour or so previously had offended me, and that my present business was to cause her to be punished for her insolence. For all places on this civilized earth, Paris is one where a stranger is best protected from injury or impertinence. At least it then was. I soon set the woman's mind at ease on that point, and having purchased some gâteau for the children, at the same with a vessel of coffee for the nurse, I requested her to be seated and tell me what caused her such curious terms with regard to myself a little while before. "Lord bless you, sir," she said. "I did but repeat what an old man said who stood on the side of the carriage opposite to that by which you entered. I had just crossed over from his side when you saw and heard me. As you came running down the street, everybody saw you, and that you were in a hurry, and several persons made observation as to the cause of your great haste. One said, 'The man's mad.' Said another, 'His woman has just run off with a lover, taking his twins along for company's sake, and he's after them with a sharp stick.' Said the old man at my side, 'He's in search of what he won't find very soon.' 'What's that, sir?' I ventured to ask. 'He's in search of his own ghost, my dear,' said the old man as he darted up the street. The notion was so funny that I remembered it all, the while I was crossing the street. Very long time for us bons to recollect anything, mon cher ami. And when Aubert there asked me what ailed you, why, I looked wise and repeated the greybeard's observation, and another cup of coffee, if you please. That was all. I breathed freer. But tell me, my dear, what sort of man this fellow was. Certainly another gâteau, garçon, monsieur. We'll pay for it, certainly." And the young woman went on to describe Ravalette as well as I could have done myself, had that mysterious individual stood before me then and there. It was enough. I was satisfied and determined to push my inquiries further. I thanked the girl, paid the bill of 35 sous, left the place, and hurried as fast as I possibly could to the flower gardens that, it will be remembered, Ravalette and myself had visited together. I went to the first one and asked the gardener if he had seen the old man, who had been my companion on a recent visit of an hour or two before. "Old man? Well, you are a funny man to call a boy of 17 years an old man. I recollect you well enough, for you brought a fine bouquet, one of the damask roses composing, which you now carry in your buttonhole. I remember you well enough, and the beardless stripling your companion. But I have not seen him since you both left together." "Bah, my friend," I said, "it won't do. I know perfectly well that my comrade was not a youngster, but a man of full 70 years of age, if a single day." "Sacre bleu, you better tell me I lie at once, and be done with it. You may say it was an old man, but I'll be cursed if it wasn't a young one, not yet out of his teens. And what's more to the purpose, I'll back my opinion, and bet you even a bottle of Jean Lafitte, 42 years old, that the person who accompanied you here today was a small, thin, shallow-faced youth of not over 15 years. Will you take the wager?" Yes, and 40 more just like it. But who shall be our umpire to decide the bet? Why, let the witness, my men, and my wife or daughter decide. I'll warrant they won't lie for the sake of a bottle of wine. Are you agreed? Yes, call them on. I'll trust them. Of course you may, but they are honest folks. My wife let you both in the door. I sold you a bouquet. One of my men went around the garden with you, and the other ran to fetch change for the 5-franc piece that you gave me to take pay from. Here, wife, Joseph and Pierre, come here, all of you. I've made a bet with this gentleman and want you three to decide it. In a moment, the persons called stood before us, and the gardener said to me, Now, monsieur, you and I will go to the other end of the garden. When there, I will describe to you the person who accompanied you here this afternoon. Then we will call the witness one at a time, first separating them so that they cannot agree upon a uniform story for or against me, but give the truth exactly as the truth appears to each one. Nothing could be fairer than this proposition, and therefore I give my assent to it immediately. Whereupon the 2 men were sent to stand at opposite ends of the garden. His wife took her place in a third, and while her husband and myself went forth. Having arrived there, your friend, said the gardener, was just as I have described him, with this addition, that he wore polished leather shoes, a leghorn or a Panama hat, carried a switch cane, wore a light jean, pantaloons, and a coat au sac, a vest of white cashmere. Remember this. Now, Joseph, come here, said he, raising his voice and motioned the man towards us. Be so good as to describe the person who came here today with this gentleman. I will with pleasure, master. The Negro who came with this gentleman was very fat and heavy, had a large splay feet, tremendous hands, broad flat face, a nose that would weigh a pound, and lips twice as heavy. His hair was woolly, teeth very white and regular. He wore low shoes, green cap, knee breeches, red vest, and a purple jacket. It is difficult to say which of us looked the most astonished when Joseph finished his portrait of my companion. Joseph was the man who conducted us around the garden. We were the only visitors of the day, and damn it, Joseph, you must be crazy, for the man was, hold on, said I to the gardener, remember the terms of our wager, and say nothing till all have been questioned on the subject. And then turning to the man, I said, go to your corner, Joseph. Pierre, come hither. And he came. Now, my friend, we want you to accurately describe the individual who accompanied me to these gardens today. Tell us exactly how the person appeared to you. Will you, my friend? Oui, sentiment. The old lady, you mean. Malatest. It makes me laugh. Pardons-moi, monsieur. But I can't help it. It makes me laugh to think about her, ma foi. What a queer old lady it was, to be sure. Such a little pinched-up face, and what a nose and chin. Look you, ecod, it was for all the world, la canoë, a regular pair of nutcrackers. Certes, I took her to the grandmother of Methuselah, or sister of Adam's first wife. Oh, 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 ha ha, pest. I shall die of laughing. And then such a dress, not a single article of cloth about her, but all she wore made of green and blue morocco. And then such dainty slippers looking for all the world as if made of wings of papillon, and such headdress, withered flowers and 2 bushels of faded ribbon. Par les grand Dieu, the lady was a queer one, and Pierre went back to his corner laughing, as if he would explode. The gardener looked astonished beyond all measure. How I looked cannot be told, but how I felt no mortal pen could possibly describe. We both kept silent and advanced to where Madame le Jardinier stood patiently waiting, her turn to be questioned, and impatiently wondering what was the matter with Pierre. The fellow laughed so uproariously, and enjoyed the feast of memory with such a decided gusto. "Ma chère Jem," said my comrade, "will you please be so good as to describe the person whom you admitted here today along with Monsieur? Certes, I believe the devil himself is at the bottom of the business, for no two persons are agreed in description. But you, my darling, you, who are all while reading poetry books, all about Dido, Ovid, Virgil, Shakespeare, and all those great people. You can describe this person perfectly, can't you, my sweet?" And the gardener looked imploringly at his plump and buxom compagnon d'élite. Now, of all mortals, it is most unsafe and dangerous to flatter a French woman, and Madame was French all the way through. Consequently, she determined on so fitting an occasion to prove her husband's encomiums perfectly well-founded, and she began the display with the quotation from the Bard of Avon's Midsummer Night's Dream. "Ah, mon ange, avec les bottles, my angel in boots. Do you not know that Joseph has been a poet ever since I instructed him in trochets, dactyls, spondees, dithyrambics, hexameters, iambics, acadaletics, and anapaests, and, oh, may the devil fly away with all of your anacats or merry cats, damn all cats. And as for your anapaests, why, what's she got to do with Joseph? Is she another grisette the fellow's running after? Why, that's 15 different women in 15 weeks. I can't see how the fellow's constitution stands it. And you've done the introducing business? Shame on you. You ought to be. Here I stepped in and told the gardener that his lady did not mean cats or females, but simply feet. Measures and scannions of poetry. This mollified him, and the lady curtsied me and resumed, "Yes, darling ogre, this last was spoken sub voc. Yes, dearest, the gentleman's right. Joseph is a poet. Pierre is a lunatic, and the gentleman himself is beyond all question as deeply in love as he can get. And these are the reasons why neither describes the person who attend with him alike. That prince of soldiers, who because he was so terrible in war, when he shook his spear, the English called shake the spear, says that lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cool reason comprehends. The lover, the lunatic, the poet are of imagination, all compact. One sees more devils than vast hell can hold. That is the madman, the lover, all as frantic seas, Helen's beauty in the brow of Egypt, the poet's eye in a fine frenzy rolling, doth chance from heaven to earth. And as imagination bodies forth in forms of things, the poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothings a local habitation and a name. But what, my dear, has all this to do with the questions I asked you? Look here, Nanette. I believe it's you that's gone mad, rose in love. Sacre, I wish I could catch you and your shake the spear loving once. I'd fix him and you too, my lady. That I would. I'd fix his flint so that he wouldn't shake any more spears around my garden, that I would. Will you have done with all of your rigmarole and tell what you know? Certainly. The gentleman's sweetheart who came with him today and who went with me into my private room to arrange her hair and adjust her petticoats was as fine and pretty a blonde of 18 years as ever set a man's heart beating triple bob majors against his ribs. Such ankles, such feet, such a bloom upon her cheeks and lips. Ah, such a tourniture, such hips, such embonpoint. Sacristou, it's lucky I was not a man when I fixed her crinoline. Oh, ma foi. I could have gone mad and run off with her, leaving Monsieur to mourn his loss while I reveled in the essence of love with his fiancée. Besides that, stop, Nanette, for God's sake, stop. I've lost a bottle of Jean Lafitte, 40-odd years old. Lost my brains besides. Here the whole 5 of us collected in a group, and the explanation followed, which instantly banished all mirth from Pierre and all poetry from Largenère. Declining all thoughts of the wager and the wine, I left the party in a maze of stupor and sped up hastily as I could to the guinguette or tea garden, where it will be remembered Ravalette and myself had entered to converse with the proprietor regarding his novel and costly experiment in the way of feasting for poor people à la Richoux. Entering this place, I put the same question to the proprietor that I had to the gardener and the man at Michel le Comte. But instead of surprise at his answer, I was absolutely dumbfounded, for the man insisted that I entered the shop quite alone, but that I had conversed with him in 2 separate and perfectly distinct voices, au ventriloque, which he had regarded as very singular, but concluded that I was a student of ventriloquism, and took every opportunity to test my proficiency, and had now come back to ascertain what success attended the experiment. I was too much horrified to speak, but simply nodding my adieu, took my departure in a mood much easier to be imagined than described. Not yet content, I made inquiries to whether any one had seen 2 horsemen of a peculiar description pass through any of the streets of Belleville. Nobody had seen any such, or indeed any horsemen whatever. I was thunderstruck. I'll track them, I cried, as a last resource, for the place where we walked, where the horse and the groom stood waiting, and where the old man mounted, was a soft, yielding, grassless surface. This will decide whether I have been dealing with the living or the dead, and that too in this broad daylight. I ran thither, not a trace of a horse's hoof, not a single vestige of Ravallette's footprints save one, and that one facsimile of the description formerly given. My own footmarks were plain enough, but only the one other was to be found. Here the mystery grew thicker and thicker, nor could I see the first glimmer of a way to clear it up. Slowly and despondently I traced my steps towards Paris, taking care to inquire as I went whether any persons had seen 2 men on horseback to go towards Charonne, Villette, Mille-Montants, or through Berrieres. I might just as well not have asked. But the chapter of delivery was not yet concluded, for what subsequently took place actually threw all that had gone before it entirely in the shade. These things I will now relate. First, premising my narrative. One day, about a week before I first spoke to Ravalette in the Louvre, I happened to be spending an afternoon in the Palais Royal, along with my friend Barons de Courvages and Dupont, to both of whom I had taken letters from America. On the day alluded to, I met, and it's blank, rooms in the Rue Bourget, and then and there became acquainted with an English gentleman of easy means and polished mind, with the name of Carr. This gentleman resided with his family in a splendid mansion in Rue de Chemin Vert. After a long and interesting conversation, we parted, but not till Mr. Carr had cordially taken me by the hand, expressed a desire to maintain the acquaintance, and invited me to call on him at his residence in the Rue du Chemin Vert. I felt gratified at his frankness and accepted his polite invitation. Mr. Carr named the day, and I agreed to go, and accordingly had spent the evening and took tea with him, his family, and a few select guests, some 5 or 6 days before the eventful day, the achievement of which I had just recounted. The thing which I am about to narrate is not only strange, but in many respects horrible, and my mind is agitated to the last degree by the astounding occurrences, things which I beheld with my own eyes, felt with my own senses, realized with my own spirit, and yet I scarcely dare give credit to that which I am sensible cannot, could not have been an illusion. My soul is filled with wonder, and I hasten to give a true version of the affair, while all is yet fresh and vivid before me. Indeed, it will ever be so, till age shall numb my faculties. Chapter 4, Murder Will Out. The circumstances were briefly these. I attended, as before observed, the fete social at the house of my friend Mr. Carr, Leonard Carr. The party was given in honor of a young literary friend of the family who had recently gained great renown as a writer of fiction. To this young man I was introduced just before we all sat down to a festive board to partake of the many good things so bounteously set before us. After the repast was concluded, we all adjourned to the parlor and entered into conversation. Topic after topic had been discussed, and at length the turning tables, then too rife in all parts of the world, and Paris especially, became the theme of the observation and criticism. Bah, said Mrs. Carr, I deem the whole thing silly, besides being one of the most contemptible humbugs ever rung after by a pack of silly people. I was going to say fools. I'm convinced there's really nothing in it, and that all of this stuff is about moving furniture and ghosts and all other spectral gentry. It is but a product of heated fancy, and not of heads and hearts devoid of truth, principle, and moral rectitude, stories got up for swindling purposes and to gull that credulous pack of ninnies known as the public. And a precious set they are, to be sure. Who believes, for instance, the tithe of the reputed wonders of the famous American miracle circle, or that they are anything more than clever tricks played off by a set of waggish fellows and a gullible community of Yankees, having in view the ultimate object of exposing and exploiting the whole so-called spiritual mysteries? I don't, I'm sure. Poor lady. She little dreamed under what cruel circumstances she was doomed too soon to verify the truth of the Latin motto, Nemo mortalium ambius oris sapit, so meaningly quoted to myself by Ravalette. Little did she then dream, in the plenitude of intellect, that not many days would elapse ere she submitted all she now so mockingly and scornfully derided and laughed at, and that ere long she would cower in the very extremity of terror and mental dread before these very mysteries she now so dogmatically denied. Her husband took upon himself the task of answering her, thus relieving us guests of the always unpleasant office of holding a wordy contest with a woman. He said, "You are, my dear, permit me to say, in behalf of myself and these gentlemen, a little too hasty in your conclusions, too sweeping in your remarks, and in the characterization of a wonderful phenomenon of these latter days. I know, my love, that you will give me credit for rather more than the usual share of suspicion, skepticism, and doubt regarding certain marvelous things said to have recently taken place in England, America, and even here in Paris. You know that it is my nature to admit nothing as proved, especially of such an implied nature, without absolute demonstrative evidence. The proof must be irrefragable, the testimony unbroken and indubitable, else I accept nothing. I certainly do not believe in spirits, much less that such things come to this world and afflict and move around us, taking interest in all of our affairs and meddling with our business in 1,000 ways, as it is alleged that they do by those who believe in them. And yet, with all this, I confess that I have seen things that stagger me indeed, that demonstrate beyond dispute the existence of a power, mighty, secret, occult, in the working out of its marvelous designs without the slightest human aid or influence whatever. Mind me, I do not attribute any or all of these results to spiritual agency, but I do say that the force at the bottom is marvelously intelligent and for all the world like that of man's. For instance, you will remember, there's a name that starts with an F, who came to America to astonish the French. Well, actuated by curiosity, I resolved to form one of a circle of 6 who had made arrangements to test his powers at his own rooms. Accordingly, we met him by appointment at a café jouet near Palais Royal, and together we 7 started for his hotel. Now, as I walked along, the idea suggested itself that perhaps the fellow had made arrangements in his rooms to surprise us by a resort to some mountebankish performance, and therefore, in order to try his sincerity and at the same time guard against any mere trickery or legerdemain, I suggested that we repair to the apartment elsewhere than at his hotel, and to my surprise he assented to the arrangement without a murmur. We repaired to a room at a house in one of the company, Monsieur Benjamin, in the Rue Clichy. Footnote: strange as it may appear, on this same Rue de Clichy in Paris, there resides today an Englishman who, February 1939, was instrumental in opening to me all doors of the temple in France, not embraced in the Supreme Grand Dome, and through whose efforts I had great pleasure in meeting the illustrious Grand Masters of these Supreme Grand Bodies, men known throughout the literary, fraternal, and scientific world. When there, we all sat around a small table with our 14 hands laid upon its top. For a while nothing occurred save a few knocks or thumps upon the table, which the gentleman by the name of F attributed to spirits, but which I suspected his knees produced. While thus we sat, it was a broad daylight, and the sun shone brightly through the windows. We distinctly saw, and I actually palpably felt, a 15th hand. This hand was apparently solid flesh and blood. It appeared to be that of a mulatto girl of 15 or 16 summers, and one of the party subsequently told me in confidence that it was the very facsimile of the right hand of a girl whom he once knew in Isle de Bourbon, who destroyed herself by poison for love of the very man who told me the story. His hand came from beneath the table and extended itself 8 or 10 inches over the edge at first. Then it gradually rose in the air, displaying a magnificent set of fingers upon the middle joint of one which appeared the semblance of a large and peculiarly shaped brown mole, surrounded by 3 smaller ones. And it was by these marks that my friend pretended to recognize it. The hand was attached about 2/5 of a forearm, completely covered with the semblance of a lace sleeve, terminating at the wrist in a jeweled band, and at the other extremity by a flaring and projecting ruffle. The hand, after a while, rose into the air, where it floated for 2 minutes. It then descended, seized a hold of a small silver bell upon the mantel, and rang it sharply all over the room, after which it replaced it, took hold of a pencil, and wrote 47 words upon the ceiling of the lofty vaulted apartment, threw down the pencil, patted each of our hands, and then gradually faded away in the air, just over the center of the table. We rose after it had gone, placed a stand upon the table, a chair upon that, as to so reach the writing on the wall, which yet remained there, and found a short message to the company in general, and signed at the bottom by the very name of Mr. and its blank. In Morata of the Isle de Bourbon. Now, my dear, was all this humbug? To this the lady whose skepticism would not abate one jot, even in the face of such an, to all but a Rosicrucian, overwhelming demonstration as this, replied, Why, I presume you had all taken a little too much wine, fell asleep, got up, wrote on the wall, and bah, it's all humbug. And that settles the question at once. The lady was silent, and the literary lion, I will call him Mr. A, for whom the party was gotten up, entered the arena of conversation, and observed that spectral or spiritual science, he preferred the former term, was yet but in the infancy in Christendom, provided what a casual acquaintance of his, a man of extraordinary research in all things occult, and whom he had met under peculiar circumstances but a little while before, affirmed to be true with regard to the faith, philosophy, and practice of a certain branch, or rather family, of the Hindus or other Eastern tribes. This individual, pursed Mr. A, in a firm and devout believer in spiritualism, and yet contends that not over 2/10 of what passes current under the term is really that which is claimed to be. Nay, further, he declares and gives his reasons why, which latter are very just and tenable, that not more than once in 50 times are the actions and speeches delivered under trance the result of spiritual action, but that when not the absolute offspring of imposture, which is rarely the case, other and very often purely physical causes are at work, which are frequently far more potent than what is known as spiritual influence, inasmuch as the results are productive of better, greater, and more satisfactory phenomenon, and of far more interest and value to mankind, and which have been entirely overlooked in the haste and zeal which people seek to gratify their thirst for marvelous by attributing whatever baffles their powers of analysis to a supermundane origin. This person, continued Mr. A, asserted also that he could himself produce similar and even far more wonderful and startling effects by means of entirely material than many which are claimed to originate beyond the earth. This, said he, I can do under circumstances that will forever put the quietus on the portion of the spiritual theory. There is a science in existence that may very properly be called spectrology or phantomism, whose wonders vie with the best of those emanating really from the spirit world. During his travels to the Orient, he said the modus operandi of several startling effects have been imparted to him by a person named Ramo Java, and that were it not for his greatly imparted health, which rendered the experiments alluded to highly dangerous, he would give public displays of his power. As to the means used, that must remain a secret, for he had promised to initiate only one person, and that not till his dying hour. But at all events, he was willing to demonstrate before a select few that there really is more between earth and heaven than even the loftiest servants dream of. Having my curiosity thus excited, I with great difficulty prevailed on this person to consent to give a display of his ability before a select circle of 18. I have invited 5 persons, and the present company will exactly complete the requisite number, and I cheerfully extend you all an invitation to be present at 6:30 precisely at the mansion of our mutual friend, the Baron de Marck, this day week. This ended the conversation on that particular theme, and shortly afterwards the party dissolved, agreeing to meet up on the night mentioned, which, strange coincidence, was the very one of the singular adventure with the ghost of Ravalette. For to tell the truth, I had by this time begun to suspect that my old man of the Louvre, he who had appeared under 3 different aspects at one and the same time, nay, under 5, and who was heard to speak, though himself unseen, by a man of Gionette, was something more than mortal. You must bear in mind the fact that the party and conversation at Mr. Carr's took place before I had ever seen Ravalette at all, to speak with him. And now, if you please, we will continue the train of events in progress before I made the digression. You will remember that after making fruitless inquiries for 2 horsemen and an equally fruitless search after footprints on the soil near Belleville, that I took my way towards Paris, slowly on foot, musing deeply as I went along. As I passed down the Rue Faubourg du Temple, the tolling of a distant clock announced the hour of 4. I remember my engagement at the Baron's, but as I had fully 2 hours left in which to dress for the occasion, I determined to drop in at D'Emprat's in the Rue Michel de Comte as I went by, and hear whatever might have turned up in my absence. I reached the street and was greatly surprised to find a large and highly excited crowd of people before the gates, and the more so as I beheld the surplices of at least a dozen priests of the Order of Saint Lazare, elbowing their way, trying to get past, both in and out of the house, with heart palpitating, with vague and dread uneasiness. I approached an intelligent-looking man, and assuming a carelessness by no means felt, I asked him what the cause and reason was of the gathering. "Lord bless you, sir," he said, "do you not know that the devil and 5 of his imps have just been on a visit to that house and carried off 3 or 4 of the inmates through the roof in a flame of blue fire? If you don't know it, I assure you it's a fact." I saw in this answer the legitimate effect of superstition, and the man's cloth belied his intelligence. I therefore drew out a sheet of paper and a pencil and began to flourish them in the eyes of the crowd for people of attracting its attention. My ruse succeeded. The people set me down as a reporter of the press and instantly gave way to right and left, so that I had but a little difficulty in gaining entrance to the building. Once there, I soon learned that the poor D'Emprat had collapsed into a swoon occasioned by his first fright and had passed thence into the most frightful convulsions, exclaiming all the while, as the thick foam rolled from his bloodless lips, "Oh, the devil has come for my soul because I killed Baptiste Lemoine 37 years ago. Mon Dieu, they will drag me to hell. Ah, God!" His wife had exerted all of her influence and power to stifle these dangerous cries, but without avail. His cries still increased in fury until at last the police had forced the entrance into the house and were speedily followed by a score of priests who, hearing that the devil was in Paris in proper person, were very anxious to try to effect a little shower bath of holy water, as well as to get sight of their arch enemy, whom doubtless the vast majority of them regarded secretly as nothing more than a man, or rather, devil of straw. The news spread like wildfire that the devil had appeared, and that to the questioners asked by the priest and bailiff of the porter, he confirmed the rumor and told as best he could the incidents of the afternoon. His story did not rest here, however, but taking 2 of the officers aside, he told them something which caused them to start back into the wildest horror and cross themselves most devoutly. The result of the interview was that the officers cautioned the porter from uttering one word of what he had just told them to any person else. After this, they all again entered the room where D'Emprat was still struggling in all the terrors of delirium, still accursing himself of a long-committed homicide, still calling on God and the priest to save him from the clutches of the devil, whom he averted. He saw beside him, armed with a fork and a trident, ready to drag this unfortunate soul to perdition and the damned. During all of this fearful scene, Madame D'Emprat was doing all that she could to quiet her husband, but without avail. The man went on harder than before. The ghosts of evil deeds were there, and avenging angels lashing his soul to frenzy. "Be still," she cried, "for Jesus' sake, be still. They will carry you to Bétry, and from there to Le Bourdeau, and you will die au coup tête." Footnote, that means on the guillotine. "Oh, be still, or if you must talk, say something else than that." Every word uttered by the woman and the man was quietly written down, unobserved, by one of the officers, who used my pencil and paper and the back of his comrade as a desk. What strange, mysterious power was it that caused me, mechanically to purchase a pencil and paper on my way from Belleville to Michel de Camp. God's ways are mysterious, altogether past finding out, and I inwardly praised him as the mighty fact became apparent that the people of the house were not in league, as I had conjectured might be the case with Ravalette, and that the mysterious agent of divine retribution was not of an infernal nature. Be it or he, whatever else, a load was lifted off my chest. Too soon, alas, to be let down heavier than before. You did not kill him, D.M. Pratt, so don't say that you did any more, exclaimed the woman in the accents of despair. 'Tis a lie, I did, yelled the unfortunate man. I killed him with a hatchet in the cellar and buried him under the gray horse's stall in the stable. My God, we are ruined, screamed the now frantic woman. I've always suspected that you killed my brother, but never believed it until now. And yet I do not even now believe it, for I can prove it. For I well remember the bloody hatchet, and that master never would let me clean the stable of the gray horse, that I have watched him dig gold from the ground there, and heard him accurse himself to sleep, said the concierge, coming forward. Then D.M. Pratt and you, madame, I arrest in the name of the law, and you, porter, as a witness. Officers, do your duty. Take the prisoners. Clear the house, said the chief. 5 minutes afterwards, the unfortunate people were being led to prison, and I was on the way to my hotel to dress, even under such circumstances, for the soirée at the Baron's, but in a frame of mind that little fitted me to be a spectator of philosophical experiments. Yet my word was pledged, and go I must. And go I did, 6 o'clock finding me in the Baron's parlor. I am perfectly sensible that, even in what I have narrated, the credulity of many persons would be taxed to the utmost. It is easy enough to believe that such things as I have described occurred long ages ago, in the green and halcyon days of magic. But it is difficult to imagine such things as taking place in the broad light of the 19th century. Millions, hundreds of millions have believed do, and in coming years, perhaps ages, will believe in the startling records of a magic similar to what I have detailed, and which is described so briefly, yet so graphically in the book of Exodus. And yet these people still strenuously insist that the days of such things, of such exhibitions, of the upper magic has forever passed away, totally unmindful of the great fact that when the astonishing things there recorded are accomplished, there must of necessity have been a law, a natural law, in accordance with and by which they were done, and that no law of nature has ever yet been repealed. Consequently, they must exist today as in full perfection and power as ever. What remains of the present affair to be told may, with what has already been related, and the truth of which may be ascertained most readily by correspondence with the parties named, be implicitly relied on as correct in all essential particulars, and yet the occurrences that took place on the eventful night are of a kind so horrible, so utterly monstrous, that at times I almost believed that we all, 12 healthy men and 6 women, were laboring under some strong delusion. I should still cling to this belief with the pertinacity of a miser to his golden god, the bigot to his creed, or the drowning wretch to the narrow plank that promises a renewal of life's tenure, were it not the facts, appalling in themselves forever and utterly, preclude the possibility that we were mistaken and deceived. What these facts were will be most clearly shown in the sequel. Chapter 5, Séance at the Baron's Diablerie Extraordinaire. With features horribler than hell, ere traced on its own brood, no demon of the waste, no churchyard ghoul caught the lingering in the light of the blessed sun ere blasted human sight. with lineaments so foul, so fierce as those, the impostor now in grinning mockery shows. When I reached the house, I found the company above enumerated seated in the parlor, and all most anxiously awaiting the appearance of the individual who was to afford us entertainment and, if possible, some instruction also. For a while it appeared that we were doomed to be disappointed. The expected party had promised to attend at 30 minutes to 8, and it was nearly that time already, and still there were no signs of his coming. But St. Eustace tolled out the half hour. A ring at the doorbell announced his arrival. The man was a tall and comely personage, apparently of Irish extraction, and had nothing whatever about him at all remarkable. Indeed, he was a very so-so-ish sort of individual, who at first refused his name to everybody, because, to quote his own words, "If I remain incognito, I shall not be lionized," which in other terms means bored, and pestered by persons seeking to gratify a morbid and impertinent curiosity, people who look for full-grown miracles and expect to find them instead of studying arts and sciences, and therewith increasing their knowledge and enriching their experience by a more intimate acquaintance with the philosophic truths and the recondite mysteries of mighty nature. The gentleman was very polished and polite, entering freely into conversation, and seemed altogether so well pleased with his audience that he threw off all reserve, laughed, joked, made puns, played upon words, kept us in good spirits for half of an hour, at the end of which time he gave us his name, as a profound secret, to go no further. And that name was a singular one, and it was my Vaterale, a very curious name. He soon proposed an adjournment to the back parlor, and after reaching it, he proceeded to arrange the chairs 6 in a line, in the form of a triangle. After doing this, Monsieur Vaterale signified to the Baron that his part of the preliminaries was completed, whereupon the gentleman, turning to his guest, said, "I was informed on the day that the present meeting was arranged with Monsieur, that in all cases it was absolutely necessary that the physical systems of all who assist at or witness his experiments should be duly fortified with food. For what particular reason I cannot imagine, nor is it necessary that I should require, seeing that it is his rule, of which all present were duly notified, so that all might forego their usual repasts in their own home, and partake of a little supper with me, previous to commencing our experiments, and—" "Permettez-moi si I vous plaît," said Vaterale curiously. "Si cela vous est agréable. It is my custom, and is for the purpose of preventing any ill effects that might result from a shock of the nerves, which, believe me, you will be apt to experience before we have done." Of course, such an explanation indicating, as it certainly did, no small degree of preventative solitude on the part of the illustrious foreigner, and was perfectly satisfactory and accepted in proper spirit by the whole company. "This way, ladies, this way, gentlemen, follow me," said Baron, gaily giving his arm to his wife and leading the way to a splendid salle à manger. The worthy noble had called it un petit souper, but the magnificent spread before us rendered it somewhat difficult task to imagine what would constitute a grand supper in his estimation. To describe it is no part of the task I am engaged on, and therefore I shall merely observe that it was the most recherché affair. The furniture of the table, as well as the viands themselves, and the most sumptuous description, everything on it being of the richest and heaviest gold and silver plate, heirlooms of old noblesse, from whom the Baron was descended. Dinner or supper once over, we all left the table, and once more adjourned to the back parlor and took seats in the chairs arranged in a triangle. The ladies, 6 in number, occupied those which formed the western arm thereof. We were all properly, comfortably seated. There was quite a large vacant space before us, into which Vaterel placed 2 chairs facing each other, and also 2 footstools covered with damask plush velvet close together on the other angle. He then proceeded to lock all the doors leading into the apartment, tied all the keys together with a piece of scarlet ribbon, then hung them to one of the glass prisms pendant from the large glass chandelier directly over the center of what I may call, not inappropriately, our circle. The jets of this chandelier, 7 in number, were all in full play under the strong head of gas, and the room in all parts was quite as light as if the sun shone into the windows, 2 of which occupied the northern end of the parlor, both being very richly curtained, and both quite shut. I repeat, lest trickery in what followed should be suspected by yourself, that the 7 jets of gas were brightly burning, and continued so all the evening, except when extinguished without the aid of human hands, and as they were put out, so also were they relighted more than once. Having disposed of the bunch of keys, Vaterel went to both windows, examined them closely, fastened them down securely, and that is to say, the lower sashes, for he let one of the upper ones, and threw the eastern external blinds wide open and fastened them so. Of course, the master of ceremonies had never been in that dwelling before, and of course could not have obtained information respecting it by usual methods of visit and inquiry. Yet, turning to the Baron, he requested him to ring for the servant, and through the closed door bid him to remove an ornamental iron sofa from the chamber immediately above our heads into the dark bedroom on the 3rd floor, as its presence, where it then stood, would materially affect the experiments to be made. This request made under such circumstances surprised us all, but particularly the Baron, who stared at the man who made it as if he regarded him as one risen from the dead, and it was, forsooth, rather a startling circumstance, to say the least. He admitted that there was such a room and such a dark chamber aroused me. Yet how the man knew it was very strange, considering that he had been in the house but a short time and had not left us for a moment, nor spoken a single word to any of the servants save on entering, to inquire if it was the Baron's residence. Scarcely we had recovered from the surprise natural on such an occasion, then we were again made sensible that we were dealing with an extraordinary man, for turning to me, he begged the loan of a small metallic coin which I had received as a present from Mr. Carr less than 10 minutes before Vaterel entered the house, and which coin was remarkably curious and valuable on account of its high antiquity, and it was one of the only 2 known to be in existence, and had been begged for me by Mr. Carr from his friend Blaise Jean, and celebrated Eastern traveler, and had only been sent in a note to Mr. Carr by the eminent savant a night previous. Having received the coin, Vaterel placed it in his pocket, and then taking out a set of ivory tablets, wrote a request thereon and handed it to Madame la Marquise de la Fronde, an elderly lady, foster sister to the Baron. The request was altogether so singular and so novel that the old lady immediately read it out loud. Will Madame de la Marquise have the goodness to retire to the alcove and remove from between her feet the stockings, the metallic plates, and separating the zinc from the copper ones, place each metal plate with its own kind and restore them to her feet outside the hose. The lady almost fainted with astonishment, for she averred that no mortal knew she wore such plates, but that she had for 10 years, and found them by reason of the electric currents they elaborated and imparted to her system highly beneficial to her health. She retired as requested, and returning in a minute, convinced us of the marvelous seeing faculty of the mysterious Mai by exhibiting the plates, which were precisely as he had described. She again retired, and shortly returning, resumed her seat. These preliminaries being concluded, Vaterel brought into the open space before us a small portmanteau, which he carried in his hand when he entered the mansion. From this he now took a coil of wire, indeed, 3 small coils tied together. Also a saucer of large dimensions of stone china, or thick, very thick porcelain, a large vial containing a colorless liquid, a box of paste or gum, 2 large and entirely empty thin bottles, so thin that we all looked through them at the light as he handed them to us for that purpose. They were as clear as the best window glass, as thin and brittle, apparently, as the finest crystal. From the same receptacle he also took what looked like 3 rolls of paper, one very large when unfolded, the others quite small indeed. The larger bundle he unrolled and spread upon the floor, space between the chairs and fortes. It was about 3 feet in diameter and was painted in all sorts of colors and figures entirely nondescript. The center of this article was immediately that of the triangle, the symbolic figure of the universe, or oneness as he called it, and of course was directly beneath the large chandelier. This done, he placed the saucer right upon the center of the symbolical chart, if I may so term it. Then, unfastening the coils of wire, he laid one along the laps of the gentleman on one side, and fastened it by means of a link and hook to the 2 others which passed in front of the other 2 sections of the human trine. The wire held by the ladies, for we all were direct to grasp the wire before us in one hand, and the hand of the next neighbor with the other, was common iron wound with silver foil. The one before myself was steel wound with gold wire, and the other was of solid gold, wound, as were the others, at intervals, with floss silk. The ladies grasped with the left hand and joined their right, while the gentlemen, this order was reversed. The next proceeding on the part of was to place half of the gum into the saucer. Upon this he emptied the vial of colorless liquid and set fire thereto. It burned with a clear and steady bluish flame. The gum was gradually consumed, and a peculiar and most delightful fragrance floated through the room. During the burning process, the operator sat upon the stool and gazed fixedly and intently upon, or rather towards, the open sash, while the rest of us were chatting merrily and wondering what would be the result of all of these weird and curious preparations. I said the rest of us were merrily chatting, but must qualify that observation by excluding from the employment one person, and that person was myself, for I found it utterly impossible to mingle in conversation with that abandon and unreserve which characterized the others. It was altogether beyond my power to forget the tremendous experiences of that very day which I had undergone. A weight was in my spirit that could not be lifted off. The ghost of Ravalette seemed to be invisibly hovering over me, and although unseen, his presence seemed to be palpably felt by me. The events at Belleville constantly obtruded themselves before the eye of my mind. The affair of the gardeners, the single result of his impromptu wager, the woman at the Barrier, and above all, the frightful occurrences at the Rue Michel de Camp, with its sure, absolutely sure termination on the guillotine, the miserable and ignominious death of D.M. Pratt, and the unearthly means whereby the deed of crime, the crime of horrible murder committed 37 years before, the unearthly and mysterious means, I repeat, by which his guilt was brought to light, all this, so oppressed me that I could not take a present interest in what was transpiring about me. Indeed, I cared little for either my or his tricks, which from observing the method of his preparations I had already not only despised, but put down to the score of legerdemain, clever and surprising, but still nothing more than legerdemain. How rudely this conceit was broken up, how terribly I was convinced of my mistaken estimate of the man before us, will very soon be seen. As for his skill in detecting the coin, the sofa, and the plates, I had already secretly accounted. I remembered Caspar Hauser, and several other sensitives who could detect the presence of metals by what they call magnetic sense. His description of the dark room au troisième was very simple, for nearly all old houses have such chambers on that floor, and this was an old house, and Vaudreuil saw it and made what preliminary capital he could from his acuteness. With the present weight of experience, with the memory of the deeds of the mystical Ravalette still fresh in mind, of course, I could not be highly interested in such displays of minor magic as I felt convinced were very shortly to be made by conjuring gentlemen before us. Suddenly the man whose pretensions I had just been inwardly criticizing partially raised himself from the stool, threw back his head until his long wavy locks fell upon his shoulders, and muttered between his teeth as if the word birthing was extremely painful, "He is coming." And we noticed his face, naturally of a dingy yellow, suddenly became of an ashen hue paleness, and his eyes darted forth luminous sparks that were plainly visible, even amid the glare of that brilliantly lighted apartment, and at the same instant he placed his right hand over the region of his heart, that is to say, over the part where 99 of every 100 suppose the heart to be, namely under the left breast. He did this as if to repress a rising pain, and then turned to his audience, and he exclaimed, "Look sharp, be firm, be fearless, be attentive, but if you would avoid danger, a nameless but great danger, stir not, move not from your seats, grasp the cord, retain each other's hands, make what remarks you may deem proper, but stir not an inch, a single inch from your seats, happen what may. I am going to surprise you." We all assented verbally, and not a few of the company began even to joke him on his sorcery and magic. When we all started from our seats, but were instantly motioned back by an anxious frown and commanding magisterial wave of his right hand. The simultaneous movement on our part was caused by a yell, for which it was that proceeded, not as might be anticipated from a female, but from Mr. Theodore Dwight, an American gentleman hailing from Philadelphia, and at the present time still dwelling there. This person, as all who know him will certify, is no weak, pulling, nerveless man, for a man more the opposite of all of this could scarce be found in a month's search. The sound which came from his lips was a shriek of terror, horror, and agony combined, as might well be fancied to come from the throats of the damned souls of the nether hell. It was, indeed, a paroxysm of deadly fright, and in an instant all eyes were turned towards him. He was paler than a corpse, the very image of death itself. His eyes protruded from their sockets, and he trembled, as if he stood before a final bar. His lips refused to tell the cause of his distress, but his gaze was intently fixed, with an immovable expression of horror, upon the saucer on the floor. Instinctively our eyes followed the same direction, except Vaudreuil's, who still was looking towards the open sash. With this exception, I repeat, we all looked towards the floor, when, great God, what a sight was there! The saucer was still there, but the 2 small rolls of paper were gone. They had disappeared. But in their stead we distinctly saw, for recollect, there were 7 full jets of gas in full blaze right over our heads. We saw, I reiterate, with our eyes, physical bodily eyes, 3 horrible beings, somewhat resembling overgrown scorpions, only that instead of claws they had hands and arms, for all the world like those of a newly born Negro child. These detestable things, for I dare not blaspheme the great eternal by calling them creatures, were about 5 inches broad on the back and some 18 in length. Their color was a deep crimson, malted with purple, green, and yellow stripes and spots, and they were completely covered with scales like those of an armadillo. Conceive, if you can, of a tarantula or a spider so large, and which each one of them moved on about the very tips of 12 legs, 16 or 18 inches long, and all the while whirling and twirling its hands and arms, 2 of each, 18 inches long and 3/4 as large as its body, and you will form a tolerable picture of the repulsive, unsightly, hideous monstrosities crawling, or rather stilting, around that saucer on the floor. Each one of these loathsome things had 4 large protruding eyes closely resembling those of the monster frog of India, but these eyes, unlike the frog's, were not leaden hues. Instead, this being the case, I think no spark of fire ever shone brighter. In fact, they fairly gleamed with what I can indicate by no other term than infernal redness, for it seemed that at every flash they emitted the concentrated venom of a gorgon, and beneath the fearful spell we all sat perfectly immovable with fear. What our agony would have been had the accursed things ventured to move towards us, I dare not even imagine, but they still and are ever kept in one track, moving with orderly march around that saucer on the floor. We felt and knew that they were living actual realities, a genuine and horrid trinity of facts, and not a mere optical illusion or the result of a play upon our fancies, mesmeric or otherwise. This opinion was confirmed by the most positive and blasting testimony, for as they solemnly, demonically marched about the center of that symbolic chart, they left a trailing streak of greenish, dead, hard, greenish ichor or pus behind them at each revolution, and a few drops of this fell upon the Baron's carpet. Some months afterwards, he and I exchanged letters on the events of that night, and he assured me that not a single chemical among the hundreds applied for the purpose had been of the least effect towards removing the stain. The carpet has been discharged of its colors and re-dyed, yet no dye will cover those spots. This was not all, for on one of their rounds they nearly quitted the chart, and the Baron struck at them with his foot, whereupon one of them spurted forth a fetid fluid which fell upon his boot, and made the mark there as if the leather had been seared with a hot iron. Talk not to me of legerdemain after this. Speak not to me of optical illusion or deceptive appearances in the face of such facts as these. For here are marks, wrote the Baron to me. Here are palpable evidences that defy contradiction. They were made on that night, and they yet remain. And albeit I cry, out, damned spots, they will not, but persisted in remaining absolute confirmations of vivid, strange, incontrovertible facts. But why did you not get up under such circumstances, all of you, and escape from the room? Is a very natural and perhaps not unreasonable question that may, without impropriety, be asked just here, and I reply, for several reasons, among which a few shall be named. First, the doors were all securely locked, and although we had seen Mai mount a chair and hang up the keys to one of the glass pendants, yet upon looking, we were found that they, as well as the 2 rolls of paper, had disappeared. Secondly, the windows were fastened down, besides being many feet from the ground, at least 15, and to leap that distance was altogether out of the question, even had we thought of it, which we did not. Thirdly, the earnest and solemn warning was given by Vaudreuil before anything took place. His assurance was that if we obeyed his injunctions not to stir, that although we might be frightened, yet no harm could or would befall us, acted amidst all of our terror as a sort of stopper upon any precipitate movement after the first shock was over. Could not quit the room, provided even all the doors had been flung wide open. Hast never heard tell of the fascination of danger? If so, then know it was upon us in all its terrible force and power. We were bound, chained, rooted, riveted to the spot by a potentially never to be questioned, never to be despised, for its might, When once it fastens upon the victim is merciless, gripping, stern, and unrelenting. We felt that to stir was to incur the hazard of an unknown, unguessed-at danger. All were fascinated by terror. To move was to add tenfold to its power. It was a feeling akin to that experienced by a native Ind who, roused from the midday slumber, wakes to feel the clammy folds of the cobra capello, the dreadful hooded serpent, of its climb, slowly writhing and winding beneath its garments about his naked flesh, and who realizes, as his heart stops beating and his blood runs icily with agony, and has the great big beaded drops of cold sweat ooze out from every pore, that to stir, to breathe, to even quiver under the pressure of his mortal fear is certain, irrevocable, positive death, knowing as he does that no man nor beast hath ever yet lived a single hour after the fangs of a hooded snake have once opened a passage for the entrance of the King of Terrors. And such was the pall that rested upon the 18 persons in that room as the detestable trinity moved slowly around the saucer on the floor, their eyes, their great, horny, bulging eyes, all the while scintillating and flashing with the very essence of intense malignity as of the devil. The female portion of the company, I fear, may never recover from the shock that night received. They did not faint, nor scream, nor swoon, as perhaps it might have been suspected they would under such diabolic circumstances, simply, however, for the reason that the tension of the soul and the nerve was altogether too severe and great to permit even for an instant the reaction which is an absolute prerequisite to relief by or through the methods indicated. Probably the length of time that elapsed from the shriek of our comrade till the final disappearance of the 3 monsters did not exceed 3 minutes. Yet in that brief space we had undergone years of terror. Truly, the real lapse of time is not to be reckoned by the beats of the clock, but only by sensations of heart throbs. At the termination of the time specified, rose from his stool, took a small basket from his portmanteau, and then fearlessly seizing the things one at a time, he carefully doubled up their legs under them and placed them in it. Then, taking the 2 crystal bottles already alluded to, he placed them lengthwise into the chart, with their necks and apertures facing each other, after which he reassumed his seat upon the footstool, addressing no word or sign to the spectators of his movements. And now it began to grow dark. The jets of gas appeared to burn less clear and fully, just as if someone was slowly turning the cocks which led it on with a gradual movement. In a little while the room was darkened, though not exactly dark, for there was still a dim half-light, a sort of semi-blue, semi-dull, red, misty radiance, just sufficient to enable us to distinguish objects vaguely indistinct and dimly. "Stir not, fear not," said the thick, husky voice of Vaterel. And before we could reply, a scene commenced, such as it hath seldom fallen to a man's lot to witness. "Allow me to explain a modern mystery," said Vaterel, "but first let me remove your fears. Look!" Scarcely had he spoken these words than the room was suddenly illuminated, as if the very air was aglow with the most brilliant light, and we saw the 2 bottles quite plainly. As we gazed upon these, there came from one the appearance of an enormous serpent, which proceeded to coil itself up until its bulk thrice exceeded that of both bottles. Then there came still another and another, until no less than 12 lay there coiled up in a loathsome pile. But as the last one emerged from the bottle, the first one entered the other, until all had disappeared as they had come. "I will now show you that you cannot always trust your own senses," said Vaterel, "nor account for what you see." And he straightway emptied the basket and broke the bottles. All 3 were empty. Not a sign of a snake or a scorpion was there. "Again, I will show you a curious thing. you will please call a servant, seat her on one of those chairs, and bid her to wager to hold the sheen of silk white as it is being wound, merely to keep her attention, that is all. But," and he spoke very earnestly, "whatever you see or hear, I beg you will not utter a single word." This was assented to. A sheen of silk was ordered, but not till the gaslight had displaced the other. "It will be just 17 minutes before the girl is ready," said Mai, "and while waiting, I will demonstrate a fallacy. The creatures you have beheld tonight are real, but ephemeral. They are all will creations, and perish when the power ceases to act, which called them into being. As proof, I will say, behold!" From the floor in the eastern corner of the room, there straightway began to arise a light mist, which created in bulk until a ball of vapor 3 feet in diameter floated in the air. Thus it remained for a minute, and then right before our eyes began to condense and change its shape until at the end of 4 minutes it had assumed a human semblance. But heavens, what a caricature! At first it was a mere vapory outline, but it rapidly condensed and consolidated until what looked like a hideous half-naked, bow-legged, splay-footed monster stood before us. Its height was less than 3 feet, its chest and body were nearly that in width, its legs were not over 8 inches long, its arms were longer than its entire body, its head was gigantic, and it had no neck whatever, while from its horrible head there hung the very ground, the appearance of a tangled mass of wire-like worms. Its mouth was fearful-looking, red gash extending to where ears should have been, but were not. Eyes, nose, cheeks, chins, lips, or forehead, there were none whatever. Do not imagine that this creature was merely an appearance. It was not. For, although born of vapor, in 5 minutes it became solid as iron, demonstrating the fact that by stalking heavily across the floor, right into the center of an open space between us, the chains being dropped as it approached, where it stood slowly swaying to and fro as if its heart was heavy. "Show your quality," said Mai to the thing. "I will," it hissed, and straightway proceeded towards the table. It stood by a few minutes, and it became apparent that it was charging the wood with something from itself, for soon the table began to turn, to tip, to move, to rise, to float in the air, precisely as done in spiritual circles. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you will please act just as if that before you was a human spirit, invisible to you and desirous of imparting information. I dare say you will be surprised at the results. You will see already that it is a capital table mover, and I beg you to test its mental and physical powers also, for I assure you there is nothing to fear. Now that I give you leave to break the silence, which was quite essential in the first part of the curious experiment. Thus assured, several of us asked the thing to show us what it could do, whereupon it made motions as if it wanted to write. Paper and pencil being placed upon the table, it seized the pencil with its long claw-like fingers, and its hand threw over the page like lightning, and in 10 seconds it finished, and striking the table 3 heavy blows with its fist signified that it had finished, whereupon Mr. D reached for the sheet and read therefrom one of the most tender messages conceivable from a dead mother to a living son. Even the handwriting was a perfect facsimile of his mother's. The name Lucy was correct, and certain dear and peculiar phrases used by her when alive were given with minute precision and fidelity, as for instance, "Sweet one mine," instead of "my sweet one." Mr. D turned pale. "Is it possible I have been so imposed upon, so horribly deceived?" he said. For he was a devout follower of the modern thaumaturgy. Several further tests, equally successful and decisive, were then given by this ghostly thing. both by writing, tipping, tapping, and the production of beautiful phantom hands, faces, flowers, and other objects, many of which were not only singular, but magnificent. Probably thousands of persons have seen the curious pencil drawings executed by mediums, and which were said to be portraits of spiritual flowers, for most certain they resemble nothing growing on this earth. Well, in less than 5 minutes, the horrible thing there at the table, the eyeless monster, executed 13 such, and they would pass current as splendid specimens of magic art. Now, said Vaterlale, for something else. And then, addressing the thing, he said, "You will now render yourself viewless and show what you can do. And first, let us have some music." Then, turning to the company, he said, "Real spirits love the light, but such as that invariably act most efficiently in the dark. For then they have the advantage of the elements condensed upon their forms, a semi-material investiture, and can have some direct contact with material substances, which, in the case of real spirits, is exceedingly difficult accomplishment." During this speech, our attention was diverted from the incarnated to the incarnator, for it must not be forgotten that the entire phenomenon exhibited by this wondrous personages were the creatures of his conscious will, brought into being and again cast out by a thought, and according to a known and transferable formula. True, there were others in whom this creative faculty existed, but then such persons either exercised the power involuntarily through the mechanical process of mind and will, or else they were but proxies of the larvae. And when he ceased speaking, the monster was gone from our sight, but not from our hearing. For I gently waved his hand, and as he did, so there came to us the softest, gentlest, sweetest, and most soul-stirring strains of music that ever fell on human hearing. Above, below, around, now here, now there, close at hand, and then afar off it sounded. And the only comparison I can make is that it sounded like a solemn requiem chanted by angels over the perished form of what was once a god. The tones were so pathetic, so solemn, so supremely sorrow-frightened, and reminded one of the plaintive, "Hung maliger malushi, hung maliger malushi," only that it was tenfold more profound and stirred depths the other could never reach. The strange music was a perfect corroboration of the theory advanced by the Italian count at the seance before Napoleon, already mentioned, for allowing that the being who made it was a real and independent existence. It was impossible for such conceptions to exist in it for the reason that none but a mighty soul could create them, and the thing itself was exceedingly, revoltingly low in the scale of organization. But on the other hand, if the thing were the nature of Mai's will, it was conceivable that it vocally expressed this unuttered thought itself, totally unconscious of either the music or its meaning. It ceased. It still remained invisible, and Mai proposed that the Count should hold one end of the accordion, while the thing invisibly held and played upon the other. It was assented to, and the instrument, bottom up, was held at the arm's length, directly beneath the light. It was played on, in masterly style, while in that position. It was well as a guitar, harp, and piano were played on, when no one was near them, and nothing to be seen. And then at the command of the arch-magician, the whole performance was repeated by the terrific thing in its perfectly visible form. Presently, a knock at the door told us that the servant sent for had arrived, and with the silk in her hand, she was admitted. The thing retired from view. "Marie," said the Baron, "a wager is laid that one of these gentlemen cannot unwind the sheen of silk which you are to hold, both of you being blindfolded. I wager that it can be done. If I win, you shall have 3 days to visit your family, besides something to carry to the old people and the little ones. Now, you must not laugh or speak while the silk is being wound. If you do, I lose. Will you try?" "Certainly," replied the girl, "and you shall see that I will not laugh. Oh, papa, maman, I shall have 3 days, mon Dieu! But it is a fine thing." And taking the seat offered, she suffered the silk to be placed across her wrist and be blindfolded by the Baroness. This having been done, Mr. D, at the sign from Vaterlale, took the end of the cord and began slowly to unwind it. "And now begin," said the latter, speaking towards where the thing had disappeared. The command was heard. It came forth, touched the girl's hand, and instantly she was thrown into a profound trance. Once another touch revived her, but not to wakeful consciousness. Instead of this, she rose, threw down the silk, approached several musical instruments in succession, and played upon them most exquisitely. The thing touched her head, and she made love in the most tender terms to 3 gentlemen in succession, declaring to each in turn that he was her eternal affinity, and had been so from the foundation of the world. Again it touched her, and suddenly changing her manner, she declaimed in lofty strain. Now she was Charlotte Corday, and then Maximilian, the incorruptible. Again she was the Maid of Orleans, and then a simple Indian maiden. Now she was Malibran, and sang divinely. Anon she was a strong-minded woman, and talked about divine creative work of woman, about love, that man had made it special when it should be general and therefore free. She raved about the Bible, called it an excellent doctrine, called the Savior the Nazarene, spoke of the deity as a grand electric mind, declared that she would look through a solid stone wall, and that she comprehended all the mysteries of Dodona and Delos, and that she knew the exact nature of electric affinities, and magnetic and electric affinities were certainly within her grasp, and what she knew not amounted to but little. The scene continued for at least 2 hours, at the end of which time Mai dismissed the thing and restored the girl, who was totally oblivious of all that had occurred. She received sundry pieces of gold from those present, and left the room, doubtless desiring to unwind more silk at the same rate. "I will now show you something equally curious," said Mai, "and perhaps quite as interesting as anything you have yet beheld. Look." And we did so simultaneously from all parts of the room. And there now arose from the floor innumerable minute globules of various colored fire, red, green, blue, purple, scarlet, gold, silver, crimson, white, and violet, leaping, flashing, dancing, and frisking about, as if endowed with sensuous, joyous gaiety. Apparently there were thousands of them, all moving in disorder through the air, now lighting on the picture frames suspended from the wall, now collecting in greater masses in front of the splendid mirrors, and anon gliding along the floor, under the seats, through our feet, over the chairs, and about the carpet, as if by very wantonness of sport, their every motion being accompanied by a hissing sound in kind, though not in volume, like that emitted by an ascending rocket, as it rushes through the air. Presently they formed themselves into crowns, just as I had seen years before in the same Paris float over the crowned Napoleon at the behest of the Indian court. In an instant I associated the two circumstances, and turning to the magician was about to speak, when, as if by divining my purpose, he nodded to me and said aloud, "I told you we should meet again. Be patient. This night must pass. Accept the present I felt for you at your hotel, and do not forget that we shall meet again." And he became silent as before, while the company scarcely knew what to make of this abrupt and apparent meaningless speech. I had solved one problem. Vaterlale and the Count were one and the same person. But who and what were the other two, Micus and Ravalette? The fiery crowns concluded the exhibition, and at a late hour the company separated, and each sought his pillow. Chapter 6. Arrival of the Editor. Too excited to sleep, I threw myself upon the sofa and turned the strange series of events over in my mind. 2 things were absolutely certain, nay, 3. First, that neither Ravalette, Vaterel, nor the Italian Count were men as are other men. Second, that not one of the company suspected this fact. And third, that myself was the object, sole and alone, of these extraordinary visitations. Above and beyond all these, it was plain that my destiny was rapidly approaching a crisis, and that the stranger, mentioned in the legend, was still influencing me for purposes which I could not define to their full extent. I had already become a Rosicrucian, had passed through 5 degrees, had visited the Orient, and was about to go again, had learned many dark and solemn mysteries, been instructed in several degrees of magic, knew all about the elixir of life, the power of will, the art of reading others' destinies, of constructing and using magic mirrors, and how to discover mines of precious metal, and had deeply regretted that terrible oath whereby the true Rosicrucian binds himself never to seek wealth for himself, and never to accept riches as the price of exercise of his power, and prevented me from availing myself of its advantages. I knew that on the altar of knowledge I had sacrificed all the deeper interests of my nature. I knew that my heart yearned for a woman's love, that she held one portion of my soul captive at times, but never filled it, that there was a possibility of escaping what I dreaded, could I meet and mingle with a certain soul in whose body ran no drop of Adamic blood, and I almost resolved to abandon all hope, perform the part required of me by my tempters of Belleville, the Tuileries, and Boston, when suddenly I remembered the paper that Ravalette had placed in my hand, as also the present left for me by Vaterel, but resolving to omit all care concerning them till morning, at length I succeeded in falling into an uneasy slumber, from which I awoke late on the following morning to find that you, my dear friend, the editor, had just arrived from Alexandria and had called upon me. Chapter 7. The Grand Secret. It now devolves upon the editor of these pages to complete the narrative of Beverly, his friend. I had just reached Paris from Marseille, where I had arrived a few days before by way of Malta, from Alexandria. On reaching Paris, it was my intention to rest but one night there, and then pursue my way via Rouen, and Normandy, and Dieppe, and England, and thence home to America. Like all other travelers, I desired to spend a week in Paris, but business prevented. Consequently, I made preparations to leave the famous city on the day following my arrival. But I resigned myself to this necessity with all of the more fortitude, for the reason that by doing so I should be able to retain the company of a very pleasant gentleman whose society I enjoyed continually from Cairo, where we first met, to Paris, and which I might, by making no stop in the latter place, continue to enjoy all the way home, as he intended to start just so soon as he rejoined his daughter, who for about 3 years had been receiving her education in Paris, and whom he was about to conduct to his home, a newly purchased one in New York. The history of Mr. Hocus and his adventures, as related to me on our journey, are so well worth repeating that I shall give a short abstract, even at the risk of enlarging this chapter. I was born, he said, on the banks of the Caspian Sea, of the family of Hocus, a sacred family, in whom was invested the higher order of priesthood, and on whom devolved the care of the sacred fire, for we were Gupres, and the fire must never be extinguished, nor had it been, so say our records, for many thousands of years. For religion with us is quite different a thing. from what it is among men of Islam, India, Rome, or the West. We pride ourselves upon the purity of our faith and its superiority to all that is professed by the children of Adam, quite as much as we do our pedigree from Ish, the great founder of our race, and powerful pre-Adamite king and conqueror. I cannot now afford time to repeat the arguments by which I'm Hocus demonstrated the startling proposition that there were other people living on the earth besides those who claimed Adam as the founder. All of this may be found elsewhere. Footnote: the argument providing the existence of the human race thousands of years anterior to the date of Adam may be found in the book Pre-Adamite Man. He said that he was destined from birth to be the chief priest of faith and had married a woman of his tribe and rank at an early age of 17. Near the time he was about being ordained, war broke out between the Gubrays and the Persian tyrants. Himself and wife were captured, taken to Herat, and there condemned to lose their eyes, from which horrible fate they were rescued by a member of the British Embassy, with whom they remained for nearly 3 years, by which time they had mastered the English language. While in service of the minister, Hocus had a good fortune to save his life, in consequence of which a friendship sprang between them so strong that when the embassy returned to Britain, the two Gubrays went with it. Arrived in London, Hocus received an appointment as an interpreter and soon accumulated means, after which he entered into direct trade with Persia. And although, during the 9 years in which he was engaged therein, heaven had not sent him any children, yet it had blessed him with abounding wealth. At length, in the 13th year of their married life, their prayer was answered, and it became evident that God was about to send them a child. He did, and a beautiful girl was born. But the eyes of her mother were closed in death at the moment it first saw the light. One day the nurse, who was a relative of Hocus's wife, was wheeling the child around the walks of Hampstead Heath when they wandered within the precincts of a gypsy encampment, and the girl was persuaded to have her own, and the child's fortune told. The complexion and features of the twain led to remarks on their nationality, and by skillful maneuvering, the gypsy woman ascertained that the couple before were Gubrays by birth and had been by religion. The mummery over and the fee paid, the girl went home with her charge. They were followed, and on that very night, while the nurse slept, the child was stolen. Search was made for the gang of gypsies, the abduction having been clearly traced to them by reason of a note left behind by the robber stating that the child would be well cared for, but in vain. For on the very next day, the whole gang, 30 in number, had sailed in a packet from London docks for America. Many years rolled by when one day, as the disconsolate father was walking in the garden of the same house whence the child was stolen, he was accosted by an old beldame who asked him what he would pay in gold in return for information respecting his child. It was needless to narrate the successive steps taken. Suffice it that within 24 hours the father and the gypsy were on the ocean, going as fast as steam would carry them towards the western world. The child, now a regal woman, was found, and father and daughter lived with each other for the first time in New York, where a fine property had been bought. For the old gentleman so liked the New World that he was determined to settle there for life, after his daughter had been properly cultured in Europe, whither he soon took her, and then, after transmitting the bulk of his fortune to America, went on the final visit to his people in Persia, his friends, his co-religionists in the East. I had met with him, as already stated, when on his return from Egypt to France. This brings us to the night of my arrival in Paris. It being impossible to join his child that night, Hocus and myself drove to a hotel in the Palais Royal. and were at the satisfactory end of a supper when a person who was totally unknown to either of us entered the salle à manger, and, making a profound obeisance to both of us, said, "Salute! I come to tell you, I'm Hocus, that you will not quit Paris tomorrow, but that at the hour of 4 you will take your daughter to the house that is last but one on the left ascending to Boulevard de Luxembourg. You will ask me no questions, but will obey. My authority I thus give you." And he whispered 3 words in the ear of Hocus that caused the latter to start as if he had been shot. He had received the secret countersign of the priests of fire. Then turning to me, he said, "You will go early in the morning to the Hotel Fleury. There you will find Beverly, your friend. Join him, go where he goes, and quit him not for an instant. For the next 2 days, his salvation depends upon it. Now I go, forget not the words of the stranger." I was thunderstruck. Hocus and I talked much that night before we slept. What we spoke of is easily to be conceived. This brings me to my next meeting with Beverly, whose fortunes we will now follow. It will be remembered that Ravalette had given him a paper just before they parted in Belleville, and that Vaudreuil had also left something for him at his hotel. Bearing this in mind, observe what followed. In a bold, strong hand was written these words on the note placed by Ravalette in the hands of Beverly when they parted in Belleville: "When you need me, when you are ready to become one of us, when you have given up all hope of ever probing the mystery of existence and your own, then seek me in the house that is last, but one on the left, ascending the Boulevard de Luxembourg, Ravalette." The identical direction, and almost in the very words given by the mysterious personage to Hocus in the hotel at the Palais Royal on the previous night. The circumstance made a great impression on my mind, but prudence forbade all mention of it to Beverly. He seemed quite glad of this opportunity of solving the strange riddle, and to my great delight begged and insisted that I should spend the day with him, and in the evening we would investigate the subject together. And that I readily consented may be easily imagined. There were several motives prompting me in this affair: curiosity, friendship, and a vague hope of baffling what Beverly regarded as his doom. Those who have read carefully what has here been written will remember that Beverly has convinced me that there was more in the strange legend regarding the king, the princess, the riddle, the murder, and the curse and its fulfillment than the majority of people would be willing to concede. In short, I was decidedly inclined to believe in Doulabelle and the other doomed one, but I had no faith whatever in either Micus, Ravalette, the Italian count, or Vaudreuil. I did not believe all these names belonged to one person, and I finally settled down on the following theory, point by point. First, that there was in existence a society having its headquarters in Paris, the members of which were practicers of Oriental magic and necromancy, in which they were most astonishingly expert. Second, that the organization had for its object not the attainment of wealth or political position, but abstract knowledge, and the absolute rule of the world through the action and influence of the brotherhood upon the crowned heads and officials of the world. Third, that this association was governed by a mastermind, and the mind was Ravalette's. Fourth, that this society had cultivated mesmerism to a degree unapproachable by all the world besides, that they had exhausted ordinary clairvoyance and eagerly sought a brain which would admit of the most thorough magnetization, and whose neutral tendency was towards the mystical, transcendental, and weird, yet strong-willed, logical, emulative, darling, ambitious, and that to discover such, their agents had traversed all 4 continents of the globe, and that finally they had heard of Beverly, whose fame as a seer was worldwide, that they had found him, and that beyond doubt had learned the strange particulars of his life, and the legend and his hope. And they seen him at once and decided that under their wonderful manipulation, he could be placed in a magnetic slumber many degrees more profound than is possible in one case in 5 millions, and reach a degree of mental lucidity and psychovision that would not only surpass all that the earth had yet witnessed in the direction of Buddha, Confucius, Zoroaster, and the oracles of Greece, down to the days of Boehme and the Swede, since there has been no clairvoyant really worthy of the name. True, there were semi-lucids in abundance, but these neither were only capable of reading or noting material objects, and at best repeating the thoughts of other men, or giving the contents of books as original matter, heaven-derived, as very much of the matter attempted to be foisted on the world as celestial truth by natural-born ninnies in these modern days most incontestably is. True, there are some sands of gold capable of being sifted from the heaps of ashes, but they are indeed both rare and scarce. Fifth, they knew that unless Beverly's will accorded with their desire, it would be useless to attempt to gain their ends through him, and hence all their efforts by playing the shining bait of magic for the purpose of inducing him to consent to anything in order to gain their power. Hence, too, their gift of the secrets of the magic mirror, the elixir of life, of youth, of love, and a score of others equally curious and invaluable to the student of the soul. 6. It was clear that while these men knew much of the Rosicrucian system, they were not in full harmony or accord with that brotherhood. Thus I reasoned, and it was easy to account for the scenes in the Boston office and at Beverly's home, the apparent immunity Micus enjoyed from the effects of the fire, which burnt the chair, but not his thigh. I accounted for on the ground that chemistry helped him, as it had a score of fire kings besides. Thus far I felt that my theory covered the whole ground of this clever fraternity. But when I recurred to the scenes witnessed by no less than 18 people at the house of the Baron, I confess candidly that it utterly failed. Still, I totally rejected all supernaturalism as connected with the affair, and attributing the whole to expert trickery, I determined to lay a trap to catch the performers in the very act, and flattered myself that it would be successful. "Ho, ho, Mr. Vatterell, I'll show you," I exclaimed as I shook Beverly's hand, and leaving him to bathe, dress, and breakfast alone, I hurried out, ostensibly to go to the post office, but in reality to visit the headquarters of the Paris police, which I did, and when there, briefly but clearly stated my belief that a friend of mine was being victimized in the manner stated, to all of which the chief official lent an attentive ear, caused my procès verbal to be recorded, directed me how to proceed so as to not alarm the suspected parties, and promised to have a posse on hand very close to the house on the Boulevard de Luxembourg by the hour named. On my way back to the Hotel Fleury, I dropped in to see if Hocus was home, but found only a note informing me that he had gone to Versailles after his daughter. I rejoined Beverly. Chapter 8. The Boulevard de Luxembourg. Impatient as I was for the hour to arrive in which all my doubts might be forever solved, yet Beverly was still no more. No condemned man ever wished more ardently for the moment when, by the halter or the glaive, the grand secret should be revealed to him, than did my friend, for that in which he should know the best or the worst for him. 3 o'clock found us within a stone's throw of the house designated as the rendezvous, and there 3 or 4 little shingles in the front of it, the apartments allure, chambers Ganari, and cabinets meubles, told at once that it was one of those middle-class establishments where a person might hire rooms and lived undisturbed for a whole lifetime, provided the rent was duly paid. Into the square paved court of this house we entered, and before the least inquiry was made, the concierge came out of the crib, saluted us respectfully, and said, "You are two of the gentlemen expected here today by the occupant of the second floor. Please ascend. You will find him in the first room to the left." And the old fellow hobbled back to his nest and instantly began pegging away at the heel of a shoe, which he was engaged in healing when we entered the court. Following his directions, we ascended a broad, winding stairway of stone and found ourselves on a landing. From this landing, one stairway ascended and the other led to the court below. At the further end, but on the side, was a door, and at the hither end another. The house itself stood quite isolated from all others, and the windows of the rooms, it was clear, must overlook Boulevard and the lane crossing it at right angles. We entered the first door and found ourselves in a very plain furnished large square room having 2 windows at the end, 2 more on the side, a cupboard, a recess, 2 large folding doors, both standing wide open, so that finding no person in the first room, we passed through them to the second, but still failed to see or even hear the least indication of their occupant was anywhere around. I was glad of this, for it gave opportunity for an examination of the premises. Therefore, calling the concierge, I asked him the name, occupation, and period of occupancy of his second-floor tenant, to which he very readily responded by saying that his tenant was a foreign scholar named Randolph, and he was wealthy and had lived there 5 years and saw very little company, never dined or ate in the house, and in short was a very fine man indeed. He paid 2 louis a month for porter's fees. The concierge left, and I carefully remarked the place and found the floor and ceiling were of stone, as are all French houses. The cupboard was low, narrow, filled with wine bottles and glasses, far more like a student's quarters than a grave philosopher's like Ravalette, if indeed that personage was the same described as Randolph by the porter. The recess was small and simple and contained nothing but a cot bedstead and its appropriate furniture. I concluded there was no preparation for magic, if any was intended. And as this notion passed through my mind, the clock struck 4, and we heard the footsteps of a man in the other room, notwithstanding the door was not seen to open. We went to the other room, and Ravalette, as I live, exclaimed Beverly, and sure enough, there stood calmly smiling, just such an old gentleman as I had heard described. "You have sought and you have found me. I hope you will profit by the finding," he said to Beverly. "And you, sir, have done well to accompany your friend," addressing me in a tone slightly insulting, and all the more so from being slight. It was evident that he did not relish my presence in the least, and as for me, I had no sooner set eyes on my man than I felt assured of the truth of my theory, and that I stood in the presence of one of the ablest intellects on earth, a man capable of all that had been attributed to him, and one who would reach his goal and carry his points at all hazards, even in doing so it were necessary to sail through the seas of human blood. I flatter myself on the ability to measure men and to circumvent deliberate villainy, and no sooner had I heard the tones of Ravalette's voice and seen the clear-cut features of his face than I at once suspected some sort of foul play was on the tapis, and which I determined to thwart, even if I had to give him the solid contents of a couple Derringer and a Colt's revolver, which I had taken care to provide myself with before venturing into what might have been a den of unscrupulous wretches for aught I knew to the contrary. It might be that Ravalette read my thoughts, for he certainly looked uneasy, but said nothing, for at that moment the concierge threw open the door and announced, "Monsieur Hocus Elfie," And my traveling companion and his daughter, the most voluptuous and glorious-looking woman that I had ever beheld in any land, not even excepting the glowing beauties of Beirut or Stamboul, entered the room. Ravalette seemed to have been expecting them, as did not appear at all surprised at their uninvited presence, but the effect upon Hocus and his daughter the very moment they beheld his face was perfectly electrical, yet totally dissimilar, for Hocus instantly threw himself upon his knees for Ravalette, bent his head, folded his hands in an attitude of half supplicatory, half adoring, and said, "O dread genius of the fire and the flame, do I see thee here? Alas! I am a wretched man, but thou art powerful and will forgive. My defection was not my choice, but that of accident, and in the region of Isavi I found more peace than ever in thy temples, or the temples of Astarte." My brain fairly reeled beneath the tremendous rush of emotion, conflicting as a whirlwind, excited by this extraordinary scene, while as for Beverly, his face was like an ashen cloth, his limbs were like aspen. The next moment these emotions underwent an entire change. For the woman, who appeared not to have taken the least notice of her father's action or speech, went straight up to Ravalette, placed her jeweled hand upon his shoulder, looked him straight in the eyes as if she would wither and crush him at a glance, and in a voice low but clear and deep said, "And so, thou friend, we meet again. Art going to essay more of thy tricks and magic spells? Art going to set more snares for the daughter of Hocus? Wretch, thou art foiled again. What, tell me what, thou fiend of darkness, couldst thou gain by persecuting me now, as in my loneliness? What wouldst thou gain by seeing me wedded to no better person, as you said, so long as I wedded? Why have you haunted me, asleep and awake, tempting, driving me towards a marriage? What hadst thou to gain? You do not answer. Well, I will answer for you. Do you remember a day long years ago when I was a child beyond the great salt sea, that you came to an old man's door and craving shelter for a night? Well, I do. You were received by the generous Indian. You shared his table, his pipe, his cider, and then you sat by the fire. You noticed me and must needs tell my future. You did so, and truly. You said that in 1 month from that day I should meet a sad-hearted youth, weary, weeping, miserable, lonely, and that he would engage my heart, and that I would easily be led to love and wed him. But if I did so, black clouds would lower over us, and that our morn of love would bring a noon of dislike, an evening of sorrow, and a night of crime, ignominy, and death. Footnote. Before the final curtain was drawn, it ended in the murder of Randolph by one whom he trusted and loved dearer than life. You said that my union with any other man would bring all that could render life desirable. I believed you. For 100 things that you foretold came to pass. At length 3 weeks of the month elapsed, and one night I had a dream, and in it I saw you and the young man, who in the body I had never yet beheld. In that dream you repeated all that you had said before, and then you disappeared. But your hateful presence had no sooner quit me than there came a glorious being, robed in majesty and beauty, who bade me to heed you not, but to love this poor creature whose shadow was then before me, to love, but not confess it till the proper time should come, that if I wedded another than him, I might be happy, but if I married him, I would redeem a soul from a terrible fate. He bade me to resist you and to encourage the youth. Cheer up his heart. Tell him not to despair, for he might be happy yet. He also, but she had not the time to say another word, for Beverly rushed forward, pushed Ravalette away, seized the woman's hand, kissed it, and exclaimed, "Eulampia, Beverly! And in an instant they locked in each other's arms. It was indeed the friend of long gone years, and yet I had not even suspected this fact, even after hearing the story of I'm Hocus and the gypsy adventure. I felt that this drama was getting deeper every minute, but had not time to think of one half of what was occurring ere the door was opened by no less personages than the commissary of police, followed by two of the garde de ville, while, through the open door, I saw that the stair and landing were literally crowded with gens d'armes. The drama was getting very serious. Ravalette stood unmoved and smiled, saying, "Your trouble is in vain, monsieur. You are not wanted here, and will immediately return whither you came, while monsieur here, who engaged you to come, is at liberty to remain." This cool speech disconcerted the official a little, but he replied, "It is my duty to protect all who demand it for themselves or others." True, but in this case no act has been committed or designed that could be in the least afford just ground for such a demand. Still, as you are here, why here you may remain until you are satisfied of the truth of my remarks. Pray be seated. The term intensely dramatic would not begin to give an adequate notion of the situation. At this particular juncture of affairs, the only person who was completely at ease was Ravalette. As for Hocus, the brush of Michelangelo and Raphael combined could not have done justice to his portrait, nor have limned 1/100th part of the intense and overwhelming astonishment and horror depicted on his countenance as to what he had beheld and heard. No two persons looked at the affair in the same light, nor regarded the enigma from the same point of view. Neither did they comprehend each other, but all were comprehended by the great master before them. For a while an unpleasant silence reigned, which at length, much to my surprise, broken by my Rosicrucian friend Beverly, who, looking Ravalette straight in the eye, said, "Whoever you are, I forgive you for the attempt to prevent myself, a son of Adam, wedding with this woman, Eulampia, the bright shining daughter of Ish. I forgive you for persecuting her towards a marriage with another, which marriage must have doomed me to a fate I have for centuries shrunk from. I forgive you all the woe you have caused me, because gratitude for what you have done for me exacts this, and because I suspect your agent saved my life when the retort burst in Boston, when I was repeating Labiere's experiment with the white fire. Through you, or such as you, I have learned priceless secrets. The mystery of magic mirrors I am grateful for being taught, the secret of ages, the art of making the elixir of life, whereof whosoever shall drink shall never know decay, but so long as once a year he shall quaff thereof may enjoy perpetual youth. I am inexpressibly thankful for. I shall never use this secret for that purpose, but 5 of 7 ingredients, when mingled, constitute what chemistry has sought in vain, and that bequeathing this portion of the formula to my friend, and through him to the medical world, I shall atone for my few faults by giving life to thousands. Freely, without force or compulsion, I solemnly promise to sleep the sleep of Siloam before I quit this house, and in it will truly answer you all I may be able to, on the condition that you previously clear up the mystery surrounding yourself, thus voluntarily giving you what an age of fraud will not enable you to obtain. You first solemnly promising by him by whose will you exist, be you man or demon, not to influence me, either now or when I shall slumber. A gleam of sudden joy flashed from the eyes of the strange being before us. He looked like a bridegroom in the fullness of his joy, and clasping both hands, pale, thin, bluish-white hands upon his breast, he looked up and said, "So be it. I solemnly bind myself by the most terrible oath conceivable that I accept all your conditions." And then going to the recess mentioned before, he brought thence a semicircular screen, a little taller than a man, and about 4 feet in diameter. This he requested the commissary of police to examine, who did so, and declared it to be nothing but a common bedside screen. "You are right. It is nothing but a bedside screen. Such as it is, however, I request you to select it any spot you choose upon the stone floor of either of these rooms. I shall want to go behind it, and that you may not harbor a thought of an intended evasion on my part, I request that you call your men into the room and give them orders to shoot me if I attempt to pass them." "Just as you please, monsieur." Pierre called the guard. In obedience to this summons, the corps de garde filed into the room, 27 strong, and as soon as the last man entered, the officer addressed them, saying, as he pointed to Ravalette, "This gentleman thinks to escape. See to it that he does not pass you alive. The very instant he appears unattended by myself, fire upon him. I so command you. See that my orders are executed. Does that suit you, Monsieur Ravalette?" "Perfectly, perfectly. Nothing can be better," said the latter. "You will place 14 men around the house to watch the windows, and the other 13 you will distribute on the stairs and landing," said the commissary. "It shall be done," said the great sergeant as he marched his men from the chamber, "but not till I place the double-barreled derringer and the Colt's revolver, both freshly capped and loaded, in his hands." For I hated Ravalette, man or demon. I hated him religiously, that being the strongest kind of dislike, and I had an intense desire to ascertain whether he was bulletproof or not. During all this time, the father, daughter, lover, myself, and the commissary's 2 comrades had said nothing. But a sign from Ravalette, we took our seats in such a position that we commanded the hall door, and that between the 2 rooms, the recess, the cupboard, and the windows on either side, the commissary placed the convex side of the screen towards us in the middle of the room, and then taking a seat by my side said that so far as he was concerned, all was ready, and from the pallor of his lips, the tone which he spoke, and from the frequency with which he crossed himself and muttered an Osiran compound of bad French and worse Latin, it was clear that he wished his hands well washed of the whole affair. "I too am ready," observed the wizard, "and I, who have nothing to conceal, declare that I am he whom yonder man, Hocus, and whose Guber tribe have for centuries believed to be the god of fire and flame. The mystery of my being cannot be solved. I am not alone. The mastery over matter and over magic is an inheritance of ages. We who were once as others are become doomed ones by reason of the curse of a dying man. And like Isaac Asaras, the Hebrew of Jerusalem, who cursed and spat upon the man of sorrows when bearing his gibbet up the steep lane of the dolorous way, and whom the meek one cursed and bade tarry on earth till he came. Even so is he not alone, powerful in all else. No one of us can read his own future, but for that must depend on gifted ones like yonder Beverly. Such are seldom born, but when they are, it is only one opportunity to make them subservient to our aid. They must be unwedded in soul, else they cannot enter the sleep of Siloam, and in no other way can the scroll of fate be read for us. Hence the obstacles thrown in his path, and in that of yonder girl,
it is possible to shift our fate upon the neutral, whoever he may be. But in this case, a strong motive existed to saddle the centuries upon yonder man, who has in various forms been my contemporary since ages previous to the laying of the foundations of Babylon and Nineveh. There is one more in being. By him I have been foiled, the stranger, and still another, the mother of this Beverly's body. I hope to win him by magic. I have failed. He has seen me thus as I am. And so saying, Ravalette slowly moved around the screen, continuing to speak all the while until he reappeared on the other corner, and saying, and thus we were astonished beyond measure at the change that had in less than 12 seconds taken place. Ravalette no longer stood before us, but instead we saw a thin, lean, little wrinkled old man, the perfect opposite in everything of the person we had just conversed with. Micus, as I live, the man of Portland and of Boston the same, exclaimed Beverly, as the figure passed once more from view behind the screen and almost instantly reappeared as a totally dissimilar guise. And thus, said the wizard. My heavens, said Beverly, it is Epilogue, my mysterious guide and teacher in the kingdom of trance and dream. Again, the strange being passed around the screen, saying, and thus, and then he reappeared successively as the Italian count and Vatterel. The wizard said, when in the last form, my is but a transposition of I am. Micus is myself. Vatterel is an analogy of Ravalette. And the schoolboy would have told you that Epilogue is but Ravalette reversed, the name meaning the mysterious. To you, Beverly, I have been all these. Behold me now as I really am. And he passed around the screen and reappeared again as a little withered old man, clothed in flaming red from head to heel. The vampire duel a bell, shrieked both Beverly and I'm Hocus in the same breath. What passed during the next half hour it would not be proper for me to here relate. Suffice it that at the end of that time Beverly had fallen asleep, apparently of his own free will. What followed will be seen in the next and concluding chapter of this work. Chapter 9, The Sleep of Siloam. Deep was the silence, hushed were our breaths, quick beat our hearts, tearful were our eyes, for greater than even death was in that room on the Boulevard de Luxembourg. Seated in a large office chair, his limbs stiff and cold with the damp dissolution, his face paler than the genius of consumption, his heart and pulses totally moveless, his eyes wide open and so upturned that not a speck of aught being the uncolored portion thereof were visible, was my friend. In previous years, I had often seen him and hundreds of others in both the mesmeric and odilic trance, the latter being the very common semi-comatic state into which sensitive persons often pass by the merest effort of volition, and in which they give off such high-sounding platitudes and call them philosophy transmitted directly from spirit land to erring mortals, when the fact is that the whole phenomena, when not simulated, which is not the case in over 999 cases in each 1,000 of its display, but are the concurrent action of the diseased body and abnormal, unhealthy mind, and in many cases, morals also. For no matter how good or well-intentioned the subjects may be in the start, they are sure to yield before the accursed blast, and only the fires of hell itself can stop their mad career and turn them back to the normal paths.
Not such a trance was that we now were witnessing. In the course of 5 minutes, there came a change in the sleeper's face, which became lighted up as if at that moment his soul beheld the ineffable glories of the great beyond. He spoke. Now, as this one word escaped his lips, the door of the room was silently opened, and 2 men entered and were about taking seats when the commissary of police suddenly rose, made a low obeisance, saluted one of them in the military style, and exclaimed, "Silence," said the person addressed. "All are strangers here." And then turning to Dula Bell, with whom he appeared quite familiar, this person said to him, "At last?" "At last," echoed the latter, whereupon the 2 newcomers helped themselves to seats. The whole affair had gone thus far so directly opposite to all my calculations. Events had taken such sudden and totally unexpected turns that I ceased to marvel at this new game of cross purpose, but determined to watch the results carefully, whatever they might be. Of course, I expected that the newcomer would now take the lead of affairs, but no, for Dula Bell, as I had henceforth called him, addressed the shorter of the 2 intruders as follows: "Why do you seek to thwart me? Many years ago I found you a student of magic in your lonely prison, whither you had been consigned because you had failed on 2 occasions. I rescued you, gave you liberty, influence, power, prestige, and seated you firmly on the proudest throne on earth. I have made you famed and feared. I have humbled Britain in your name. For you, I have broken the power of ages, the papacy. For you, I have severed Austria and built a new empire on earth. For you, I have fomented the most awful war the world has ever seen, and have divided a nation of brothers into 2 parties, each thirsting for the other's blood. And while you have been the silent automaton, I have prompted your speech, moved the wires that govern the world, asking nothing whatever in return. And yet you are here to thwart me, who have ever been your friend. Why is this?" Footnote: Napoleon was a member of the Grand Dome. "I admit nothing. I am a man of destiny. Shall I reveal it? I care not. Will I forbear? But let this sleeper tell it. I am content. Interrogate him. This is the hour, and this is the scene for which I have long waited. Let the oracle speak." "Listen to me," said the taller of the 2 intruders. "Ye have both been proxies of a power beyond us all, and even as I, the stranger, have foiled each of ye, yet my action was decree. The drama of ages may end today. Not one of us can read his own future. There is but one on earth who can read it, and there is but 1 hour in which it may be done. That person is here. That hour has come. Now the magnetic afflatus of pulling, babbling somnambules, not with the boastful confidence of self-styled explorers and apocryphal regions which have no existence at all, but with a vision simple, pure, and accurate, shall yonder sleeper sweep the horizon of the future and reveal it. Therefore, let there be quietude and peace while the mystic scroll is being read." Then turning to the slumberer, he said, "What seest thou, O soul? Look, investigate, reveal. What seest thou concerning France and her ruler? France will experience another revolution. It will begin in water and end in blood and fire, but the end will be delayed. Crown, scepter, destiny, all are swept away before the restless tide of political reformation, and the last noble and priest shares the fate of the last crowned head, exile and death." Footnote: This happened shortly after the prophecy was made. What of other nationalities? Prussia, under a new regime, becomes indeed a fatherland to her people. Belgium, Holland, and other of the Germanic lands become consolidated with empires now existing. Spain's night draws near. Her colonies, erected into black republics, leave her to sink in loneliness until at last she becomes with Rome an integral part of the great Italian Empire. Austria becomes dismembered. Hungary and Poland coalesce and form a new power on the earth. Turkey passes into Greek hands, Syria into Russia, England loses Canada, India, Oregon, and Ireland, which later become a republic. The United States, rejoined, absorbs Canada, Mexico, and all British America. Her black races found an empire which will extend from her southern borders to Brazil under the rule of a series of presidents. China, Christianized by the Taipings, become a first-class power of the East, blotting out Japan and a score of lesser kingdoms, while India and Austria become respectively an empire and a republic, and all this within 63 years from the 7th decade of the century. Footnote. Prussia. This was fulfilled when William I of Prussia became the first German emperor in 1871. Footnote 2. Holland. While in Paris, we contacted one who must be known as Count Zenkazi, a seer of no mean ability and a member of the royal house of one of the countries now under dictatorship. Count Zanosti, an initiate and a legatee of the Order Martiniste and of the Confederation of Initiates. At present, he is in Egypt, presenting the patriots of his beloved country, and is thoroughly familiar with all of the Balkan states, has lived in both Belgium and Holland, and is in close touch with the representative people of these countries. We called his attention to the Randolph prophecies and asked his opinion. His answer was Belgium, Holland, and Switzerland will ultimately form a confederation of states for their own protection. There will be a combined army of considerable strength, ruled and directed by a board of 5 or more members selected by the countries represented. The Balkan states will likewise form a confederation under the control of a similar board, while the Scandinavian countries will either follow suit or ever proceed for other countries in such a plan. Germany will overthrow her mad warlords, be partly dismembered, and then reform into a semi-republic, after which she will associate herself with France and possibly the Holland-Belgium-Switzerland group. Spain has been reaping the karma she so thoroughly sowed in Mexico and in Central and South American republics. She has not yet fully repaid and is well on the way of becoming a part of Italy. Unless Italy changes statesmen, she will shortly become a third-rate nation, condemned by all right-thinking people because of her rape of Ethiopia and Albania. From this, she will emerge to once more take her place among the nations and again be more friendly with France. Footnote: Austria becomes dismembered. This has happened under Adolf the Mad. However, she will again emerge, and Vienna will once more give voice to her songs. Okay, Poland. Footnote: Poland now lies prostrate, 1939, thanks to the inhumane butchery of a madman who has been permitted by the great people to chart her destiny. But Poland will again rise and become once more a knight among nations. This, however, will not be until after Russia, the bear, has been dismembered, partly from within and partly from without. When this takes place, the greatest mass murderer of all ages will have been eliminated and replaced by one who has the good of a great nation at heart and will deal justly with all people. England losing Canada. Footnote: This will happen only if England and France permit themselves to be defeated by the two madmen of Europe, Hitler and Stalin. It is not written that this shall be, and it can happen only if weaklings permit this to prevail. What of religious changes? Speak, let us know. All religious systems in the world outside of the Christian will gravitate towards and finally be wholly absorbed by it. And while this is taking place, there will be a quiet revolution occurring in that system itself. Catholicism, modified and divested of certain objectionable features, will become the right wing and conservative portion of the religion of the entire world, while the radical portion of that church and all other churches will secede, rear the standard of free thought, proclaim the religion of reason, espouse the reformatory men and principles of the New Age, declare itself positive, eclectic, and progressive faith, abjuring the doctrines of original sin, the Adamic, Mosaic, Hebraic, atonement authorities, and everything affirmative of miracle, final judgment, and a hell. Footnote: the term free thought is here incorrectly used, and we will continue to be liberty of thought. Atheism will gradually grow less as men become conversant with the law, which is God and which governs the universe in its smallest details. Okay, so free thought, proclaim the religion of reason, espouse the reformatory of men and principles of the age, declare itself a positive, eclectic, and progressive faith, abjuring the doctrines of original sin, the Adamic, Mosaic, Hebraic atonement theories, and everything affirmative of miracle, final judgment, and hell. This party will be in a minority, and the left wing of the grand religious system of all the world. It will constantly receive accessions of recruits from the other and barbaric element of society, but so rapid will be the human march that the right flank of the grand army will constantly crowd the left and occupy its ground, while the latter will as constantly move on towards new fields as new ideas are developed and seen. Footnote: now rapidly coming true, the congregation of the New Age, the new star of hope for all humanity, is gaining devotees by the thousands. The religion of manhood and personal responsibility is built upon spiritual consciousness and will soon sway the minds and actions of men throughout the civilized world. Now, prophet, what of thyself? Speedy death, relief from sorrow, a lot with other men, and comparative happiness on the other side of time. Footnote: this was fulfilled a few years later. What of the Rosicrucian system? I have already partly sketched it under the name of the left wing, but ere many years there will arise a great man, a German, a Prussian, who will prepare the way for a great one of the same nation. And this last will proclaim and declare the system to the world, and he, to Europe, will be the man of the 19th century, and will exert enormous power in the breaking up of kings and emperors, and the establishment of the people's liberties. At the same time, there will arise in this Western world a greater man than the world has seen since the present civilization began. In some sense, he will be to the intellectual and philosophical world what Gautama Buddha the Blessed was to India, Plato to Greece, Thutmose III to Egypt, Moses to Jewry, Muhammad to Arabia, Luther to Europe, and Columbus to the New World, but will be greater than them all, more powerful for good than either. He is rapidly advancing to his work, and his appearance will be the signal of a religious, political, and social, moral, emotional, and philosophical upheaval, such as the modern world has never yet witnessed or even dreamed of. He will send the blacks to education and to nationality, the Irish to domination of their native soil. He will dispossess the villains of political power all over this continent. His resources will be millions, and he will command all the gold he needs for the great work to be accomplished. He will boldly announce the grand doctrines of the third and culminating temple of the Rosy Cross, and his followers will be as the sands of the sea in number, and their principles will, in time, be as resistless as its waves. He will begin his work personally and by agency before this great rebellion in behalf of human slavery shall have been ended. Mark that. Footnote, see the second FAMA issued by the Confederation of Initiates, Beverly Hall, Quakertown, Pennsylvania. As the sleeping man gave utterance to these inspired prophecies, the less tall of the two strangers appeared disturbed and almost rising to his feet with excitement and said, "Then this man's career will resemble my own? As fire resembles ice, this man's career will be peaceful. His path will not be stained by one single drop of blood. No maimed men will curse. No widows weep, no orphans cry for vengeance, nor will the ignorance of the people constitute the lever of his power, nor be the instrument by means of which he will vault into the throne." Footnote, such is the policy and method of the Rosy Cross, bloodshed without an absolute necessity in the protection of the self or country must be paid for by other blood. But I am strong. Mexico, empire, the Latin race, the church. Maximilian, what can break this chain, supposing I establish the last link as I intend to? Footnote, this was fulfilled in 1875. Fate, the United States will, in that case, soon find time to breathe upon France and the new empire. That breath will settle as a cloud, but when it rises, 2 dynasties will have disappeared forever. Footnote, not upon France, but upon Maximilian and the misguided statesmen who were guilty of such a debacle. "Damnation!" exclaimed the questioner, and he stamped his feet on the ground and his teeth with rage almost demonic. "There will be 2 damned nations if that program is carried out," said the sleeping man in tones musical and calm, as if he were discussing the merits of a play, rather than prophesizing the fate of destinies of empires. For a moment there was silence. At length Ravalette spoke. "And now my turn. What, O sleeper, what of me?" The seer smiled blandly, stretching forth his hand towards both the tall personages and the enigma. They went forward, grasping the sleeper's hands in their own, and the enmity of ages is ended. "It is ended," repeated the tall one. "It is finished. Thy work is done, and mine and thine," indicating Ravalette, said the seer. "Henceforward there is rest for the weary, and there is rest for thee, no longer doomed to walk the earth. We 3 quit it. Our paths diverge from this moment. Above our heads is a scroll on which is written, 'Ye may be happy yet.'" "Thank heaven," said Dula Bell. "Thank heaven," repeated the stranger. "It is finished," said Beverly. And as he spoke, Dula Bell moved behind the screen, and the very instant that he did so, there came a sharp crack of firearms in the hall and on the stairs, accompanied with any amount of oaths uttered in not very choice French. Immediately running to the door, along with the commissary of police and one of his comrades, I demanded to know the cause of the disturbance. "By the holy evangelist, I fired straight into his head, and it didn't faze him an inch," said the sergeant. "And I struck him square in the middle of the head, and that didn't harm him in the least," said another. "And I put 2 Derringer bullets and 4 Colts fair in his breast at 10 inches, and blast me if all 6 didn't fly back and hit me," exclaimed a third. "And I'll swear that he didn't come through the open door, for it was fast shut, and my hand on the knob every second of the time," said the fourth. "It was the devil," said a fifth. "Or his imp," said a sixth. "And I'll swear he never passed by me on the lower stair," observed the seventh man. "Come hither into the room, and tell us what you are driving at," said the commissary.
I'm driving at nothing just now, said the sergeant as he came in, but I've been trying to drive some bullets through the devil. Do you remember telling me not to let a certain person go out, even if I had to shoot him to prevent it? Certainly I do. Go on. Well, the first thing I knew, that gentleman stood outside the door and said, as he made faces and ran out his tongue at me, I'm going out in spite of you, monsieur. Are you indeed? Of course I am. Just see me do it, he said, and he marched straight for the stairs. And the four of us undertook to clinch him and did so. Gentlemen, have you ever picked up a hot potato? Well, I have, and did not let it drop quicker than we four let go of that individual, only that instead of burning us, it felt for all the world like one feels at the Polytechnic when he takes hold of those infernal things with wires to them, and which discharge a quart or two of lightning into you before you can say Jack Robinson. We let go of the gentleman very quickly, and he passed 2 or 3 steps downward, all the while laughing at us, which made me furious, and I fired point blank at him, and we attempted to cut him down, but you might just as well have tried to kill a shadow. Monsieurs, that man disappeared in the smoke of our pistols. He never passed out of visible form. During the sergeant's relation, I had determined to see if Dula Bell had really left the room, and for that purpose I carelessly walked towards the window and past the screen. There was nobody whatever behind or near it. I walked back and said nothing, but resumed the seat I had formerly occupied. Are you sure of what you tell us, that you are wide awake and not dreaming, said the commissary? As certain as I am that he is not now in this room, which shows how easily people may be deceived, said a voice from behind the screen, and instantly thereafter Dula Bell himself walked out in the middle of the floor, stone floor it was, and after pointing his finger scornfully at the sergeant and his men, he deliberately walked back behind the screen again. My hair stood up with fright and horror. Not so the 7 brave Frenchmen, for with one accord they rushed towards the screen, exclaiming, "But we have you now, man or devil!" dashed it away with a single blow, and there was no one whatever behind it. The sergeant fell as if he had been shot. Determined to preserve myself from surprise, I steadily kept my seat and watched the stranger and his companion. The latter rose from his chair, advanced towards Hocus and his daughter, who had both sat silent and spellbound during the whole of this extraordinary scene of diablerie, and spoke a few words in a low tone to them. While this was going on, the tall stranger passed into the other room, and within a period of 12 seconds I rose and followed, but he too had disappeared. There was a marriage in Paris next day. A son of Adam had wedded a daughter of Ish. Footnote, such a marriage was actually consummated. It was that of Pascal Beverly Randolph to she who became the mother of his son, Osiris Buddha Randolph. 2 weeks later, we carried an invalid to the baths of Switzerland. We remained there 2 months, and then finding that he grew worse, conveyed him back to Paris. 3 months elapsed. A funeral cortege wound up the paths of Père Lachaise. A coffin was lowered into a new-made grave. Upon its brink stood the old gray-haired man, upholding and consoling a beautiful but sorrow-hearted woman, one who had but recently been a bride. Footnote, the passing of Randolph. Dr. Randolph had long foreseen and had foretold his own death. When this was written by him, he had the certain knowledge that his passing would be by means of a leaden messenger, rather than, as here indicated, he took poetic license in his statement of what soon proved to be a true prophecy. 4 months passed. I was on the eve of quitting France. I went to the cemetery and for an hour sat by a tombstone on which was sculpted these words, Beverly, the Rosicrucian.
Je renais de mes cendres. That was all. Across the sea I tread my native soil again. I have availed myself to the knowledge imparted by my friend. Last night, in returning from the Rosicrucian Lodge to which I have the honor to belong, I called upon a lady friend. In her arms she held a bright and glowing child, a boy, she said. Is he not beautiful? Is he not like his father? Wonderfully like, I replied. What is its name? Osiris Buddha. Curious name, isn't it? Very, I replied, as I took my leave. Very. Consummatum est. Footnote. Osiris Randolph lived with his mother in Toledo, Ohio, after the death of his father. He graduated from the Toledo Medical College, Toledo, Ohio, 1898. The New York Postgraduate Medical School and Hospital, New York City, 1900. He was house physician and surgeon, St. Mark's Hospital. Also, the Lying-in Hospital, both in New York City. From New York City, he returned to Toledo, Ohio, and there practiced medicine and surgery until his death. His offices were at 625 Adams Street in Toledo, although he and his family continued to live with his mother at 23 Melrose Avenue, at which place the writer frequently visited. This was lovingly narrated by the great worker. And now we will move on to the prologue. Paris. Paris, what a name to conjure with. Paris, by its Parisians, considered as unquestionably the greatest and most beautiful city in the world, while by those who have only known life as it is lived on the wrong side of Montmartre, as the wickedest city in the world, both are right. It is unquestionably one of the most beautiful cities in the world. On afternoons in the tea rooms of its fine hotels, one will meet men and women from every corner of the world. Ambassadors and their wives, kings and their queens, the few still left, businessmen of every caliber, celebrities from every field of activity. All these gather for their afternoon tea, gossip, and talk of serious affairs. On the other hand, as the sun sets in the west and darkness comes upon the earth, the denizens of the netherworld awaken and become active, and there are no evil spirits greater than those committed by these. Those who visit Paris will judge Paris wholly by the side they see, while those who remain long enough to see both sides come to love Paris, but appreciate the law, that to everything there are two sides, and that the evil cannot be greater than the good. Thus is equilibrium maintained. Were it otherwise, that which becomes more evil than good quickly destroys itself. To us, Paris will always be a wonderful city. It is a little part of the world where we had the pleasure to meet the greatest men on earth. The memory of our stay in that city and the people we met is altogether one of continual pleasure. Had it not been for Paris and its great temples of esoteric science and initiation, it is questionable whether Dr. Randolph would ever have gone to France, and Ravalette, the work we now republish, would probably never have been written, but for the study of Ravalette, which always intrigued us until we were able to solve its hidden mystery, and the fact that Dr. Randolph received his final initiation in the Supreme Grand Dome of the Order in Paris, where he had conferred upon him absolute right to establish the fountainhead of the philosophy in America. It is questionable whether we, as an initiate, and latter, the Supreme Grand Master of the August Fraternity, should have had a desire to visit France and to meet the illuminees of the temple in this city of knighthood, royalty, and the home of the first citizens of the First Republic, the cradle of human liberty, which today is symbolized by a woman enfolded by a glorious flag of France. Even as in America, freedom is boldly symbolized to the world by the Statue of Liberty, holding the light aloft. To the Frenchman, As to the American, Dame Liberty is an overshadowing goddess, long may she live, and her light and the flag show us the way to retain that liberty for which so many men, worthier than we, willingly gave up their lives. If this freedom is ever taken from us, it will be for but one reason. We shall have proven ourselves wholly unworthy of so great a privilege. The republication of Ravalette was not decided upon until the last day of our stay in Paris. At the last meeting held, one present, who had not yet attained the status of an initiate, drew the parallel of the life and experiences of Randolph while in France and that of our own in the year of 1939, and showed those present that there was but slight difference between them. These experiences were so much alike that he made the remark, "If I fully accepted the doctrine of reincarnation, then knowing, as I do, the history of Randolph while in France, and having watched your own daily experiences while with us, I would be forced to the conclusion that the cycle had been completed, and that in you Randolph had reincarnated to add another chapter to his life of lives." Footnote: no student on enrolling is requested to subscribe to the teachings relative to reincarnation. Many who do enroll do not at first believe in it. However, as they progress in the great work and the mystery of life is unveiled to them, they come to see that it is the law of justice in one of its variable forms, and they come to know reincarnation as the basic principle of continuous life. While initiation has taught us the truth of reincarnation, we did not agree with the brother's conclusion and explained the similarity of experiences as coincidences. However, we then and there agreed with the brethren that Ravalette should be republished and that we should add thereto a prologue, wherein we would give as much of our experiences as permissible. The persons mentioned throughout this report are real people, not a single character is fictitious. However, in some instances, it has been deemed wise to give only the initiate name of the person. In everything else, we have reported actual meetings, experiences, discussions, and teachings. France, like all other European countries, has a perfect system of registration. Any person's whereabout at any given time may be easily traced, and it would not be difficult to learn whether or not our statements are fact or fiction. Like Randolph, we might have written a large book in the form of fiction, and therein clothed our experiences and knowledge unveiled to us and amongst us in the form of a story. We are not so inclined and are satisfied to write our story in the fewest possible words. Moreover, we wish to indicate to the true seeker that the story of Ravalette should be read with one thought in mind, and that is to discover the great truths taught. Rather than for the interest of the story itself, the story is no more than a medium for this purpose, while the experiences, or the fiction part of the story, unveil initiation in an allegorical form, and, in the main, can only be understood by those who themselves have been able to draw aside the veil of the temple, found the ineffable light, and untangled the threads of many lives. With these few thoughts, we will proceed with the story of our visit to Europe. The Order of the Lily. On the second evening of our stay in Paris, February 16th, 1939, we met by prearrangement the Supreme Grand Master of the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, the Imperial Master of l'Ordre du Lit, and Brother Alfred, an Englishman, and initiate under Pepys. Footnote: the Imperial Master of the Order of the Lily is a man of middle age. He is about 5 feet 6 inches in height and weighs about 140 pounds. He is typically French, gives one the impression of calm waters running very deep. He is a dreamer, an idealist, passionately imbued with the greatness of France and her independence. To him, there is both a god and a goddess. His goddess is Madame Liberty. He is, besides being an initiate of high rank, an occultist of no mean ability, and as conversant with occult literature as any living man. Those who have read much of the occult fiction
will be disappointed in our description of this person, as they have been led to believe that all initiates are gods in the person, despite the historical facts that typically all really great men have been of medium stature, many of them rather corpulent, and a few of them could be called handsome. This is equally true of most of the initiates: Paracelsus, Saint Germain, Eliphas Levi, and others were not tall men. They were rather heavy set, and for their eyes would have passed as ordinary men. The exception to these were Charles Mackay, Count Giannotti, Albert Pike, and Abraham Lincoln. Students of psychology and the psychoanalyst can readily find the reason why the initiates of high degree have been described as human gods. It is almost universally known that most men and women who became great writers had, because of their diminutiveness of nature, their inferiority complex, and as a result, an almost unnatural desire to be tall and commanding. This being denied them, they created their heroes and heroines tall and stately, a picture of what they would like to be. This is equally true of many of the great men and women of the past. They were small of stature, with the consequent inferiority complex, which gave birth to the desire to show the world, to become great, to prove that they could overcome obstacles and command circumstances. And because of this keen desire, as a result of a form of frustration, their willingness to suffer and sacrifice, if necessary, in the achievement of their object, and they did become great, leaders of men and women in the advance guard of civilization. On the other hand, many of those born with the physique of gods were self-satisfied with themselves and the admiration they commanded, possessed of or controlled by a superiority complex. They made little or no effort to improve their status or station in life. This illustrates only one type of impelling desire. Others, for example, seek unfoldment because of the great inward desire to advance humanity, and the immediate first impelling cause is not so important as is the determination thereafter developed to continue with the training until the great universal love is unfolded and illumination achieved. Following the usual greetings and polite conversation, we proceeded to the dinner which had been arranged for us. After a delightful repast, we repaired to our quarters to discuss the business in hand, which in this instance was concerned with the affairs of the order so active in the days of Randolph, i.e. the Order of the Lily, or l'Ordre du Lit, at that time known as the Order of the Rose, and to plan its future activity. In the beginning, this order was known as the Rose of Perfect Silence, and later changed to the Order of the Rose, or l'Ordre du Lit. When the Rosicrucian fraternity became active in England, the High Council decided that as France used the fleur de lis as its heraldic emblem, it would be more appropriate that the order should be known as l'Ordre du Lit, while the English activity should be given the name the Order of the Rose. This usage has been continued since the order was most active under the administration of the great humanitarian Sidney H. Beard. It will be recalled by those familiar with the French Rosicrucian history that this body of men met in special session whenever one of the American members had an opportunity to visit Paris. Such sessions were held when General Ethan Allen Hitchcock attended on June 1st, 1850, in company with then neophyte Pascal Beverly Randolph, again at the visit of Dr. Randolph in 1856, and still again during his last visit in 1861. The last session was held at 19 Avenue du Maine for the express purpose of selecting and installing the incoming Supreme Grand Master, Pascal Beverly Randolph, and present at this session were the members of the councils of 3, 7, 9, and then acting Supreme Grand Master Eliphas Levi, and among others were Lord Bulwer-Lytton, Kenneth R.H. Mackenzie, Charles Mackay, Count Giannotti, Count Brzezinski, Napoleon III, Alexis and Adolphe Didier, Count Sovinsky, General Pelsner, and Duke de Malakoff, and the Americans Ethan Allen Hitchcock, Albert Pike, and Randolph. As a matter of fact, every country where the fraternity was active was well represented, including France, Germany, England, Poland, Russia, and Egypt. Footnote: brilliant and advanced as were the members of this august gathering, those we met while in Paris compared most favorably, and their individual achievements are outstanding. There is but one Camille Savoy, Albert Lantoin, and Madame Brocard and her Martinist Gnostic library at Lyon are a fond memory. During our deliberations, it was agreed by all that l'ordre du lit should continue the use of the ritual which has been practiced in both France and America since the establishment of the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius in these countries, that all members of the order, whether citizens of France, America, England, or of any other country, should be admitted to the temples and witness the work on proving themselves qualified, that the text compendium of cult laws should be used in teaching the fundamentals, and that in all other respects, the work in the order should be carried on as heretofore. L'ordre du lit has always been known as the Order of the Masters, partially due to the fact that its membership comprised a greater number of initiates than acolytes, and that its strict observance of fundamental teachings has never deviated. The initiates willingly followed the teachings, while the acolytes were bound to do so if they sought initiation within this temple. It was unanimously agreed amongst us that there should be no change whatever, and that the time was at hand when the fundamentals might well be given to the world. In part, these are that the universe in its entirety, and in each of its smallest parts, is entirely and continuously ruled by the laws of harmony, unity, and love, and that what men consider as injustices are brought about as reactions to misdeeds committed, or in reverse, the trials of strengthening and purification for the advancement of that person or nation. That pain, sorrow, and loss alone can awaken the slumbering soul in man. And suffering is not always a retributive punishment for wrong committed, but as the active spirit for the purification of the soul and the incentive to attain immortality. That he who has known neither loneliness nor sorrow nor loss of reputation is usually self-satisfied with his position in life and the world. The incentive is lacking for him to change his life, his mode of thinking, and the effort to achieve a higher consciousness, with the result that unconsciously retrogression sets in, and such a man's last estate is worse than his first. That which a certain type of modern scientists, in the spirit of smug satisfaction, attribute to the subconscious or unconscious is in reality the memory realm of the soul, retained from past experiences in the process of its successive lives. The most fundamental teaching of the initiates is the recognition of the human will, named Volantia by Randolph. As a result of training and awakening the soul forces, it quickly becomes apparent that the human will offers almost unfathomable possibilities. The fundamental purpose of initiation today, as always, is the transmutation of the gross within ourselves into refined light, so that mortality may be converted or transmuted into immortality, and man may be elevated to the status of gods, thus attaining to the estate held before descending into matter. This naturally embraces the awakening of the divine spark within each human being into a holy flame that foreshadows the descension of the Holy Grail, the aim and end of the highest form of initiation. Footnote: this subject is more fully treated in the book Fundamental Law, or Proceedings of the 68th Convocation of the Rosy Cross in America. Life, as our ancient initiate brethren have taught, is both the school and the battleground for the deification of gross matter into refined substances, hatred into goodwill, selfishness into graciousness,
and animal-human desire into idealism while constantly maintaining reason on the throne and practicability in all affairs of life. The revelations which have been handed down from period to period, from brother to brother, and which grow into a tradition of the spiritual concept of the interior initiation, are as vital today and as applicable to soul enlightenment and the affairs of life as they were centuries ago. While conditions have changed, no such change has been necessary in these inculcations, nor in the method of training. In the process of initiation, there will always be a struggle between the material man and the spiritual self. But when the soul aspires towards illumination of itself and feels a deep desire for wisdom, the results are always certain, and the soul will triumph and be lifted up, even as Moses lifted up his own serpent in the wilderness, and it became the savior of his people. The feeling that there is a living mystery surrounding us in all and everyday affairs of life is the first indication of the awakening within us. And as this feeling grows to a certainty, it becomes the incentive which urges us to action and to an active search for the solution of the mystery. During this time, man is literally, as mentioned in Ravalette, in search of his own soul, and before he finds it, he will pass through all the bewilderments the subject did in the story. Footnote: this is the key to the story of Ravalette. From the very beginning of consciousness, man is a complete mystery to himself. He has no knowledge of what he was, what he now is, or what he is yet to be. All that he knows is that he sees and accepts as facts, when in truth, much of what he sees is no more than an illusion, a mere shadow of the real. Man starts life on earth not by knowledge but by imitation. He feels that what others do must be right because he knows no other way. He is unaware that his physical being is merely the residence for a spiritual entity, that within himself there dwells a God in miniature, and that the sole purpose of his earthly existence is to find this indwelling God, his own soul. And thus it is that man, every man, in truth, is in search for his own soul. Allegorically speaking, religion has symbolized this mystery of the soul as divinity. Philosophers rightly call it the absolute science, the infinitude of the universe. Ethics, the supreme duty of man. Art, the ideal, while initiates know it as the ineffable light, which, once unveiled, offers the key to all the mysteries of life. The present trend of the world towards mysticism is nothing new. Always during a crisis such as we face today, when civilization is being undermined by men who step out of a state of religion and human behavior into barbarism, the study of practical occultism, mistakenly called mysticism, steps forth and foreshadows the birth of a new national state. It is during these periods that the philosophy of initiation shines brightest and leads those who have eyes to see to a new goal and a new era in human affairs, always and forever having in mind the development of the individual human creature so that he may become worthy of a greater freedom, both spiritually and in the affairs that confront the human race. These are but a few of the fundamentals discussed, and shortly before it was time for the ceremony to disband for the day, a solemn conclave was formed in that Gnostic chapel, and the Supreme Grand Master, in full ceremonial form, conferred the order of the Holy Grail upon Father C. Chevalier, and made him a knight of chivalry in accordance with our ancient rules and regulations, and further conferred him the rank of Chevalier, the Order for France. An unexpected interview. On the afternoon of February 17th, our third day at the hotel in Paris, the phone rang, and on answering it, we were informed that Monsieur desired an interview on the most important matter. We had no knowledge of the gentleman other than he was a Mason of good repute and high standing, and we had already met many Masons who were also members of the August fraternity, and we saw no reason for not granting the interview, and therefore requested that the gentleman be shown to our rooms. On meeting the stranger face to face, we at once recognized him as a man of authority, education, and refinement. He did not introduce himself as a Mason or a member of the fraternity, but as a high official, and proceeded to inform us of his mission. It was at once evident that he had thoroughly informed himself of our connection with the Rosy Cross in America, and said, Rosy Cross having originally received its authority from the Grand Dome in France, his immediate mission was to learn whether or not our organization was in any way connected or sympathetic with the nihilistic or totalitarian activities in Europe, namely Germany, Italy, and Russia. He was entirely frank in explaining the reasons for his various questions. At first, we were somewhat mystified because, as every informed student knows, even the first Fama of the fraternity was most frank in its statement that the fraternity had been organized, at least in part for the purpose of bringing about a religious and political reformation, i.e. the freedom of man. However, after some further discussion, it was borne upon our mind why the Rosy Cross should be associated with fascism and Nazism. We excused ourselves for a moment in order to obtain from our portmanteaus a copy of our first official publication, The Fraternity of the Rosicrucians, wherein we had reprinted the first Fama and Universal Reformation, as also a copy of the magazine, which had been of interest to us because it contained certain facts which could easily be misconstrued by one not acquainted with the history back of the organization it represented. First of all, we pointed out the fact that the first Fama clearly stated that, howbeit we know after a time there will now be a general reformation, both of divine and human, political things, according to our desire and the expectations of others, for it is fitting that before the rising of the sun or another era, there shall be a break for aura or new light of some clearness or divine light in the sky. An analysis of this statement quickly proved that the founders had in mind the political freedom of men from bondage which held them, that the fraternity from its very beginning had been true to this great light in seeking liberty for all peoples, quickly succeeding in France and America, and therefore could in no wise have any connection with the slightest sympathy with fascism, Nazism, or communism, but was totally opposed to these destructive activities. Our questioner appeared well satisfied with our explanations and the aims of the fraternity. We then proceeded to show him why he or the governmental officials above him, like many others, might easily have a wholly erroneous idea of the work of our order, and misconstrue our mission as possibly being engaged in propaganda for these isms. Fortunately for us, as stated, we were able to produce the magazine containing many statements which we desired to investigate while in Europe and prove them to be either true or false. This magazine contained an article describing the itinerary of members of a certain organization active in America, while also publishing the following as news for its membership. Another outstanding event was the radiogram I received while our ship was at sea en route from the east to Nice, France, where we had planned to spend a week. That radiogram invited my wife and myself, accompanied by the supreme officers, to a special reception granted us by Mussolini in the Palace of Venezia in Rome. Footnote, it is to be borne in mind that this reception took place during the period between the rapes of Ethiopia and Albania by Mussolini, and while he was trying his best to imitate Herr Hitler. These two acts can never be condoned by any civilized people and will go down in history as comparable to the crimes committed by the Huns at a period when man did not pretend to be his brother's protector. In our journey, we find it was the feeling of those considered well-informed in European affairs that though Mussolini was at the time guilty of acts almost as heinous as those of Adolf the Mad, nevertheless he and Hitler were not congenial. The association or access was a matter of convenience, of mutual help, a means to conquest and self-glorification, and that the time was certain to come when the Italian people would either dispose of Mussolini as their leader or compel him to sever his relationship as one of the Rome-Berlin axis, and to again cast his lot with France and her allies. In doing this, the irreparable damage would not be undone. His criminal act would not be wiped out, but reparation in part be made, and the Italian people be permitted to return to sanity and the spirit of their religion. And went to Rome and participated in a number of important ceremonies in the one afternoon and evening. All who were present at the time, practically every member of the party, received later a large-size photograph of the group, with Mr. Mussolini and my family and myself standing in the center. Footnote: this was widely published in American newspapers. It was unanimously agreed later that what we had learned, observed, and witnessed in Italy most certainly contradicted all that we had read and heard in America through the newspapers and magazine propaganda. And we did not base our opinions on what was told us by any propagandist in Italy, but on what we actually saw, and which could not have been prearranged. It was the only country of all those that we visited where we found real courtesy, kindness, a genuine spirit of optimism and helpfulness, and complete absence of war talk and war preparations, and a manifest desire for peace and goodwill towards tourists of every land. The reception of the Rosicrucians by Mussolini and the fine talk that he made as an address to our Imperator and supreme officers, the fine things that he said about Rosicrucians and the AMORC, his many references to its history and its activities, which he said he had investigated for some time, and his wholehearted welcome to the Rosicrucians and Rosicrucianism, constitute some of the remarkable elements of growth and development of the order in Europe. It will have a greater effect upon Rosicrucianism in Europe than any of our members can suspect at the present time. Footnote: verbatim from the Rosicrucian Digest, August 13th, 1937, our statements are not made in the spirit of controversy, but as records of actual experience. The aftermath will also be told. After reading this article, our visitor closely questioned us regarding the origin of the above organization. We were able to answer him convincingly by referring him to numerous statements in the AMORC literature. Proved to him that authority was claimed as from France via the authority at Toulouse, where initiation was said to have taken place. Furthermore, by showing him the certificates of the registration of our order in various states, we proved to his entire satisfaction that there was no connection whatever between the aforesaid AMORC and the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius. He then informed us that he himself had long been stationed in Toulouse, and that no such authority or temple of initiation had existed there within the last 100 years. He then questioned us as to whether or not there was any connection between the Rosy Cross and Masonry in America. On this point, we were able to give him the fullest information, pointing out to him that Masonry in America was greatly different from that on the continent, that it was a fraternal, benevolent organization and never permitted the discussion of religious, political, and other controversial topics at its meetings, and that there was not the remotest connection between Masonry and Rosicrucianism, although many good Masons also belonged to the Rosy Cross. This next question had to do with America's viewpoint on fascism, Nazism, and communism, and particularly our own. Fortunately, we had with us copies of the publication The Sentinels of a New America, the official organ of the Sentinels of America, a patriotic organization sponsored by the Rosy Cross, organized for the express purpose of fighting these destructive isms.
The answer, together with the publication, appeared to fully satisfy him. Lastly, he approached the question of our visit to Europe, stating that he had been informed we were engaged in organizing an international confederation of esoteric bodies, more especially authentic Rosicrucian organizations. We assured him that such was the case, except that said confederation was not for the purpose of giving or conferring authority to any new organizations, but to combine into one harmonious whole those already existing. He then desired to know whether or not this would interfere with the authority under which such organizations functioned, or whether it would in any way attempt to nullify their authority. We assured him that it was not the purpose of the Confederation to interfere in the slightest with the present work or authority, but that the Confederation had as its object a closer cooperation, ties of fellowship, mutual helpfulness, and coordination of purpose. His final question had to do with the fundamentals and articles of federation. As we had the completed Articles of Confederation with us for the express purpose of having them signed by all signatories, we were able to place a copy into his hands. The next request that he be allowed to take a copy for the purpose of study, with the promise that he would give us his answer in a few days. To this, we readily agreed. 2 days later, just before we were ready to depart for our meeting in Lyon, Marseille, and Toulouse, Monsieur the official again called and informed us that he had given careful study to the document and that no fault could be found in it, and that it was his opinion that all of his people would endorse its content to the full. Thus ended favorably what at first proved to be a trying hour. Footnote: shortly after our return from Europe and the completion of the Confederation, the fundamentals and Articles of Confederation were presented before the House of Representatives of the United States, and without dissenting voice were recorded, printed in the Constitutional Record, May 29th, 1939, Volume 48, number 106, pages 8917 to 8921. The aftermath. Shortly after starting to prepare the foregoing, there was placed in our hands a news item which has been widely published throughout America and in some of the European countries, as widely in fact as the article and photograph of Mussolini and H. Spencer Lewis almost 2 years ago. Here is the news item. Rosicrucians direct Hitler, author claims. Special cable to the Sunday Mirror, New York. Paris, August 26, that Adolf Hitler is a member of the mystic order called the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, and that he is inspirationally directed by some of its leaders, is a charge made by Edward Saba, a French writer, in a book in preparation. Saba points out that one of the principles of the order is that any member who reveals his connection with the organization thereby automatically expels himself. The ancient mystical order of Rosicrucians, as the Rosicrucians are known all over the world, is described as an exceedingly old, non-religious organization whose beginnings are believed to have been in Germany as early as the 15th century. Some of its adherents came to America in 1694. The association is not related to any other fraternity or order. Footnote: the designation Ancient Mystical Order of Rosicrucians, or AMORC, is used by the organization, whose imperator, officers, and members were received by Mussolini. It is evident that the writer, Edward Saba, had read one of the many releases of the Mussolini-Lewis incidences, wherein was related the meeting in Italy of Mussolini and Mr. Lewis, the imperator of AMORC, or Ancient Mystical Order of the Rosicrucians, and concluded that if such friendly relations existed with Mussolini, the leader of the Axis, they must necessarily exist with Hitler, the leader of the other Axis, especially as it is almost universal knowledge that Hitler is surrounded and guided by astrologers and pseudo-occultists.
It is to be remembered by all that the authentic Rosicrucian fraternity, since its beginning in 1614, has been known as the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, not as the ancient and mystical order of Rosicrucius, and that the Brotherhood of Rosicrucians is therefore not responsible for the aforesaid report and is not to be confused with the organization so friendly with Mussolini, the partner of Adolf the Mad of Europe. Within the doors of the Grand Dome, the triple key to the shrine of knowledge. On February 18th, the fourth day of our stay in Paris, I, like Randolph before me, had the opportunity to visit that same temple of the Grand Dome, wherein he had been received in June 1850. Here I met the Master, he who is the son of him who both received and instructed Randolph, now 89 years of age. Within the next few years, the Master will probably pass into the Earth Supreme, and another will take his place, as it happened to be the Venerable Master shortly after Randolph's visit. Footnote: the Master narrated an extraordinary occurrence at the time he was selected to be the Supreme Grand Hierarch of the fraternity. It appears that he was an acolyte and served under one of the members of the Council of Three. As seldom happens, all three of the members were equally competent to fill the chair, and the selection should have been made by the Grand Hierarch and according to seniority. It was then that the members of the Council of Three informed the then Grand Hierarch that his own son, though much younger than any of the three, was actually better prepared for the position than anyone among them, and for this reason it became his duty to select his own son. Accordingly, so was it done. The name of the Supreme Grand Hierarch is never made public, and only his initiate name is known to the membership. However, the Supreme Hierarch also holds another high position, such possibly as Supreme Grand Master of the Lodge of the country wherein he resides, and as such is known to the membership. This is truly a man, 6 feet tall, and though beyond the average span of life, he is erect and soldierly in his bearing. His hair is pearly white, and upon his face is a beard that Moses of old must envy were he here. All in all, his appearance is that of our own Albert Pike in his later years. Footnote: Albert Pike visited Paris at the same time Dr. Randolph did, and they met with their master in this Grand Dome. Upon his breast he wears the insignia of his office, a double scarabaei, symbolic of mastership and immortality. Between these scarabaei is a single triangle with its point upward, wherein a certain symbolic character, known only to initiates, indicating thereby that he is in truth the legitimate successor of the long line of masters which began with Ramos the Great in Egypt, the ancient country of initiation, the second Atlantis. Though proud of my own position, I could not help but feel a strong inclination to bend the knee, which he sensed and would not permit, for here, in truth, was a king, not of this world, but under God. After a short conversation, we proceeded to the temple, where we passed through the first door of the portal. I was confronted by the same symbolism so well described by Randolph. Around the periphery of a circular space upon the second door is the inscription that has been the hope of countless thousands of travelers upon the sandy roads of wisdom. This reads, "Man only fails through feebleness of will." Within the smooth circle is the impress of a golden triangle embracing a crystalline globe, winged and illuminated, crowned with the Rosicrucian cipher, while beneath it, seemingly in bold, fiery characters, stood the word "try." As Randolph so truly wrote in 1858, who of all those who have passed through these portals, having caught the magic significance of these divine inscriptions, has not felt new hope begotten in the soul, completely overcoming the feeling of despair which had previously filled the soul when confronted by the magnitude of work to be accomplished, Within this temple, built long before the first revolution, this master, now my guide and companion, unrolled before me the mystic meaning of the symbolic painting upon the wall, illustrating in picturization a vast host of men and women pilgrims who are seeking, as all true acolytes do, to unbar the gates to the mystery. Footnote: there are 3 great ancient temples in Paris alone. All of these are old structures dating back to the youth of Paris. Some of them have been vast monasteries before the Revolution and converted into temples after France became a republic. In these buildings are many rooms, each having its specific purpose, symbolizing a degree or grade of training and initiation. Unlike such temples in most parts of the world, the symbolism is not detachable and placed merely for the occasion, but is beautifully painted upon the ceiling and side walls. During the process of instruction or initiation, the master or initiate needs but point to the symbolic painting to illustrate his lesson. In the renovated or more modern temples, the paintings may be illuminated from behind, greatly intensifying the impression in these temples. One finds illustrated the esoteric story of creation, the 2 pillars of masonry as they were, and what they originally represented when first man was taught the mystery of creation and man's duty to God and himself. It is not the dream of a visionary. Even the exoteric orders of masonry, the temples or halls of initiation, are prepared in much the same manner, while in the more modern buildings, every step in masonry is thus illustrated by illuminated symbolism. Let doubting Masons seek permission to visit these temples. 4 of the grand temples, which I had the opportunity to visit while in France, and they will prove my statements. The story is never the same, as the master suits the lesson to the needs of the neophyte, or if the visitor be a Mason, then the basic principles of the story are expounded. Footnote: in The Secret of Greatness, Randolph describes this lesson as though heard by him in a dream or seen in a vision. It is his method of telling the same story. At the time, the law of silence was much more strict than at present. Rosicrucian's teachings do not change, and all who come before the master receive essentially the same instructions, though the phraseology changes and the application is different for each individual. Pointing to the great painting, he spoke thus: "Yonder are a host of pilgrims, men and women, seeking, just as you have in the past, to unveil the mysteries, and thereby come into wisdom and illumination. It is one thing for a man to be endowed with intellectual strength, knowledge, and the attainment of immortality, and it is another thing to attain wisdom and yet be happy. The first is a boon granted unlike to all children on earth if they obey the law. The last can only be attained by an inner development, which the initiate schools alone teach, by self-endeavor, by innate goodness continually manifested, and this in a material and aromal world alike. Man is man, woman is woman, wherever they may be. Each has a duty and a mission to perform, and none, however great, may perform this for them. The true way to the garden of light lies not through effusiveness, but through the hall of silence, and each aspirant must open the door for himself. This is the first lesson to be mastered and the first responsibility to be assumed. Failing to enter, as many have, they must turn back and then proceed to mount retrospect. And entering into the labyrinths within its sides, search for the triple key, which alone can unbar the gate and admit the seekers to the shrine of knowledge. The neophyte must learn to stand alone, not in despondency and gloom, but in all the serene strength of noble, conscious manhood. Not yet the actual, but the certain and glorious possibility thereof. Footnote: as man learns to comprehend the law of personal responsibility, become fully aware that every act brings a like reaction, Manhood will cast aside the present universal weakness and replace it with a new society and civilization wherein justice will rule. The soul grows, it becomes aware of its past shortcomings, failures, and hatreds towards those through whom it has been bitterly wronged. This feeling of bitterness, resentment, and even hatred must be overcome by nobler emotions. The key to the method of transmuting passions into ennobling emotions must be sought. This key is found in the grander human virtues, corresponding good deeds, and the endeavor to make life rich by constructive action, irrespective of what others may do or think. As the soul searches for, at least seems to feel that it has found that which is sought, it must once more present itself before the gate. Almost instantly, it is again before the inner door, whereon it first beheld the sacred symbolism. But lo, these have disappeared, and in their stead is written, "Speak, for thou shalt ever be heard. Tell us what thou hast done to help elevate thy fellow man and to develop the spirituality and consciousness of thine own soul. Whom hast thou given a helping hand, a kindly word, a crumb of bread? Or hast thou hated, despised, and begrudged? Speak. When the words containing the magic key are spoken, the door will yield, and thou shalt enter beyond the threshold." The writing fades, and there is naught but a blank surface, but the surface is of molten gold. The soul boldly recites its claims to the entrance into the temple, but to its astonishment, it hears itself proclaim, in the vanity of justification, "I have suffered from infancy, been opposed from the cradle to maturity, have been hated, cheated, and slandered on all sides. Yet I have pushed forward in defiance of everything, until I achieved all that I desired, all that the earth could yield. Self-educated, I achieved triumphs where others failed. I reaped laurels despite condemnation and grasped the key to fame, only to be in turn defamed. By doing this, I set an example, by following which man might elevate himself, society be improved, and its constituents realize the bliss of moving in loftier spheres of unselfishness. In giving voice to these truths, the experience of all souls, the soul confidently expects the gates to open, only to be dismayed and downcast when the echo to it all is the one word, usefulness, the purpose of the soul's sojourn on earth. The soul, unable to think of nobler and perhaps less selfish achievements, is downcast and at a loss what to do, and behold, again there is a change upon the door, and the one magical word appears. Try. Again the soul speaks. Alone I sought the secret of restoring health to the ill, and gave all I learned freely to the world. I have made my efforts to banish sin, selfishness, hatred, malice, and resentment. I have upheld the honor of the Christian cross and the religion it symbolizes. I have ever striven to upraise the veil that hides man from himself. For this I have been hated and reviled, for few men seek to unveil the hidden cesspools whirling within themselves. In the strife I have been heedless to every call save that of human duty, and in obeying the behests of a nobler impulse, I have been so regardless of all worldly distinction, have ignored wealth, fame, power, and place in the world's esteem, and frequently ignored the call of love itself. The soul ceases and awaits the verdict, only to hear the echo, "Love." The door opened, not at all, but in greater brightness than ever. Before there appears the word, "Try," while 1,000 whispers speak the undying and immortalizing word, "Love." The soul continues, "I have rebuked the immortal, though regrettably and confessedly not always mortal myself. I have humbled the lofty, though sometimes envious of them. I have exposed deception, comforted those in sorrow, shown the thief how to mend his ways, fed the hungry, even though frequently hungry myself. I have upheld the dignity and even the necessity of labor, believing that only through constructive accomplishment can man attain his full strength. Still, the door refuses to move, and the only answer is an echo: labor. The soul refuses to be discouraged, though now lowly and fully chastised, and continues as though it had been encouraged. I have preached immortality to countless ones, and have prevailed upon them to believe in it. I have written and proclaimed its mighty truths. I have beaten the skeptic, confirmed the wavering, reassured the doubting, and through long and bitter years have declared that if man dies yet, he shall live again, thus endeavoring to overthrow error, strengthen the weak, establish truth, banish superstition, and on their ruins lay a deep and broad foundation for a better life founded upon works rather than faith. As the soul ceases, myriad voices chime out in one sense: faith followed by works. Continuing, the soul proclaims, I have ever endeavored, save in a few regrettable instances, which I, the soul, confess with shame, to foster, and in all cases have a spirit of forgiveness, reinforced by graciousness and helpfulness. Now the door opened, and a million voices proclaimed, in all instances there must be a spirit of forgiveness. As the door opens, the soul continues, frequently I have fallen in man's esteem, and pursuance of what appeared to be my duty, a new faith sprang up in the land. Unwise zealots brought shame and bitter reproach against and upon it. Lauded by false reasoning and glowing promises, I yielded in the fascination of specious sophistry, and for a while I languished under the strangling bondage of a powerful and glittering falsehood. At length, seeing the errors, I strove to correct them, and to sift the chaff from the true and solid grain. But the mass refused to believe me honest or sincere, and would not understand me. Yet still I labored on, even trying to correct my own faults, and to cultivate the queen of human virtue, charity. Then the master continued, the major fault of mankind, even acolytes, is that they confess their virtues, but hide their guilt. They refuse to face their weakness, and having seen them, eliminate them by transmutation. It is the duty of man, a work or a task for which he was born, to be useful to himself first and then to others, to love and therefore forgive, to have charity towards others, especially as he has much need of charity for himself. All these are duties, but it is a virtue to confess the weakness and to be himself. And thus the master and myself consulted the long afternoon until twilight told the hour when I returned to my hotel to await the arrival of those who were to dine with me, and then proceed to that other temple, the building of the Gnostic Church in the heart of Paris, where all attending were to sign the Articles of Confederation. Eliphas Levi, the initiate, also Levi, the great apostle of freedom. Many occult students throughout the world have read interesting accounts and stories of the little room wherein Levi received those whom he most favored. This room, known as his personal temple of initiation, had certain emblems or insignia upon its walls, but only very few have ever been informed regarding the nature of these symbols, and we now have been privileged to acquaint the student body with the nature of these symbols. And the reason for lifting the veil of secrecy is, in fact, that uninformed persons have accused the members of the legitimate Rosy Cross of favoring the totalitarian governments, Nazi, fascist, and communistic, instead of democracies. All Rosicrucians, whether acolytes or initiates, are spiritual seekers, and it is well here to give the first fundamental law as laid down by one of old Russia's greatest initiates. Spiritual acolytes must remember that they all belong to one great army of the Spirit and base their union upon the foundation of universal reciprocal tolerance of the natural esteem. This will create enegros, or egregores, which will regenerate our civilization and repulse the menace of invading materialism and the doctrines which materialism engenders, anarchy and communism. Initiation is against anarchy because it is for authority. It fights against communism and all other isms because it is for the hierarchy of a material, human, and spiritual brotherhood. On February 19th, the fourth morning of our stay in Paris, brother, and it's blank, of the Great Dome came to the hotel for us, and under his guidance we left to pay a visit to the little room, which is all that is left of the domicile which once was the workshop of Levi, and which is open only to those of the highest degree. After a short drive, we left the vehicle and had taken us to a little temple, and there we were ushered into a sacred precinct where once labored a master. Footnote. For reference to what follows, see Occult Philosophy by Levi. Upon one wall is the exoteric pentacle of Levi. This is a wonderfully proportioned male lion at rest, with the sun rising in the background. Its meaning is, may the peace which follows the victory bring the light. This is symbolic also of the mind shining in the calm of a strong will. Upon another wall is what is apparently a hand-drawn pentacle. It is the pentacle taken from the Enchiridion of Pope Leon III. Footnote, occult students may question why Levi, an occult master, should copy the Enchiridion of Leon's paper. There are several good reasons. His early connection with the Catholic Church and the further fact that during the first centuries of the Christian era, the Catholic Church was infiltrated with the Gnostic teachings and did not show any hostility towards the occult. On the contrary, numerous of the most saintly fathers were diligent students of the Hermetic science. The sanctum sanctorum of then occult teachings were the famous authentic Clavicul Solomonis. The legend has it that these keys were the basis of the occult will of Pope Leon III, known under the name Enchiridion, and were willed by him to the Emperor Karl the Great. It forms in Greek letters of the word tarot, in Latin rota, in Hebrew Torah. It likewise represents the four hieroglyphics of the tarot: stick, sword, cup, circle of gold. The third symbol is that of a horse in freedom. This in itself appears significant, but beneath is the legend: freedom, freedom, beloved freedom. Thrice freedom by love of the triune principle. This is the white horse of the apocalypse waiting for its divine cavalier, the word symbolic of the initiate, who is free from the earthly ties which would degrade or enslave. This horse, the messenger and carrier of the heavenly host, is ever ready to bounce skyward towards the heaven. Lastly, there is the legend: Ayamar Elohim, Aya our. The triune exists in the universal light, called by us the Kabbalistic Od, Ob, and Our. Od, called the Hermeticists occult fire, the active light or sulfur present in all things in nature. Ob, when the light is passive, it is also the passive magnetic power of the somnambulists and the sleepers of the sleep of Siam. Our, the universal gold, the soul after it is balanced or has found equilibrium. The creation started by an establishment of a balance, and this came about when the Creator said, "Let there be light." It is the light which was used as the instrument of the creation. It is the ineffable light the neophyte finds when he attains initiation. The harmony of the Elohim said, Ayamor Elohim, Aya our, Aito our, and there was light, and so speaks the soul when it attains illumination. Footnote: students of the Rosy Cross should read the Legends of the Great Council of the Rosicrucians and compare it to the Great Seal of 1773 and its legend with the above. Finally, there is that immortal sentence which Levi wrote to a student, and which the student, now an initiate, framed and hung within the sacred domain of the Master. Now we can give to each other a fraternal embrace of the Rosy Cross and address each other this greeting of true adepts. Peace be with you, my brother. May the peace always be with you and your worthy mate. The lessons here taught were alone worth to us all that the entire trip demanded of us, and you, my reader, have this lesson free. Lion, the Order Martiniste and the Gnostic Church. At our meeting in Paris on February 20th, 1939, there were present in the council assembled a great number of high initiates. These included the Supreme Grand Master Frater Chevalier, his Grand Secretary Dupont, and the Count Charnowski, representing Poland and Greece, the legatees representing Madagascar and the South and Central American republics, and the masters of the Martinist lodges in France. Footnote: complete report of this meeting with the history and details of the International Confederation, i.e. La Confédération Universelle des Ordres Sociétés et Fraternitates des Initiates, cannot be given here for want of space, but will be found in the Book of Rosicrucia, the complete history of the Rosy Cross. When I presented my credentials as S.I. of the Order Martiniste of France, these were not only found acceptable, but to the astonishment of many present, proved me to be one of the oldest, highest initiates of the order living in America. Footnote: at the request of the Council in France, a facsimile of the certificate of membership is herein reproduced. After disposing of the business in hand, arrangements were at once made so that I might leave Paris for Lyon very late on the night of February 21st, or early in the morning of the 22nd. At Lyon, I was to meet Madame Brocade, the widow of the former Supreme Grand Master, with whom I had correspondence in earlier years. Footnote: see Volume 2 of the Rosicrucian Fraternity in America, to be found in almost every public and Masonic library in the world. I had been promised that at Lyon I would be shown the great library of the Order Martiniste and Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, the permanent headquarters of Frater Chevalier, and the old Gnostic Church, when are held the ceremonials of both organizations. The See at Lyon is today the oldest existing in the world. Students not wholly informed on these subjects should read the works of Paul Vouliard, especially Le Rose-Croix Lyonnais A. 18 Siecle, and of Joanny Brocade, and the latter works of Frater Chevalier. We were able to leave Paris early on February 21st, 1939, arriving at Lyon at noon, where we at once repaired to the sea. We were most graciously received by Madame Brocade and a number of the officers of the order in Lyon. After the usual formalities, we concentrated on the business for which we were in Europe, and shortly after the discussion had started, the master of the Lyon order arrived to join us. After the matter of the Confederation had been thoroughly considered, those who had been unable to come to Paris on February 20th, 1939, signed the Articles of Confederation. When this part of our business was concluded, Madame Brocade showed us the library, which was started several hundred years ago and which had been increased yearly. Next, the master and his associates took us to the Gnostic Temple, which is separate from the library building, pointing out to us the symbolism in the temple as used in services of initiation. Some of them, as Randolph well said, hoary with age. As these symbols are still used during initiation, it is not permissible to describe them in a publication for the profane. After our visit to the temple or church, we foregathered in Madame Bricard's home for the discussion and comparison of the teachings of Martinism as followed in France and as known to initiates in America. This discussion being general, what was said is not credited to anyone in particular. To be a Martinist means, first of all, to be a man of desire. To be a man of desire means to be absorbed by one single aim or purpose, to which all others must give way. To be thus single-eyed and determined means ultimately to become an illuminated soul. This means unceasing effort. To make this effort, it is necessary to know the result to be hoped for, the foundation on which to build, and the law of building. Martinism rests upon unity. It teaches that by the law of synthesis, the mass of mankind today, a heterogeneous mass of different beliefs, can be brought back into oneness or unity with the Creator from which this mass first came. This is the law of reintegration, which is the only hope of mankind. St. Martin called the mediating power the repairer, which sounds much like faith of orthodox religious inculcations, but which varies from it in results. The latter does not change the life, does not evolve latent powers, does not bring the believer to illumination. The former becomes a living principle in the soul and grows until it fills the entire consciousness. It is the tiny mustard seed that becomes the great tree. It is incumbent upon every soul of desire or man of desire to keep the eye fixed on the goal to be attained. Morning, noon, and night, the mind must be centered on the spiritual world until it becomes as true a reality as in the material world, to which we belong by virtue of having a physical body. Martinism then teaches, and knowing that the initiate must himself do the work, can only give instructions for daily living, combined with truths to be absorbed and lived. The result is certain. The work cannot fail if the eye be kept single. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. This can be proved literally true. This is what is required to become illuminated. Whoso forsaketh father and mother and houses and lands for my name's or in my mission's sake shall inherit 100-fold in this present life and in this world to come, life everlasting. These words are to be taken literally, for they are always true. But they do not mean that the ordinary duties of life are to be neglected. They mean that material things are not to become of absorbing interest. Martinism then stands for unity, for reintegration of the race, but it also stands for eternal triunity, which must be seen in everything, God, nature, and man. Without a clear understanding of this, we are like ships at sea without a compass. The eternal hierarchy cannot be changed. We become priests in God's holy temple when we recognize these realms and serve according to law. Behold the benefit of the study. We find ourselves related by an immutable law of nature below and the divine above. We find the human and divine are related by an intermediate, of which we must become conscious if we are to make a practical use of our acquired knowledge and wisdom. Martinism is a philosophy of unity, because in unity alone is there power. According to power enclosed in unity will be the outward manifestation. Unity can never be seen as unity, but in manifestation. As soon as it is manifested, there is something more than unity. There is its expression, which is not one, but a reflection. And there is a subtle relation existing between unity and duality, or reflection, which is not easily seen between invisible and spiritual, but nevertheless is always to be found between the two. This relation is the third principle or result which all true Martinists are striving. Look to nature for an example. We will find the tuberose of the summer drinking in air, earth, and light during the brief season, and then drawing itself into a mere bulb to lie through months of silence and darkness. A unity which was manifested in the stalk, the leaf, and the flower. Was the power in the manifestation? Could the flower or leaf produce anything? Was not all power in the unity or bulb of the hidden and invisible? Thus it is with the human soul. The aim of Martinism is, above all else, to evoke the hidden man, the man of divine powers, the superior being. This is most successfully accomplished by strict obedience in the following prescribed law, as man has two foci in his being, brain and heart. These must equally be called into requisition. The brain is to synthesize all knowledge, the heart is to synthesize all feeling, and according to the perfection of this work, do the united rays of the soul and Luna blend and illuminate the man of desire. Footnote: the emblems incorporated in the complete symbolism of the Confederation of Initiates. The first rule to be laid down designates the subjects of study. While the Hermetic sciences and religious beliefs have their place, they must be brought into harmony with the truths of Martinism. In the realm of feeling, we must place the Supreme Being, as did Saint Martin, and like him, by every means in our power, establish intimate relationship with this power. This can only be accomplished by studying the works of nature and providence, while at the same time cultivating the principles of true worship and love. The one essential is the birth of the Word or light within us, and our union with it, which constitutes the mythical marriage that saints and holy men have known, that poets have sung and artists pictured. This is accomplished by the one law. Its root holds the life. And this may be traced through all of the branches of the human tree, taking account of its diminution of power as it departs farther from the root. The cultivation of this germ is from the first cause, from ourselves, from the divine wisdom, a substance created from the union of the two former, which brings it, like all things, under the law of the Trinity. There is in every soul a most secret sanctuary which receives rays of heavenly, ineffable power, and can lighten every man that cometh into the world. 1 John. This light shines eternally for all who have eyes to see. In the mirror of our mind we see everything reflected. When our imagination or desires cloud this mirror, we can only see the objects of sense and of this lower illusory world. Knowledge alone is of little use. True wisdom teaches how to apply this knowledge to our daily life, and no initiate can hope to win the master's rod who has not learned to use it. Better to have less knowledge and be able to put it to greater practical use. The expression rose croix is frequently used by Martinists. It is used as a reflex verb. Let every brother force himself to be a devoted soldier of the Christos. Everyone can be this. And if everyone tries to follow the Christ, the Martinist order can be instrumental in leavening humanity. After further discussions, one of the brethren present asked us this direct question: is it your intention and purpose to establish in France and its possessions branches of the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, of which you are Supreme Grand Master? Our answer to this query was equally direct: by no means. You have in France a continuation of the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, which was in existence long before the time of Randolph, and from which Randolph received his authority. This organization is on par with the American Brotherhood, and it is presided over by your own Frater Chevalier. This being true, then in accordance with the landmarks of the fraternity, we have no authority to proselyte among your members, and will not do so. True, there still exists the Order of the Lily, which is under the jurisdiction of the American body. But to further activate it, We will not attempt to personally direct its activities, as we have appointed with full authority our brother, Frater Chevalier, as Imperial Master of the Order. The old ritual will continue to be used, and the Imperial Master will have full authority to say who may or may not enter its portals. These orders stand until revoked or just Rosicrucian cause. Our whole work is not to establish new orders, lodges, or temples, but to confederate those already existing so as to work under authentic authority into one harmonious whole. The hour of parting had come, and it was then that Madame Brocard graciously offered us sacraments, and which had been prepared during the life of her illustrious husband. The Master of Avignon. As previously reported, I became a high initiate, supreme initiate, or SI, of the Order Martiniste, or Martinist Order, during the meeting of a high council held in New York City on April 17th through the 29th, 1903. The ritual then used, and now in my possession, is that of Lapes, Stanislas, and Gaeta, translated by the Order of Blitz for representation of the order in America. As a result of my membership and initiation in the Order Martiniste, it was only natural that I should come into close contact with many of the high initiates and masters of the order. Among them, the then Dr. Bricard, who later became the Supreme Grand Master, Chevalier of Paris and Lyon, Dupont of Coutances, and the initiate master Arya Swati of Avignon, and numerous others. Arya Swati was at one time one of the most active of the high initiates. But when Dr. Bricard took the seat of the Grand Mastership, he felt that the order had been placed into capable hands, and then traveled extensively throughout all of the European countries, as well as in Russia, Egypt, and all of Africa. Early in my occult life, I made the acquaintance of Arya Swati, and for some reason or other, possibly because he was then reaching what is usually considered a ripe old age, while I was but a youth, and showed great interest in esoteric studies, he took me as his protege and instructed me in many of the greater inner mysteries of occult initiation. In later years, it was he who prepared me for my symbolic house, which is today both the house of the fraternity and my own, in a slight variation. At the time this was prepared, he informed me that he foresaw my visit to France, to all the great centers of the work, and that he would then meet me personally and present me with the legend of this house as he had evolved it throughout my years of preparation. When the time came for us to actually visit France and other countries in Europe, those in charge of arrangements not only planned that we would stop at Avignon, but even selected the hotel and made reservations. However, after our arrival in Paris, we received word from Arya Swati that a most important mission had been placed in his hands, which not alone concerned himself, but ourselves as well, and that he would meet us on the evening of February 21st at the Hotel Splendide at Marseille, where reservations had been made for us, and where he would await our arrival in company with several other superior initiates. On reaching Marseille, we were met by the brothers and at once entered into a conclave for the discussion of numerous matters which are not of concern here, after which he inducted us into the mysteries and legend of the House of Clymer and the SS of the RC, the complete arcanum of the Rosy Cross, dedicated to the memory of the fatherhood of God, the motherhood of nature, and the brotherhood of men. Legend. When the time will come, and it is here now, that the Guru's full name will correspond to the glyphs of the Creator's cause, the 2,000-year cycle will be completed and the new cycle will begin. This will be a replica of the one that was not long before the submerging of Atlantis, the motherland of men. Once more, a chance will be given the human couple to regain freedom and godhood through life, light, and love, with the aid and cooperation of the four great creative forces, the gods of the planet Earth. The mystery of the ages will be revealed to the sincere seeker, and a new religious concept will be given to the masses, which shall be their star of hope, if they will but accept and obey. Beloved, if the thorns of suffering tear your flesh to pieces, press the fragrant rose to your heart, and victory will be yours forever. Brother, we live and meet again. Let us try and do better than we have done thus far. This last link in the chain is given you through Arya Swati of Europe and Africa. Footnote, the Church of Illumination, or Congregation of the New Age, the last hope of man and maintenance of civilization against barbarity. Symbolical interpretation. A German shield of the time of the Crusaders, the shield is worn and covered with dust, emblematic of the nobility and old age of man. The shield is divided by a cross in 4 houses, and this is significant of the fourfold nature of humankind. The golden cross has a red rose in its center. This is symbolic of both male and female principles in the creation of all things. The left upper house represents Tao, or Taha. It is in gold. It is the emblem of both immersion and resurrection. The Tao is encircled by a serpent with a purple head, representative of the principles or elements of water, which in turn symbolizes mind, man's thinking and reasoning capacity, never steady or certain, but always vacillating. The serpent forms the letter S, and reading of it is the synarch, or man with a double power. The upper right house is represented by a scarab of the time of the 18th dynasty of the Egyptian pharaohs. It is the color of the lapis lazuli and a turquoise with golden paws and the traditional golden ball or globe between its front legs. This is the symbol of everlasting life, of immortality and illumination. It likewise represents Egypt as the land linked to the submerged continent of Atlantis. The left and right houses below represents the letters R and C and are somewhat smaller than the upper houses. The letters are formed by the intertwined branches of a rose tree with numerous thorns. They are black and shaded. This is the symbolization of the persecutions and sufferings to which the true teachings are subject and the sacrifices necessary by those who would obey and lead. The reading of these letters is Rose Cross or Rosy Cross, as also Raymond the Seventh, your exoteric baptismal name given to you by the fraternity, and Clymer, the serpent representing the first letter of your middle name, i.e., Swinburne. The shield is overshadowed by an Egyptian eagle with full spread wings. The wings themselves are broken in the last joint as to protect the shield. In one claw, the eagle holds the Arcane, and in the other, the globe. This is emblematic of freedom from human passion and victory over the elements. The insignia of a double man Isis, leader of the New Age and its religion for the next 2,000 years. Given to the Supreme Grand Master of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, R. Swinburne Clymer of America, through the authority of Arya Swati of Europe. After this interpretation had been delivered to us, the night was late, and we parted with the assurance that we would again meet. The following morning we met at the hotel with the master and officers of the Martinist Lodge of Marseille for the discussion of the objects of Confederation of Initiation and with the signing of the documents which we carried with us, after which we left for Toulouse and a meeting with the pessimistic philosopher. Toulouse, the pessimistic philosopher. According to the previous arrangements, we arrived in Toulouse promptly on the evening of February 22nd, 1939, and at once proceeded to the Hotel Grand Thiviers, where reservations had been made for us. The trip from Marseille to Toulouse offered some excitement because at that time there was an influx of thousands of Spanish refugees into France, necessitating the rerouting of some of the trains. However, we made the trip without mishap and prepared to meet the appointments made for us. Long before leaving America for Paris, we had heard much of the man known among initiates of the various fraternities as the pessimistic philosopher, so called because of his habit of calling everything by its exact designation. He was said to resemble the Mejnour of Bulwer-Lytton story Zanoni, cold and calculating and without much idealism. An appointment had been made long in advance so that we would be certain to meet him should we visit Toulouse, a journey which was undertaken with two purposes in mind: to meet this initiate master and to investigate the many published stories of an old monastery and temple of initiation, a headquarters of the Rosicrucians said to exist there, and to be active in the work. Brother Alfred, who had arranged for our interview with the pessimistic philosopher, and who was to act as our interpreter, had met us at the hotel and accompanied us on our visit. It was thus that shortly after our arrival in Toulouse, we at once contacted the doctor, the master and pessimistic philosopher, introduced ourselves to the lady attendant, and were at once invited to the master's office. It was a moment we had looked forward to with pleasure, and we were most anxious of making the acquaintance of an initiate with such an unusual reputation. We were ushered into the pessimistic philosopher's office by the maid, and were greeted in rather an abrupt manner by the doctor, whom we found to be a man approximately 70 years of age, about 5 feet 7 inches, somewhat heavy for his height. He appeared very dignified and well preserved. We knew him to have been a physician of high repute, though now retired, that he had held high offices in the government of France, and was recognized even in America as a Masonic scholar of note, who had attained international recognition as an author of occult and Masonic texts. Furthermore, that his occult library was one of the finest in the world. This doctor, the pessimistic philosopher and initiate, had lived most of his life in Toulouse and was thoroughly familiar with practically every civic and community activity, especially those of an occult or Masonic nature. His first question, after an acknowledgement of the introduction, was rather astounding, and we at once knew why he was known as the pessimistic philosopher. "I suppose you want to know how old I am," he questioned. Then, without giving an opportunity to answer, he continued in the same manner and tone of voice, "Whether or not I am married, have I been divorced? Do I still live with my wife, or possibly my second or third wife? Has there been any scandal in my life or in that of my family? How many children do I have? Are they married? Have they any children? Are they interested in the cult? How far have they attained? Will they follow me? Has there been any scandal in their families? What is their work or profession? Do I help to support them? Who was my teacher and guide? Is he still living? Is he recognized as a man of worth by the government and society? What church do I belong to? Why do I drink wine or other alcoholics? Do I believe in meat eating, and do I eat it? Do I think the depression will soon end? Should I study astrology, numerology, mental science? Will there be a war in Europe?" Footnote. Questions such as these are all too frequently asked by those who seek to enter the path of initiation, despite the oft-repeated warning, "Let thine eye be single," which is to say that the real neophyte will center his whole desire and all of his attention on but one subject to the exclusion of all else. Randolph wrote, "Men fail and die because of feebleness of will." He might have added, "and because of the scattering of their forces and utter lack of concentration." He propounded question after question of the kind and expected us to ask. After a time,
he became silent and looked at us with a smile, and that smile assured us that he was neither hard nor cold, but affected this demeanor for self-protection. Without another word, he extended his hand and begged us to pardon his manner, telling us that the vast majority who sought and obtained an interview with him granted always with the hope that among them there might be one truly interested in the occult and the great work. Most of all of them disappointed him by their lack of real interest in the higher occult and initiation. He explained that most visitors were activated by self-interest, and self-interest of benefit to none, not even the questioner, until at last he almost despaired of meeting anyone with keen spiritual desire and had adopted the pose of a cynic in self-protection. He further told us that he found little difference between individuals of the mass and those who professed interest in the occult, and that possibly the worst of them all were those of Western nation. We assured him of our deepest sympathy, telling him that our experience coincided with his own so much that we had, like himself, come to dread the interview with those claiming to be seekers, because invariably we found that their interest was almost entirely selfish, of a selfishness that could be forgiven only in the profane. Footnote: 75 years earlier, Pascal Beverly Randolph complained of this great human weakness. Many who approached him, supposedly for esoteric information, were simply curiosity seekers and destroyers of reputation. Instead of asking serious questions relative to the great work and the august fraternity, they almost immediately became most personal, unblushingly, asking questions of his intimate personal and family life. When he ignored such questions, they would unhesitatingly approach some disgruntled member of the family, and there are such in every family, and accept their highly colored statements as fact. If they failed here, they would approach friends and neighbors and acquaintances, and in many instances, his own students and members of the fraternity. He turned these as gabblers and snoopers, and like every sincere student and initiate sense, as the most contemptible portion of the human family, such unwarranted curiosity has closed the temple doors to countless numbers who might have become truly great initiates had their mind been single and bent towards wisdom. Being assured by the fact that we did not ask a single personal question, he became both friendly and fatherly and told us at length of his life in France, and especially in Toulouse, of his studies and experience in both the Order Martiniste and the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, and proceeded to open a large steel repository wherein he kept the most prized occult books. From this vault he selected book after book, many of them dating back long before the First Revolution. There are many original works on both the Rosy Cross and Masonry in both French and German, books unobtainable in America, or possibly not in any other part of the world, and to be found only among the shelves of the oldest initiates, books worth many times their weight in gold. He told us much of his heart-rending experience with students from America and many other lands who came to him feeling and believing that they were members of the august fraternity of the Rosy Cross, only to prove on examination that they had not been taught the first principles of the order. He informed us that his father had personally known Randolph, and also those who formed the membership of the original band of the Order of the Rose, and that because of this, our interview had been granted. Hours passed as if they were minutes, and when at last he saw that we had little to ask of him, none of which was personal, he himself questioned why we were in Toulouse and had sought him. This was the opening we desired, and we informed him that it was a general idea in America, that we could not speak for other countries, that there existed in Toulouse a monastery or a temple of initiation, wherein neophytes from all lands were received, instructed, and passed over the threshold
And he smiled and informed us that this story had been told him many times, and that he was familiar with every nook and corner of Toulouse, and that if we would so desire, he would on the morrow be our guide, so that we might search all of Toulouse, but stating frankly that we would find no such building, no such temple, no such place. He explained that time and again he had met with those who would not believe him, and that he had referred them to the legations of various countries for information, and that in each instance these seekers had been keenly disappointed and had lost faith. He further informed us that not for many decades had there been a Rosicrucian initiation in Toulouse, that but very few brethren lived there, that it was secondary even in Masonic activities, that at one time Avignon, during the period of Illuminés d'Avignon, had been a most active center, but that for a very long time Lyon had been, and still continued to be, the see of the Order Martiniste, as also that of Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, and that in Lyon there still existed and continued active the original Gnostic church wherein the ceremonials were held. And this we knew to be the truth, as we had only shortly come from a visit of the library presided over by Madame Bricard, who had so graciously received us, and where the master and his associates had permitted us to cross the threshold of the church. After considerable further discussion of occult matters, we told him that we should like to ask him a rather delicate question, one which concerned France and himself, but in a sense also America and Americans. He bade us ask the question and assured us that if he felt justified, he would gladly answer us. Our question was, will there be a war in Europe and France and England on the one side and the totalitarian countries on the other? And if so, what, in your mind, will be the outcome? This was on February 22nd, 1939, more than 5 months prior to the outbreak of war. He thought for a moment, his eyes and features indicating that he was searching the future for an answer. And then he said, yes, soon there will be a war between France and her allies and Germany and her allies. How it will end, no man can foresee. And for this reason, God has given man, all men, free will. Having done this, he cannot interfere one way or another. And because of this, no man may say what another will do. Did we but know how those in authority would react under duress, we would have the answer. However, this we know. The law of cause and effect, action and reaction is absolute, and according to the action of man, so will be the result. Let us illustrate this. A man has a son. He notices this son is showing criminal tendencies. If he is a wise father and has the strength of manhood and fatherhood, he will at once proceed to correct this tendency, while also watching for other like tendencies, so that his son can be corrected and grow into manhood, strong and comely, morally responsible and a good citizen. If he is a foolish father, then he will excuse himself from acting and will say to himself, my son is young, and he will soon outgrow such foolishness, only to find that other like tendencies are added to the first one, and the son grows up to be a criminal. His acts are destructive because he has been permitted to cultivate a mind that is warped, and he cannot clearly see right from wrong. So it is with our beloved France and our friend England. They saw one of ill birth usurp the reins of that once was and could again be great government. They saw that man commit his first criminal act, in that it was against the accepted rules, the agreement between governments. They saw him commit his first act against the law of nations, the invasion. of Alsace-Lorraine. And they did nothing to correct the criminal act. Then another and still another act was added until the young man had become a pronounced criminal, acted as such, and must be curbed. These nations must suffer for their sins of omission. To correct this neglect, and as a penalty for the sin of omission, we must now undergo another evil war with its death and destruction. How will it end? That will depend upon how the nations will act. If France and England proceed with the firmness of manhood, then there will be but one result. The madman of Germany and his allies will be defeated and peace will be restored. Germany, under a new leader, will take her place among the nations and work for peace, while her allies will know shame in the inglorious defeat. France and England will again return to their usual activities, for these seek peace, not war. But, we interjected, what if France and England should weaken? Then I see but this, he replied solemnly. Beloved, France will lose her colonies in order to protect the home country. England will be dismembered because her colonies will mistrust and forsake her. Canada will ask to be received as a state among your many states. India will return to barbarism. Australia will become an independent nation. God grant that this may not be, and that what I see, even though defeat awaits us, is but a dream. But what of America if war comes, we again asked. If your statesmen are wise, he replied, they will keep America out of the war. That is a strange statement for a Frenchman to make, but I see that a neutral America can do more to help the Allies than an America actively taking part in the war. Instead of manpower, of which we have enough, America can furnish the democracies with the materials we will require. And that is far more important than manpower. True, if America remains neutral, she must also sell to our enemies. But our intelligence agencies will be able to cope with that situation. Our navies will be kept fully informed, and they will take over gratis that which would be used to destroy us, and America will not be involved. However, your great country, not being entirely guiltless, will suffer with us. Why? Because your countrymen in the main did nothing to discourage either Mussolini or Hitler in their conquests. On the contrary, they encouraged these madmen. In what manner? Think of the vast number of your countrymen who have visited Europe since these men came to power. The majority visited both Germany and Italy, fraternized with the officials and the people. In many instances, actually kowtowed to Mussolini and Hitler, praised them, and further inflated their ego, and spent vast sums of money in these countries, money which actually kept these countries solvent and helped build the powerful and destructive war machine. In a chromatic sense, these Americans are as guilty as Mussolini and Hitler, for they, by their acts, encouraged and furnished them with the necessary means to continue in their mad rush for conquest and greater power. But that is not all. In addition to this, you and your countrymen permit vast hordes of agents of these inimical powers to operate freely throughout your country and among your people. These not only sow the seeds of discord wherever they go, and planting the seeds of rebellion against a great governmental system, but collect vast sums which are used by and in Germany, Italy, and Russia to further their own ends, which is the destruction of all democracies or liberal governments. Because of this, America and her people will ultimately be called upon to pay, even as must England and France and all those associated with them. Men are guiltless only when they unflinchingly condemn a wrong, and will have none of it, or of those who commit the evil. That is why, if war comes, you will suffer with us. After further discourses on the great work itself, and especially the activities of the International Confederation, then in the course of formation, we parted to meet again. And so we found the pessimistic philosopher of Toulouse a master among men, a dreamer of dreams for his beloved country, and a co-worker second to none we have ever met before. London via Amsterdam, Brother Atlas. The final meeting of the members of the Confederation was held in Paris on the evening of February 24, 1939, and was followed by the official dinner at the Hotel George. The committee had previously made arrangements for us to leave for Amsterdam on the North Star Express early on the morning of the 25th, there to meet Brother William, a member high in both the Rose Croix and Masonic circles. Reservations had been made for us at the Hotel Amstel, and the brother informed us of the time of our arrival. Very shortly after reaching our rooms at the hotel, the brother arrived, and the work of the Rose Cross in Holland and the problems of the Confederation were fully discussed. During that evening and the following day, opportunity was afforded us to interview many of those interested in the great work and to visit points of interest to us as the Supreme Grand Master of the Universal Confederation of Esoteric Orders. After completing our duties in Holland, we left for London on the night of February 26, 1939, arriving at our quarters in the Hotel Savoy early on the 27th. For 36 years prior to our leaving America for various meetings in Europe, we had been in close touch with that indefatigable humanitarian worker and founder of the Order of the Golden Age, Sidney H. Beard. Unknown to all but the very few, other than the inner members, Brother Beard had held the position of Supreme Grand Master of the authentic and esoteric Rosy Cross during all of this time. It had been arranged that on our arrival in London, we should be the guests of Brother Beard and the members of the Inner Council. Unfortunately, Brother Beard passed to the great beyond some months before we were ready to leave for Europe, and our new duty was to interview the new chief of the esoteric Rose Cross and to complete the arrangements for the continuance of the fraternal relationship between the two organizations. In addition to this, it was our mission to reactivate the Order of the Rose, to select a new imperial master for the order, and if possible, to arrange that the new master should combine his duties and functions so as to include all authority of the esoteric Rose Cross and the Order of the Rose. Shortly after our arrival at Savoy, we were met by a temporary Grand Master. After the usual preliminaries, arrangements were quickly completed for the continuance of the great work so long carried forward in England, agreeing upon the plan previously decided upon. In addition to this part of our work, numerous appointments had been made for us to meet many of those who were and still are conducting organizations known under various Rosicrucian designations, and which, though not in fraternal relations with us, are nevertheless friendly and cooperative in the great work. Everything planned for us was carried out with complete success and according to arrangements, with the exception of the final selection of the chief for the Order of the Rose. While in Paris, Brother Alfred requested that when in London we meet one of the very dear initiate brothers living there, saying that he was known throughout Europe as Brother Atlas, and then a member of the Grand Lodge. Brother Alfred also is especially desirous that we visit the library of Mark Master Masons in the Peace Memorial Building, as no time had been allotted in our schedule for other than our official business. We were compelled to inform the brother that it appeared improbable that we would be able to take advantage of the opportunity offered, and with this understanding we parted in Paris. However, much to our surprise, in the afternoon of February 27, 1939, just after concluding a consultation with one of those having an appointment, we were informed that a brother was waiting for us in the lobby. On questioning the clerk, we were told that it was a Brother Atlas, and that he carried an introduction to us from Brother Alfred of Paris. This was a complete surprise, and we naturally requested that the brother be conducted to our rooms. Brother Atlas handed us the request mailed him by Brother Alfred, which was to the effect that he should conduct us to the Masonic Peace Memorial and take us through the Jewel Room and the library, while also presenting us to the Grand Secretary. We could do no less than to show our deep appreciation by accepting so great a kindness. The Masonic Peace Memorial is unquestionably the most beautiful building of its kind in the world, and we urge all readers to visit this beautifully planned building if ever visiting London. After passing through its museum, library, Grand Temple, etc., we were presented to the Grand Secretary, who during the course of the conversation informed us that on the following evening, H.R. Highness, the Duke of Kent, was to be elected as M.W. Grand Master. This to be followed by the official dinner and extended to us an invitation to be present. This was an opportunity and an honor not to be refused, and we accepted his gracious offer. The following day of February 28, 1939, we continued our official business in connection with the Esoteric Rose Cross, the Order of the Rose, and the Confederation, while also keeping various appointments. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Brother Atlas called at the Savoy, and we proceeded to the Masonic Peace Memorial Temple, where I had further opportunity to inspect this great building until time for the M.W. Grand Lodge to convene. We were further honored by the request that we, in the company of Brother Atlas, our sponsor, should sit among the officers of the M.W. Grand Lodge. We then witnessed the election of H.R. Highness, the Duke of Kent, to the highest Masonic office the Masons in Great Britain can bestow upon anyone. And we here take opportunity to thank with all of our heart Brother Alfred and Atlas for the kindness shown to us. During the day of March 1st, 1939, we continued with our consultation and appointments. After concluding our business, that evening boarded the SS Paris for our return trip to America. Returning to our native land, we at once proceeded with the preparation and issue the second FAMA for the August Fraternity and Confederation of Initiates. With fraternal greetings to all initiates and neophytes on the path, R. Swinburne Clymer. Epilogue. Notice, in this epilogue, no attempt whatever is made to give the source of information upon which the statements are based. The source and authority will be found in the Book of Rosicrucia, or the History of the Rosicrucian Fraternity. During the early centuries, the Gnostic Church was the one organization of men with sufficient coherence to span the vast gap between what once was the great Egyptian era of glory and learning at the one end, while on the other is what ultimately became the Christian civilization. The Gnostic Church had its beginning long before the time of Moses, for in its school of initiates, he was trained and initiated into the mysteries. From the dawn of history, this church functioned continually until the time of Constantine, 288 through 337, who, because of an unforgivable crime, was refused entrance into the Gnostic mysteries. Considering this refusal as a personal affront, he embraced Christianity, and in his hatred and malice destroyed the Gnostic fathers and their church, substituting what later became the Church of Rome. The persecution continued until the time of Geber, the Arabian alchemist. The Gnostic Church, or initiates of the Gnosis, the soul, existed concurrently with that of the Egyptian schools of initiates. There was no great gain in number or strength until after the influx of foreigners. Both of the conquered and the conquerors were gradually permitted entry into the mystery schools. These ultimately debased and destroyed the schools. Footnote: history has time and again repeated itself in this respect, In whatever country a sound form of government based upon fundamental principles was established and became great, it would remain such only as long as these principles were upheld and outside influences prohibited. Just as soon as infiltration of the doctrines of alien people were permitted, that government began to depart from the fundamentals which made it great, and to that extent weakened and began to decay. There never has been an exception to this rule. America, as an example, became great within a very short period of time because it cast off the yoke of all but pure and native and sound principles. But now we see the influx of foreign elements and inimical doctrines. Anarchy, under the guise of liberty, is creeping in, and decay in every direction is clearly indicated. In proportion as the infiltration of this foreign inimical element was permitted, so in like proportion did the mysteries become degraded. The great schools weakened, and the once powerful Egyptian government became impotent. There was a vast difference between the Egyptian initiate schools and the teachings of the Gnostic Church. The Egyptian hierarchy held to the doctrine and practice that two distinct classes of men existed in the great land of Egypt. First and foremost was the select class, from which were chosen the kings and all who were to hold offices within the state and church. These were compelled to pass through the Egyptian schools of initiation, which, like Egypt, was in her glory, required 21 years of study and training. From these initiates were chosen all of the educators, directors of state affairs, the hierarchy of the church, and all others in authority. The second and far more numerous class comprised workers and servers, the civilians, none of whom, whatever their capabilities, were ever permitted to enter these initiatory schools or to become other than the common class. The Gnostic schools, on the contrary, held that there were three fundamentals, which were the divine right, and within the grasp of all men willing to obey the divine law or fiat of God. And these three were, first, the attainment of soul consciousness and direct communion with God without the intercession of priest. Second, liberty of conscience and the right of free choice, a complete moral and physical liberty so long as the laws of the land were obeyed. Third, an economic freedom based on the individual's own efforts, free from interference by others or enforced association with others. These principles have never been changed within the initiatory schools, though the expression of the law must necessarily vary with the changing times and conditions. Through its entire history of many centuries, it was a cardinal doctrine of the Gnostic Church that no one could become a member through the mere acceptance of its doctrines or the subscription to its ritual. To be considered worthy of membership, it was necessary to personify within the person of the individual all of the laws and attributes taught by the fathers, and thereby become a priest of God. It was largely because of the teaching that every man might become acceptable directly to God that the early Church of Rome became so bitterly opposed to the Gnostic Church and permitted, helped in its destruction insofar as was possible. Although the Gnostic fathers were assassinated and their sacred writings burned by those who were given power by Constantine, and those who followed him in power, these initiatory schools never actually ceased to exist. They continued to function secretly, and in the 9th century gave birth to the schools of the alchemists under Geber, the Arabian. This method of inculcation changed somewhat, but the principles remained the same. The Hermetic and other secret initiatory schools followed in the wake of the school founded by Geber, teaching an almost identical doctrine and method of procedure. All efforts were directed towards every acolyte becoming a complete man, manifesting all the virtues and powers which God gave in potentia to all men, and that no man could stand before God a man in fact until such a time as he had unveiled within himself all of the inner powers and forces natural to man and necessary for the attainment of God consciousness, making of him potentially a son of God. Naturally, the Church of Rome disputed this possibility, and as a result, there was a constant conflict between the church in power and the small minority belonging to these schools. Throughout the Dark Ages, comprising this period and until the time of Paracelsus, despite all opposition, constant persecution, and almost certain death, were adherents to these schools became known. The initiates of the various secret schools kept alive within the hearts of men the doctrine of the ultimate, complete freedom of men. And due to his birth and experience early in his life, Paracelsus became the first true nonconformist the civilized world had known. He possessed the knowledge and the strength to boldly teach that man should be a loyal member of the state, and yet free man nevertheless. He taught that man's conscience should be free to seek God in whatever manner he chose, the divine command being that man should find God within his soul in order that he might attain immortality and thus be able to truly enter the kingdom of heaven. He also proclaimed that where man's body and its requirements were concerned, neither society nor state had the right to command him as to what he should do, so long as he obeyed the laws. For these teachings, he was bitterly opposed by the state, the church, and the medical profession of his time. Nevertheless, he stood firm and undismayed and became the symbol of human freedom and the legend upon which the freedom of man is inaugurated. The life and doctrines of Paracelsus soon became a legend to the neophytes of the secret schools, so sought freedom to attain all that the divine Creator had promised, and who were constantly hounded and destroyed through the Dark Ages. Paracelsus became a god who was possessed of neither weakness nor human attributes. The church and the totalitarian governments of the day just as naturally attributed to him all the evils that man in the aggregate can inherit and manifest. But the die was cast. The divine voice of God had been heard as surely as it had by Moses in the wilderness. Even among those within the bosom of the all-powerful church, there were those whose sight had been opened to the truth by the bold proclamations of Paracelsus. Among these two who became immortal, one was a priest named Luther, 1483 to 1560, who thoroughly converted to the doctrine of the new freedom and boldly defied the church, all powerful as it was, and enthusiastically supported the Reformation. Another, Andrea, 1586 to 1654, a theological student who became an initiate within the secret schools and wrote the life of Paracelsus into the legend of the Rosy Cross. Once henceforth, the fraternity was known as the Fraternitatis Rosicrucius, or Fraternity of the Rosy Cross. It must not be hastily assumed that the initiatory secret schools, nor Luther or Andrea, had in mind a worldwide revolution, the overthrow of either church or state. Nothing of the kind. They had in mind a reformation, a change of the evil practices of the day so rampant in both church and state, and they called this first manifesto to men a worldwide reformation, seeking the freedom of the individual from the abuses of those in power, who exercise such authority not because of divine right, but due to superior organization. That the overthrow of neither church nor state was intended, and that established authority was accepted by these initiate brethren, as clearly indicated in a paragraph in their first manifesto, which, though in the language of the period, is nevertheless sufficiently clear to disprove such a charge. In Politia, we acknowledge the Roman Empire and Quatrum Monarchium for our Christian lead, albeit we know what alterations be at hand, and would fain impart the same with all of our hearts to other godly learned men, notwithstanding our handwriting, which is in our hands. No man except God alone can make it common, nor any unworthy person is able to bereave us of it, but we shall help with secret aid this so good a cause, as God shall permit or hinder us, for our God is not blind, as the heathens' fortuna, but is the church's ornament, and the honor of the temple. Our philosophy is also not a new invention, but as Adam after his fall hath received it, and Moses and Solomon used it. Also it ought not much be doubted of, or contradicted by other opinions or meanings, but seeing the truth is peaceable, brief, and always like herself in all things, and especially accorded by with Jesus in omne parte, in all members, and as he is the true image or exemplar of the Father, so is she his image. So it shall be not said, this is true according to philosophy, but true according to theology, the spiritual and secret science. And wherein Plato, Aristotle, Pythagoras, and others did hit the mark, and wherein Enoch, Abraham, Moses, Solomon did excel, but especially wherewith that wonderful book the Bible agreeth, all that same concurreth together, and maketh a sphere or a globe whose total parts are equidistant from the center, as hereof more at large and more plain shall be spoken of in Christianity Conference. Footnote: this clearly indicates the intent and purpose of the fusion of the various organizations or secret schools and the issue of the worldwide Reformation, and did not have its intent or purpose the overthrow of either church or state, but a reformation of the evils therein, in order that all men might be fairly treated and given the liberty of purpose and action rightly theirs as free men, and no longer held in bondage as though they were serfs. Second footnote: there is little or nothing new in what became of the Rosicrucian fraternity in 1612 to 1614. The initiatory schools had their inception long before the Egyptian hierarchy was at its height, before the Gnostic Church was known, and all of the philosophers were trained within these secret schools: the Platonists, Aristotelians, Pythagoreans, alchemists, Hermetics. One and all were initiates and had their secret schools, and all of these finally merged and became first the Paracelsians and then the Rosicrucians, named after the legendary Christian Rosenkreuz of the Andrea Fama of 1614. Both history and legend support the claim that this manifesto of worldwide reformation by the Rosy Cross was the first attempt to bring about a general universal reformation, and full credit must therefore be accorded the Rose Cross for starting the movement to emancipate man from slavery to the three horsemen of that age: state, church, and medical superstition, without the destruction of either, but rather a gradual remolding of each to fit enlightened men. The Reformation quickly spread not only throughout Germany, where, through its powerful influence, the nation soon became 2/3 Protestant, but also to France and other countries. The two most powerful figures in France at this time were Napoleon and Robespierre. Footnote: to obtain a fair and complete picture of Napoleon, one must study with an open mind the picture of his youth from Corsica, who, poor of purse, proud and sensitive of mind, could do no better than to live in a garret while he attended school in company with the proud, rich, and arrogant aristocrats who made continual fun of the frail boy. It is a study that will rend the heart and at the same time prove enlightening and that it reveals the why and wherefore of all of the acts of his life. Napoleon became one with the secret schools, quickly imbibed their philosophy of reform and the freedom of man, and set about to qualify himself as a leader, doing the most impossible to strengthen mind and body for the task, but doing little to enlighten his soul. It was only after many successes and a fatal physical ailment that he forswore his early intentions, left the fraternity, and proceeded to establish temporal power instead of universal brotherhood. Likewise, it is true of Robespierre, born of parents of Irish blood, May 6, 1758. He studied law and became an advocate in 1781. He returned to his native city to practice, and in 1782 was appointed a criminal judge. This appointment he soon resigned due to the fact, as stated, that he could not bring himself to pronounce the death sentence. Like Napoleon, Robespierre had accepted the postulates of the first Fama issued in Germany by the Rosy Cross. He became affiliated with the Brethren, who had been active in France, coincidentally with the activities of Paracelsus, but unfortunately, like Napoleon, became power-drunk during the bloody period of revolution. Both Napoleon and Robespierre proved the oft-repeated statement that it is easier for men to remain true to ideals under failure than when success is achieved. Power drunkenness is the most fearful and destructive of all brain intoxication. Physical and mental development without corresponding unfoldment of the soul bring compassion and universal understanding, often leads to egomania. Many may question the fitness of these two. This is because Napoleon is remembered for his generalship and later as emperor, rather than the poor dreamer laughed at and reviled as a cadet without a friend among his aristocratic schoolmates. Because of the wounds inflicted upon his sensitive soul, he vowed that the millions of youth like him in France should become free men. Robespierre is remembered as a revolutionist rather than the sensitive judge who resigned rather than pronounced the death sentence. Members of the Rosy Cross working in secret, as indicated by the manifesto quotation, honestly believed the church, state, and medical craft would see the handwriting upon the wall and begin reforms within themselves. In this, they were keenly disappointed, but not discouraged. Martin Luther did not hesitate to proceed with his Reformation, and the members of the secret schools in France quickly recognized that no help could be expected from those entrenched in power and proceeded to set the reforms into motion. The legend of the Rosy Cross was built upon the life and work of Paracelsus, who was in fact the Christian Rosenkreuz of that legend. He was born in 1490 and died in 1541. Paracelsus has the distinction of having been the first known actual nonconformist because he would not conform his teachings or practices of religion, statescraft, and medicine to the evil practices of the day. Naturally, he came into conflict with the entrenched leaders, but would not deviate one iota from the path set by himself. As a member of the then active alchemical and hermetical brotherhoods, he was not satisfied to live and practice in silence and for his personal benefit alone. He felt that all men should share in the wisdom possessed by the initiates and become actively engaged in setting about the reforms near to his heart. Because of the many oppositions he encountered, it was expedient for him to travel from place to place. In so doing, he made as many converts as he did enemies, with the result that others, than initiates, took up the cry for the new freedom. At heart a physician, yet he recognized that the soul was an all-powerful element in man, and that true religion was as necessary to the welfare of man as medical science. His fundamental doctrine can be stated in a very few words. Since man contains all and must activate them in the curing of his ailments, the physician must know both physical or medical science and alchemy. He must understand astronomy, because the heavenly bodies influence diseased states. The physician must know theology, because in addition to the body and spirit, man possesses a soul, which was created by God, and to which the spirit or life principle serves as an envelope. The revolutionary doctrines taught by Paracelsus soon spread throughout Germany and France, despite the active opposition on part of the authorities. The doctrines gave birth to the Reform movement in France, which, had they been adopted, would have prevented the long wars of religion in France and Germany, which were of little or no benefit to anyone, and the fearful revolution which followed the rise of Napoleon would have been unnecessary in bringing liberty to the people of France. Napoleon Bonaparte was born in 1769 and was educated in the cadet school of Brittany. Physically, he was a weakling, and because of his Corsican birth, was generally scorned by his French associates. This resulted in more or less isolation, and he sought the companionship of those outside the school. One of his companions was the son of a member of the secret schools then active in Paris. And at the age of 18, Napoleon was an active novitiate of the Lodge Humanidad in Paris. Here, he was instructed in the doctrines of the new humanity, which at the time had no incentive other than moral reform in all departments of man's life. There was no thought of revolution, although a revolution was expected. Shortly after his entrance into the secret schools, due to his military studies, he was drawn into the vortex of revolution, but with no thought other than to help the downtrodden mass. His natural ability as a soldier, his power as an organizer and director, and possibly a latent vanity and love of glory, and underdeveloped in youth and not impersonalized through soul unfoldment, undoubtedly later led him away from the love of brotherhood, which governed his earlier movements. He cast aside his spiritual ideas for an emperor's crown, and due to non-construction, reaped the final defeat. Marie-Joseph Paul Yves Roch Gilbert du Mortier Lafayette was born in 1757 and, like Napoleon, entered a military college as a cadet. Again, like Napoleon, he became a novitiate of the Lodge Humanidad, and there received the instructions which made of him a friend of humanity, and later an associate of Washington in our fight for liberty as the right of all men. It has been claimed that the lodge of which both Napoleon and Lafayette became members was of the nature of Masonry, but both Napoleon and Lafayette were too young for membership in a Masonic lodge at the time they joined with their fellow workers to bring about the new freedom. The only active organization, not of revolutionary character, active in Germany and France was the Rosy Cross, and it was herein for the purpose of reform that these men entered and trained. Benjamin Franklin was born in Boston in 1706, and his education was that of every other youth of the time and of his position in life. Franklin was born a philosopher, and his love was for the philosophies rather than with statesmanship. It was not until he came in touch with John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress that ideas of life changed. He sought for the source of the knowledge contained in Bunyan's writing, with the result that he became connected with the alchemists, an active branch of the Rosy Cross, where he was trained for the new humanity and given the concept of a new state wherein men would be free to work out individual destiny. At a later date, at a court in France, he came in contact with a Lodge Humanidad, where he was received as a member and thereafter was a most faithful worker for the new humanity. Footnote: Franklin's partiality to liberty of thought and against what we now term totalitarianism is clearly indicated by the fact that he joined a club of Masonic nature, then very active in Paris, and known as the Nine Sisters. The aim of the Lodge Humanidad and the club Nine Sisters were similar in almost every respect, except that Lodge Humanidad was basically spiritual, while the Club of Nine Sisters was social. George Washington was born in 1732. The life of Washington is too well known to require comment here, other than to state that early in life he came into contact with American Masonry and became an ardent member. And through members of the Masonic fraternity, who were also members of the early Council of the Rosy Cross, he entered the order as a novitiate and later became a full initiate and member of the Great Council. Because of his membership in the council, he decided to work with the then New American Party, or New Humanity, to fight for American independence. Thomas Jefferson was born in 1743. He was one of the most ardent supporters of the New Humanity Party and enthusiastically cooperated with those fighting for the freedom of America. He became affiliated with the Great Council through the influence of Randolphs of Virginia, who, through themselves descent of the most aristocratic of aristocrats, were nevertheless thoroughly imbued with the spirit of the new freedom. Thomas Paine was born in England in 1737. While in France, he met Benjamin Franklin, became a member of the Lodge Humanidad, absorbed and adopted its philosophy of freedom, and came to America in 1774, in time to attend the meeting of the Great Council held that year in Philadelphia. Thereafter, he was an ardent American and threw in his lot with the co-workers for the new freedom. He wrote and published the book Common Sense, which laid the foundation for both the American and French republics. Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, and Paine were termed godless by the churchmen of their time. It is true that they were not churchmen. They were thoroughly religious, having at heart the welfare of humanity as a whole. They were opposed to the evils of the church party of the time, but embraced the godly work of securing freedom for God's children and were willing to lay down their lives for this purpose. Churchmen they were not. Religious they were. They feared not God, yet they loved him the more. They were imbued with the spirit of humanity and enrolled in the services of God to bring about human freedom. The principles of the new freedom, the principles taught in the first manifesto for a worldwide reformation, have undergone no changes whatever. They are as essential today as they were in the 15th century. The system of government is not considered of prime importance, whether it be a democracy, a republic, or a liberal monarchy as in England. So long as the freedom of man is guaranteed, it is fully recognized that this liberty may become almost nil, even in a democracy, if the administrative agencies of democracy permit a foreign radical leader under the guise of a democratic process to usurp the control of an entire city and its commerce, as was recently done in San Francisco, and that democracy be governed by reactionary forces, as has been attempted, for instance, in this year of grace in 1939 in California, where an almost absolute dictatorship became a more than plausible possibility under the guise of pensions for the aged. In Michigan, such a dictatorship may be set up if the CIO or UAWA forces are permitted to direct labor policies. Footnote: we American citizens are instilled with the belief that we have greater freedom than the citizens of any other country. Outwardly, this appears to be true. The real fact is that Hitlerism, in one form or another, is in full bloom in America. The National Labor Relations Act permits the regimentation of men to a degree unknown in Germany, and makes this regimentation perfectly legal and legitimate in this free republic. It is so general in its terms that it permits the board to write its own decisions as it sees fit, and makes those decisions the law of the land. The board investigates the case, acts as a proponent for one of the parties, the union, and then sits as judge and writes the decision, which may not be set aside by the courts if the board has succeeded in producing any evidence to support its decision. The board is an inquisition with greater power than had the religious inquisitions of the Dark Ages, and is as unjust and unbalanced. In a free country, it is the inalienable right of a worker to give up his job whether or not the employer wishes him to continue, and it is likewise the indisputable right of the employer to discharge any employee for any reason whatever, unless under contractual obligation to continue the employment. No law under God can rightfully force an employer to retain in his employ a worker with whom he is dissatisfied for any reason, any more than it can force a man to serve another, whether he will or not. To attempt this by organized force or by law will destroy the usefulness of unions, and the workers will ultimately find that the reaction will be wholly against them rather than the employer, and be made to pay for the criminal errors into which selfish and alien leaders have led them. The first worldwide Reformation of the 15th century had in mind the basic welfare of man. These rights were later incorporated in the Rights of Man, the Magna Carta, and the Declaration of Independence, all of which guarantee the thought of personal liberty. The first Bill of Rights issued as a manifesto of the worldwide Reformation, and as the fundamental doctrine of the Rosy Cross insisted then, as it does today, that a man, to be truly a man, to become truly rounded human being, must be given access to all knowledge available, whereby he may develop to the full his fourfold nature, body, mind, spirit, and soul. He must be permitted to form his own opinion. This opinion, based on knowledge gained by both study and experience, must be permitted the right to a full discussion of all questions to the extent and degree that he permits others the same privilege, and must have the full scope and power of the law to protect all of his rights as well as his property, must be granted the right to choose for himself that which he is to eat or drink, all that is to become part of his body, must have the right to seek employment wherever he will, and that none may say him nay as to whether he shall seek employment or a profession as an individual or in a union with others. It is the law today, as it is then, that every human being shall have the right to seek for and find God in his own way, either by himself, through the help of the church, or in the company of others in fraternal association. The government shall be protected by the citizens thereof, but the government is the agent of both the majority and the minority, and not solely of either. And the agents of the government shall be the servants of all the people, to maintain a balance between all factions, recognizing that human leaders must exist and be encouraged in order to raise the masses to higher states. The government shall guarantee to each individual the right to seek his livelihood as he pleases, so long as he do not encroach on the rights of another. Men shall have the right to combine to protect their interests, but no man shall be denied employment or the right to seek employment merely because he refuses to belong to and subscribe to either union organization or a fraternal brotherhood. The personal property of every man shall be protected. His rights of person shall be sacred. His home shall be his domain, and no man shall interfere with his liberties, so long as these liberties do not unnecessarily interfere with those of another. it shall be recognized, and experience has shown that the agencies within the Republic are more advantageous for the unfoldment of the rights of man than those rampant within a totalitarian state. And all men loving liberty shall combine against such totalitarian agencies. The Rosy Cross stands for the rights of man, that he be given the privilege and opportunity to develop every force, every potentiality within his being, physically, mentally, soulfully, and economically, without interference by another or others, so long as he permits others to do likewise. The power of superior organizations shall not be the sesame for the curtailment of the rights of the individual. It is recognized that until man is further enlightened and as freedom presents convergent ideas and groups to formulate, the conflict arises between them, and the ideas of one group converge upon those of another. This necessitates an agency which can maintain a balance among these forces and exact the constructive usefulness from each of them. For no one group has the full truth, nor should one group, however strong numerically, be permitted to take liberty away from another, so long as that liberty is not abused or used for destructive purposes. The government is the agency which can maintain the necessary balance, and with a broad vision point out to man how to act in unison without losing his individual liberty. But government as such should not usurp the scope of activity in which individuals must engage. The agencies of the government should be as an impartial umpire enforcing the rules of fair play without being a party participant. There is not one iota of difference between the king or emperor of a country who refuses all rights and liberties to his subjects and compels them to live in virtual serfdom, or the priest or pope who denies to men the right to worship their God except according to certain creed and in only certain denominations, or the dictator of a totalitarian state who denies all rights and liberties to his subjects and forces them to obey him under penalty of death, or the masses who rise to power by force or political means and through control of governmental agencies enact laws which set up the power of government in favor of one class of citizens as against another, engaged in lawful activities, who through one means or another take property from one class and give it to another, and who have not rightfully earned it, or the labor leader who denies workers the privilege of seeking employment unless they pay fealty to him and his organization and dues to maintain the supremacy and dictatorial power of such leaders and their organizations, or the manufacturer of commodities who demands that men labor only for him and under conditions named by him, or be denied employment by all others, or the egomaniac, fanatical reformer, corrupt politician who sells the rights of men, the communist, Nazi, or fascist agitators, are all a type of dangerous to the life, liberty, and welfare of mankind, and must be eliminated or isolated, as are those infected with leprosy, so that the race be given the opportunity to advance as God intended it should. Addendum. Basically, the work of the Fraternity of the Rosicrucians, the Randolph Foundation, a continuation of the original fraternity, is to teach mankind the principles of a spiritual science applicable to all affairs of life, and free from creed and dogma based upon the law as taught in the higher occult science of the past and present age. The fraternity does not condemn formal religion, and an aspirant is not encouraged to sever his former connection with the religious institutions unless their teachings conflict with the freedom of man or oppose the brotherhood of man. The authentic fraternity is forbidden by the rules established by the First Supreme Council, either to proselytize or to advertise itself for members. Contact between aspirants and the fraternity must be effected in an ethical and direct manner. Those truly interested in the work and teachings of the Rosy Cross and their own fourfold advancement, and to seek detailed information concerning methods of instruction and guidance, may accomplish such contact by writing to the address hereto appended. Primarily, the fraternity teaches the laws which govern the welfare of man, that every dormant faculty, both material and spiritual, may be developed to the fullest extent. Instruction and training are strictly individual. Things of the soul belong only to the soul. The neophyte may make a confidant in matters of soul experience only to the master who is his teacher. The soul must worship and grow in silence, and the failure to observe this law may prevent a neophyte from attaining his goal. No one, whether neophyte or master, knows to what degree or grade an aspirant may attain, nor the time that may be required in the instance of any individual to attain even the first degree. Members or students are not permitted to disclose the name or the meeting place of the lodge or unit. An explanation and an invitation. The terms used throughout this monograph, such as occult science, mysticism, and alchemy, in referring to the means forward and end, initiation, soul consciousness, mastership, adeptship, and illumination, when referring to states or degrees of attainment, and the secret schools, arcane schools, august fraternity, the Rosy Cross, etc., as the source of the philosophy, guidance, and training, are virtually synonymous. They refer to the process of development, degrees of attainment, and sources from which obtained. The entire work is under the protection of the Confederation of Initiates, and the immediate sources of active direction, guidance, and training are the august fraternity of the Rosy Cross and the Eighth Priesthood. A monograph, Imperial Mastership, has as its subject the Rosicrucians and their work of instruction and training, while another, the Confederation of Initiates, suggests the nature of the training in the higher occult of the Eighth Priesthood. Either of these brochures will provide a contact for the sincere aspirant and those who will direct him on the path of higher attainment, as outlined in the present work. Upon request, either one or both of these monographs will be forwarded. Due to the strict code of ethics and ancient laws, aspirants may not be urged to enroll, but the invitation is open to all who seek to improve their position in life. The Department of Instruction, Beverly Hall, Quakertown, Pennsylvania.